Good morning, dear participants of the International Conference, Elections 2023, Lessons Learned and uh, Opportunities for the Future. Our conference is organized within the Parliamentarism Development Fund in Kazakhstan and the project implemented by the fund from 2020 with the League of Women Solidarity Zhiger. Today we have speakers from the League, our respected guests, international and local experts. But before we begin and proceed with the conference, I would like to thank all the international organizations and diplomatic missions and government authorities present here today at our event. Thank you for your financial, in-kind, moral, and all the other types of support. Only because of you and thanks to you, we can meet here today and discuss a very important for all Kazakhstani citizens topic. Therefore, I would like to invite for the opening remarks here of the first five speakers for them to have the official opening and make some opening remarks. Miss Bibigul, Miss Lazat Ramazanova, Miss Artur Lastaev, Her Excellency Kathy Leach, and Mr. Maichi Adam Madalinsky. Please join me at this panel. I hope it will be very comfortable and convenient to sit here. So the first, I would like to provide the floor on behalf of the Deputy Chairperson of the Presidential Administration of the Republic of Kazakhstan, of the National Commission, Aida. Up to the latest moment, she was planning to attend this event personally, but a day before yesterday, she informed me that she is preoccupied with some other important aspects. But we have Lazat Ramazanova, Deputy Chairperson of the National Commission on Women's Affairs and Family and Demographic Policy under the President of the Republic of Kazakhstan. It's a great honor to have you here with us, Ms. Lazat. First, thank you very much, Zauresh. First of all, we have special league here represented by women because a lot of initiatives in policy are led by women. It's about leading by a personal example. And in 2021, we had some first steps. Well, for gender quota implementation, it started with us for gender quota. Of course, community and society as a whole should be ready for changes. First of all, about amending legislation, especially to empower women, to empower disabled people, and to provide more power to our youth. For the first time, we had the 30% quota, especially for the party list. We were intending to have more representation of women and youth. That was first step. Also, under the National Commission on Women's Affairs and Family, we had a lot of discussions through the implementation of the 30% quota. That was a very big achievement. It is about regional level, it is about district level, village level, mostly hot about representation of women on these levels. At the stage of the first stage, it was about district and regional level. In some regions, 32, 35, 37% were achieved. And that is a great achievement. But how are we to further it? How are we to ensure further growth. It's not only about policy, it is also about mandatory representation in the parliament through the mandated seats. In the Majlis, in the lower parliament, or in the lower chamber of parliament, it is also actually the question whether we've met this quote of 30%. Well, for some policy experts, they are very critical of that, but it's also about demography. It is also about changes in policy and legislation. It's step one. When we have mandates, uh, this is a very important category. The very important category, first of all, for the Senate. It was first step to ensure representation of the disabled people, and also in these changes, we have also not heard their voices, their opinions. Now we are aware of them because we have this representation from women, disabled people, and youth, inclusive society, inclusive community. It's not a work of just one council or one authority. How are we to achieve inclusive society? It is about putting our major efforts as a society as a whole, because very heavy um, step is also actually ensuring that these people are willing and are ready to come up and to walk an extra mile. And it's also about the question of what will be their contribution. When we have all these projects facilitated, I am aware of the discussions in social media. Also, I am hearing the voices of major public, of bigger representation. The question is about, okay, well, you amended the legislation, but when the practical changes are to happen? Will is here. It's also about advisory. It's also about hearing pieces of advice. And well, we have to give it a very deep thought. It is about amending legislation to make it actionable. And I personally believe that 30% policy within the party list we have with we call it one mandate, but it is something necessary. Only in this case, this will be very relevant practice. It will be one of the best practices. If the statistical parameters, the statistical uh, change will also be showing 52% of our population are women, but and the number of women in policy, unfortunately, has not reached this figure yet. It's not equally represented to gather knowledge, to gather experience, and to follow only the best practice can be achieved with the use of these tools. And then we will be able to show how advanced we are. We have a lot of women here who are actively working to pursue this goal, but there are no actually conditions, and there are no possibilities expandedly represented for women. It's only about being knowledgeable. It's only about being very achievement oriented. But if you know, Zaudesh, what you are doing, these platforms, these places are very needed. It's not about having too many knowledge. You cannot be too experienced. With this goal, with these formats, of course, it is very beneficial to expand it far and wide. It's not only about criticizing, it's also about setting goals. It is about contributing. And AIDA 2 years ago initiated that within the Amanat Party. There is a Tomiris project within the project. This is for young women and girls. They are also very ambitious. They want to contribute. They want to make this place a better one. It's also about being represented in the lower chamber of parliament. It is also about not about one part or one group of the society, but this policy project is only going to succeed if we achieve that in all the political parties. It should be a women fraction in every party, and that is something which can lead women empowerment further. It's not only about women being very knowledgeable, very experienced, but also using all this background to serve, and their roles will be then expanded and will be empowered. It's no, it unfortunately it does not only depend on women. It's also about our dear gentlemen who should be also taking care of that. Thank you very much for your attention. Thank you very much, Lazat. You are very properly mentioned. It's about the path we follow, and in terms of the policy choices in our country, and some amendments which are happening so quickly that some people are just failing to catch up. And thank you very much for your opinion. I am also a great supporter of the initiatives you've mentioned within your council, that you are aware of these processes, that you are trying your best to support that. Thank you very much for also saying it out loud. Next, I would like to provide the floor for the opening remarks to Ms. Bibigul Jaksimbayeva, Deputy of the Senate of the Parliament of the Republic of Kazakhstan. And she will be represented Senate, Upper Chamber of Parliament, following the assignment from the Parliament. Mr. Maulian sent his best greetings. Dear participants of the conference, today's conference is also very appreciated because we have new challenges in the policy making, and Mr. Maulian, the chairperson of the Senate of Parliament, we send his greetings to all the participants, and special thanks to Ms. Zauriash. By the initiative of our president, Mr. Tokayev, we are seeing major amendments to the legislation in the electoral process for parliament, for the other representative bodies. And in 2023, on February 14th, we had elections of the parliament members, and we are aware of all the shortcomings. We believe that it is it takes a very big place in our memories. And for the deputy mandates, for the Maslahat members, it's also not about coming from the parties, but the people who initiated their participation in the elections independently, so independent candidates. Women in Senate are not outnumbered. We have quite a few women in Parliament. Dear participants of the conference, ladies and gentlemen, while welcoming you at this forum, I would also like to mention that this international conference organized by the Parliamentism Development Fund in Kazakhstan, and personally by Ms. Zauriash Batalova, with the support from OSCE, UN Women, embassies of UK, Netherlands, and other embassies, is a very significant event. I would like to highlight that the first systematic attempt to look and to evaluate and assess all the significant social importance of these elections in parliament, which happened in the early 2023, are very important. Gender equality in political processes is a very important initiative. Being women in policy, we understand that we need collaboration, support, and solidarity. Ms. Zauresh is a very good example of such solidarity with the support of the fund, Women Solidarity League. Shiger is a further development of this idea. On elections of March 19th, were a vivid example of the legislative changes. This is about new democratic rules and new parliament approaches for the party memberships. It's about amending all the legislation and policy aspects. It's about also in promoting their interest in these processes. We have new two parties registered in the country. As a result, in the Majlis of Parliament, not only three parties, but six parties were elected this time. In line with the president's initiatives for the three Senate members, it's as particular importance women, young, and disabled people. With this, in the light of these changes, it is about promoting this change further within this conference. It is about providing equal opportunities, empowering women, and improving election legislation. All of that are very important initiatives. And these areas in our country are being further promoted. We are witnessing this right now. It's about a rule of the law. We have a lot of initiatives now. It is about proper implementation of them. Dear participants, I would like to wish all of us success in the work of this conference. It is also about hearing opinions and interesting thoughts. We believe that it will be a constructive way of making Parliament aware. Thank you and the best of luck. Good luck to all the participants of the international conference, prosperity to our country, and actual gender equality in the key policy areas. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much, Bibigul Nurgaliyevna. You're my favorite member of the Senate. You're like a relative to me, and I really believe in the fact that there will be changes. And as for the members of parliament, mostly they are elected by the votes of other members, and nevertheless, the senators are there to make a significant contribution to the common work, and they are very well prepared for that. So I believe that both chambers will be able to find solutions to these problems and eliminate obstacles for the women to further develop in the field of politics. So I would like to personally express my gratitude to Mr. Ashimbayev and to Madam Balayeva through you, Lazat and Bibigul. Now I would like to give the floor to one more representative of the government authority. This is the Human Rights Ombudsman in the Republic of Kazakhstan. The Institute of Ombudsman is key because it is the very institution that guards the rights and freedoms of people in the Republic of Kazakhstan. And if at one point the Human Rights Ombudsman focused mostly on the social and economic rights because they're important for the quality life of the population, nowadays we believe that your authority is much wider than that. I am attending such an event for the first time where I can personally interact with the Human Rights Ombudsman. Therefore, Mr. Lastayev, this is a good omen, and I really hope that human rights, political rights in Kazakhstan will become real and help people have a direct influence on the decision-making processes. So the floor goes to you, Mr. Lastayev. Thank you very much. Distinguished Zauresh Khalabekqızı, I would like to express my gratitude for your invitation to take part in this conference, as well as to your colleagues. I would like to express my gratitude and my appreciation to the participants of this conference.
This event was kindly organized and supported with the support and the help of our diplomatic missions, and as well as the international organizations such as us, OSCE, European Union, the UN Women, together with the embassies of the UK, Netherlands, Finland. I have a huge honor to express my deep appreciation for your support. Thank you very much. And my personal thanks to Mr. Madalinsky. Thank you very much, sir, for not letting me be alone here as a man surrounded by beautiful women. I appreciate it. Big honor. Thank you very much. Қазақстанда әрбір
The right to vote and to be elected is the inherent right of every Kazakh national, and we have fixed this in the major law of our country. The electoral right of a woman firstly facilitates discrimination by gender. It helps us to overcome stereotypes, promote the rights of women, and ensure the true equality. Back in 1998, Kazakhstan ratified a convention against discrimination against women, which ensured the equal footing for men and women. It also implies equality in decision-making, and in order to implement this principle and in order to encourage the women participation in politics, a special quota was created for youth and women in the electoral lists of the political parties, and it accounts for 30%. In the Majlis of Parliament, we have 18% of women, whereas in the Senate, it's a little bit above 22%. Therefore, we have to gradually promote the implementation of political rights of women. In this context, the experience of specific countries is very helpful. According to the Inter-Parliamentary Union, as of June 1st of 2023, the highest rate of women is observed in the Rwanda parliament. It's 61%. In Cuba, 55%. In Nicaragua, it's 51.7%. Maybe we wouldn't say that these countries are dedicated to democracy, but at least the women of those countries are very well represented on the legislative level. And high share of women in parliament is the result of very hard work of many years. And whenever women take part in management and actively overcome barriers in order to promote their political issues, we will see lots of results. For example, in the Netherlands, in 51, 46 in Finland, and in Denmark, so 47%. And there is a saying, we have to start with ourselves. Therefore, let me tell you more about our institute. In our institute, 30% of women are present. We have 30% of men and 70% of women work in our institute. And thank you. Let me say this, as a person who spent most of his life working with men, I would say the following. You know, working with women is equally effective and very pleasant. Our institute supports gender policy, and it sometimes exceeds the quotas fixed by the government. And in order to ensure the fundamental human rights, including non-discrimination, the role of the Human Rights Ombudsman Institute moves to a brand new level. Let me provide you with the brief information about our work. The position of the Human Rights Ombudsman was established for the first time back in 2002, but the law on Human Rights Ombudsman was adopted just a year ago. And it was really important because we received the constitutional status, we received additional authorities in order to enhance our visibility as well as our authority. The Human Rights Ombudsman can go to the Constitutional Court in order to consider some laws and regulations affecting human rights and freedoms, and we can initiate a judicial claim with regards to an unlimited number of individuals. We also established our representative offices in all regions of our country, and these offices serve as an effective tool to provide an expert and advisory support to citizens locally. Our office deals with torture prevention issues, gender-based violence, and we are at the stage of completion of a large-scale analysis, and we will share our proposals for further discussions very soon. We provide access to education for minors, convicts, and in order to assess the condition of human rights, I visited a few regions last year, and I visit rural areas and talk to villagers. In majority of cases, women raise social issues such as the payment of allowances, mortgages, loans, but they are not really familiar with the decision-making processes or a possibility to take part in the elections. And that has become my landmark. I have to work more on the legal enlightenment of the population in order to explain what are the rights of women and maybe what are the political rights of women. And that's why I'm here today, and I'm taking part in this event with a great pleasure. And what political rights and the legal rights are the basic elements, and I totally support the female participation in governance, and I will facilitate this in all possible ways by promoting legislative initiatives and by improving electoral mechanisms. Zaurish, I would like to express my gratitude to you for promoting the rights of women. I believe that you do a huge work in order to prepare women for political endeavors, and I believe that you make a significant contribution by discussing all the relevant issues with regards to the participation of women in political life. And you have all my support. Thank you for your attention. Thank you very much. Artur Yermekovich, your words will be supported by people, in my opinion, and actually, your statement will become sort of a hymn for our citizens. I believe that women deserve an equal treatment. They need to be on equal footing when it comes to their participation in the governance, and I believe that someday this will become true. Now, I would like to give our next floor to international partners, thanks to whom this event has become possible, and one of them is Liliana Palihovic. She'll take the floor a little bit later because Liliana is not here with us. She's on Zoom. Oh, are you with us? Yes, I'm here. Oh, I just wanted to double check. Dear Liliana Palehovic, we would like to welcome you. I know that you're not in Moldova, your homeland, you're in Serbia right now, and um, despite this, you accepted our invitation to take the floor and share your welcoming remarks on behalf of the OSCE chairperson. You are also our special representative of the OSCE chairman, and you will provide us with the longer report during the second half of the day. I would like to give the floor to one of the distinguished women in the OSCE parliament. She's an outstanding politician of Moldova who used to be the deputy of several convocations, a vice speaker of several convocations. At one point, she was the speaker of the parliament of the Republic of Moldova, and now she takes part in a number of different initiatives, and she runs several international organizations. She has established a school for women politicians in Moldova. Last but not least, she is here to talk as the special OSCE representative of gender issues. She's the person with expertise. She knows how to promote women in politics, and she is here to share her experience with us. Liliana, the floor goes to you. Thank you very much, Madam Patava.
Good morning, and thank you for inviting me to speak on this issue, which is close to my heart and represents a cause in which I truly believe. prosperity of the nations is ensured by equitable opportunities for meaningful participation of women and men in decision-making processes in all spheres of life. Gender equality and including equal participation of women and men in all aspects of political and public life is the cornerstone principle to which all OSCE participating states have subscribed, and Kazakhstan as well. I would like to mention today that in 2009, the OSCE Ministerial Council adopted a decision, an important one, focused on women participation in political life and public life, calling on all participating states to encourage all political actors to promote equal participation of women and men in political parties, with a view to achieving better gender balanced representation in elected public offices at all levels. This decision provided a renewed momentum to objectives established by the OSCE participating states in 2004 in the OSCE Action Plan for the Promotion of Gender Equality. And this plan is establishing the framework within which the OSCE institutions provide assistance to participating states in developing effective measures to bring about the equal participation of women in democratic participation. Speaking about the participation of women in parliamentary elections, we have to mention that it varies across the OSCE region, which encompasses a wide range of countries in Europe, Central Asia, and North America. As of my last update at the beginning of this year, the OSCE wide rate of women representation in parliament stands about at almost 30.6%. It's true that it has doubled compared to the year 2000, and this encourages us to continue our work on changing the mentality and behavior of our societies for better respect for women's rights. This increase in women representation in national parliaments over the last decade, however, has been due largely to significant gains in a very limited number of participating states, while overall progress remains uneven across the region. The countries that have the best representations was already mentioned today by previous speakers, and I will not repeat it, but I just have to mention that these are countries that shows a good economical, social, and political development. The extent of women's representation in elected office in any given country is determined by a wide range of factors, including the general progress towards achieving equality of rights and opportunities among women and men in public and private sphere, the choice of political and electoral systems, and the level of transparency in decision-making process within political parties. Nonetheless, within this context, complex set of factors, political parties are often referred to as the gatekeepers of women political participations. Barriers such as direct or indirect gender-based discrimination in party procedures and practices, a lack of gender sensitivity in candidate selection and outreach, or an inequitable distribution of party resources among candidates are complex challenges faced by women within political parties and in particular by women candidates in their electoral campaigns. I appreciate the initiative to organize this conference and to analyze what lessons should be learned by the Republic of Kazakhstan from the last parliamentary elections when analyzing women's involvement and the mandates obtained. Organizing such discussions to evaluate the result achieved in the last election is encouraged and welcomed because they help us to adjust our policies and actions for better to fulfill assumed commitments. Thus, I wish you fruitful discussion, and I will gladly contribute to these discussions by sharing the positive experience of the OSCE and my suggestions and recommendations for your country. Thank you for your attention, and looking forward to the discussion in thematic panels.
Thank you very much, dear Liliana. We're also looking forward to listening to your presentation during our second session. I believe that our participants will find your presentation very interesting. I always listen to your recommendations very carefully as they are highly relevant for our country. And I think that the government authorities that are present here today, the representatives of the Deputy Corps, or the representatives of the Deputy Corps of previous convocations and the civil society representatives will apply these recommendations in order to improve the situation against the political rights in the Republic of Kazakhstan. Now I would like to give the floor to our major donors that supported this event. So I would like to give the floor to Her Excellency Kathy Lich, the Ambassador of the Great Britain to the Republic of Kazakhstan. Dear ladies and gentlemen, I'm very glad to be here. I'm very happy to take part in this conference. To me, this is a great honor, and this is my personal goal to encourage women in politics.
First of all, that well done for being here, for being a woman in politics, whether you're already elected or want to be elected, whether you're a civil servant or an activist. The fact that you are here today shows that you care about the way that your country is governed, and therefore you are a woman in politics. And that's what we need, and we don't have enough. So I'm really delighted that I can take part today in the kind of thing which is really necessary to encourage more women to take part, to have the skills to succeed. And that's about networking, sharing experience, finding allies. We need male allies, but also then creating an action plan. We need action, we need targets, because our own experience is that otherwise change is very slow. And let me give you some statistics. My grandmothers were born into a country where they didn't have a vote, even though we pride ourselves on being one of the world's oldest parliamentary democracies. My mother was born 17 years after we finally achieved universal franchise for all women and all men without a property qualification. That was only in 1928. It was when I was 9 years old that we had our first female prime minister in the United Kingdom, the Iron Lady, Mrs. Thatcher. But at that time, out of 650 members of parliament, we only had 19 women. So I think you can imagine what an extraordinary woman she was to become the leader of her parliamentary party in that situation. But despite the fact we had a female prime minister, the number of women in parliament continued to be very, very low. And really things didn't change in the UK until the Labour Party in the late 80s and the early 90s decided to do something about it. First of all, after much discussion, they decided that all shortlists for new candidates for parliamentary positions, and as you know, in the UK, we have what you call annamandatne, majoritarian constituencies. We don't have party lists. So to begin with, the suggestion was there should be at least one woman on the shortlist of candidates. But surprise, surprise, that woman was never selected as the candidate. So then they decided that at least half the candidates on the shortlist should be women. But surprise, surprise, women were still not being selected as the candidate to stand for Parliament. So after, again, much discussion and controversy, in 1990, for the 1997 election, the Labour Party took a decision that in half the seats, half the parliamentary constituencies where a Labour MP was retiring, and in half the seats where the Labour Party believed they had a good chance of winning, so half the winnable seats, they had women-only shortlists. So only a female candidate was selected for those seats in half the seats which the Labour Party believed they could win. And the result was that overnight in 1997, the number of women in Parliament doubled from 60 to 120. And 101 of those were Labour MPs from the Labour Party. So 120 out of 650 in 1997. That's a lot better. But today, in 2023, we haven't quite managed to double that again. We're now 225, which is 35% worse than Rwanda. So we still have some more work to do, but again, I think what has changed is the determination to have balance and to make sure that we do select female candidates. But of course, it's not just about Parliament; it's also about other important civil service and agency positions. And when I joined the Foreign Office in 2000, there were only out of 274 embassies and posts around the world, there were only 6 female ambassadors. And our male foreign secretary at the time said, that's not good enough. And a complete change came about in my organization to help promote women. When I arrived, I remember there was 1 female director out of, I think, 30. There were no women except 1 who had ever reached the most senior positions in the Foreign Office. And some of the steps which were taken, I think, are relevant for all organizations. So on recruitment panels for jobs, there must be gender balance. That's an absolute rule. You cannot have an all-male panel selecting somebody for a job. Promotion competitions were made transparent and fair. And when that happened, surprise, surprise, women started to be promoted. And as well, flexible working practices were instituted, making it more possible to job share, to take some time out and come back again. And I have to say, would not be here today if I had not been able to take advantage of those flexible practices. I was even the 2nd job share ambassador with my husband in Armenia from 2012 to 2013. So that's how far our ministry was willing to go to try to help promote women into senior positions. And I forget the figure now of how many female ambassadors we have. It's still not brilliant, to be honest. It's around 50, I think, out of 274. But for the first time, I think it was last year, for the first time ever, we had all female ambassadors in G7 countries. The first female ambassador in France, in Germany, in Japan, in Washington. We still haven't had a female ambassador in Brussels. We're still waiting for that, but things are a lot better. So I think my final words are to you are keep going, don't give up, be allies to each other. As Madeleine Albright, the first Secretary of State in America, said, there's a special place in hell for women who do not help other women. So it's up to all of us to help each other, and up to our male allies to help us as well. And I really hope and encourage you to fulfill your dreams and ambitions. Your country needs you. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency, Catholic. Country led by Margaret Thatcher. That's a country which can be proud of its very outstanding women politicians, and you are an example. Actually, you can lead by your own personal example and be a role model for us. We should be also very ambitious, seek our seek the ways to promote our careers and never give up. Next, the opening remark is provided to Mr. Maciej Adam Medalinsky. He is head of policy, press, and information, and also deputy head of mission of the delegation of the European Union to Kazakhstan. This is our strategic partner who is helping us in many projects and endeavors. EU is our long-standing partner, and this event is also organized with the support from this. Thank you very much, Ms. Zaurish. Dear ladies and
Дамы и господа, of course, I'm saying this with ladies first, but we are both in this. That's why, ladies and gentlemen, I think we are all together in this, as it was already said. Second remark before I start, I will be speaking in English. I hope I will cause less trouble to interpreters than the excellent Mr. Lastayev, who really, I was impressed by the multilingual presentation. I wish next time I could speak in Kazakhstan. Welcoming everybody, distinguished ambassador, Madam Batalova, the senators, Madam Masonova and Zhiksinbai, Mr. Lastayev, representatives of OSCE, very important, and also our EU member states who are also supporting the event. I'm very happy and proud. So also for me, it's an honor to be here today and to discuss a topic that is very close to all of us, whether in Europe or here, participation of women in political life. When women are actively involved in decision-making processes, we get a different, broader perspective on the table, policies that better reflect the diverse needs of the society. Women are very often a factor for peace, for balanced social development, and that's why it's beyond doubt everyone fully agrees that the participation of women needs to reflect the society, the role of women in the society, the role of women in demographics. And we are all trying to achieve that. In Europe, of course, there are different experiences. The quota was already broadly discussed by several colleagues, speakers here. I think the quota is not a. I'm obviously I have to decline this. Obviously, it's pretty much today generally agreed that quotas are needed because of the change, as otherwise would be slow. I agree with Ambassador, but quota is not everything. We are talking here about meaningful representation of different groups of society. The same applies to women. The same applies to other groups. When we're talking about democratization, the processes that are happening in Kazakhstan. We obviously also talking about having broad representation of different views, including obviously, for example, women. My dream would be to see women in parliament who would be representing, for example, families of victims of the tragic events from last year, for example. I mean, but I think only then we could be talking about true inclusiveness, which yes includes gender inclusivity among other aspects of inclusivity. I don't know if Ambassador spoke about her country. I don't know if I can speak about mine because I represent the EU. But in Poland, you know, for example, talking about quota for people with disabilities, I don't think there is one in Poland. But when there was a situation of a protest of mothers of disabled children who were treated outside the parliament not so nicely, you know, the reaction was that one of the mothers got elected next time by angry voters who said we will not tolerate this. And I think that is quite a nice example of how also things can change. So as I said, in Europe, the situations, of course, are not. It's not it's a very diverse continent and very diverse group of countries, but roughly about 33% of members of national parliaments are women. Senior ministers, it's similar, 32%, and leaders of parties, 26%. So I guess some of member states present here are probably among the leaders, but as I said, it's a very diverse situation. Nevertheless, the EU is very strongly committed to achieving gender balance whether we're talking about EU institutions, including European Parliament, national governments, political parties, also the media, for example. And then there are very concrete steps being taken. Currently, we are in the third EU action plan on gender equality and women's empowerment, which is in the period for 2020 to 2025. And we're promoting, obviously, gender equality, not only within the EU, but also in all our actions abroad. That's very, very important, including in Kazakhstan. Also, let me briefly mention, I mean, Europe is not only European Union. We have, for example, Ukraine, and you are aware of the immense suffering of that nation. And also that includes incredible demographical, socioeconomic changes, the role of women, the women who are abroad, mostly, many of them in other countries, including in the EU. And for us, it's, I think, hard to grasp what consequences it has for exactly also for issues related to gender. It's just extremely difficult, but obviously we need to support and we are as much as we can this situation. About partnerships, so the OSCE, I understand, is one of the main partners. I guess together with the OSCE, the UN, EU and member states present in Kazakhstan, and the government and civil society of Kazakhstan, we need to work together to address gender disparities in political representation, to create an environment when women are truly encouraged to step forward, where all their skills are nurtured and all barriers to participation are dismantled. In practical terms, the European Union, among several initiatives, including Spotlight with the UN, also has some smaller but important programs, for example, with the NGO Yerkin Kanate, on a program called Leaders of Change, which supports female human rights leaders, or with the Eurasia Foundation for Central Asia on a project, Your Voice Matters, which works also on increasing the role of women, especially in local and national decision-making. Also, several member states, including those present in the room, have programs supporting gender equality. Therefore, let me conclude by recalling once again the European Union's steadfast support to Kazakhstan's journey towards a more inclusive, representative, and democratic society. And I would like to thank again the organizers and wish everyone a very, very interesting continuation of discussions. Koprahmet. Спасибо.
Thank you very much, Mr. Madalonsky, for such support. I would like to thank all the conference participants and thank you very much for your welcoming remarks. Now I would like to invite all our other partners in our project works, and specifically who supported us in organizing this event. I would like to invite Mr. Nout van Wonderberg, Deputy Ambassador of the Kingdom of the Netherlands, Ms. Helena Bogdan, Embassy of Finland, Ms. Dina Amrisheva, UN Women Office in Kazakhstan, and Mr. Yuri Fenepetov, acting head of the OSCE program of Astana. These are our strategic partners who profoundly supported us in implementation of different projects during a very long period of time. One important partner is actually Embassy of the Kingdom of Netherlands. We had a 3-year project related to corruption issues, and today they are supporting us in facilitation of the policy rights project. We really appreciate all your support, and we would like to thank His Excellency, Mr. Ambassador. Now, please, the floor is yours, Dr. Nout van Wonderberg, to provide some welcoming remarks to our participants online and offline. Thank you.
Of the Netherlands to Central Asia in Astana addresses this conference with gratitude and utmost pleasure. Indeed, my name is Nout van Woudenberg and I'm the Deputy Head of Mission of the Embassy of the Kingdom of the Netherlands here in Astana. Dear all, let me start by pointing out that as a member of the international community, two universal principles are of utmost guidance for the Kingdom of the Netherlands. I'm talking about human rights for all and leave no one behind. Those principles are not only enshrined in Article 1 of our Constitution, that's the article on non-discrimination, but also in the Dutch policy of diversity and inclusiveness. We are convinced that a more diverse and inclusive society leads to a more prosperous nation and country, and ultimately to a more prosperous world. As another branch of the same tree, the Dutch government launched the so-called feminist foreign policy in November 2022. By means of that policy, the Netherlands aims to enhance quality between men and women worldwide. Because everywhere in this world, more steps need to be taken to reach universal equality, especially when it regards women and girls. Worldwide, there is a structural gender inequality. And this is even more so when belonging to another minority. So that's even more so when belonging to another minority. 4 terms are central in this feminist foreign policy: rights, representation, resources, and reality check. So these are the 4 R's. Women should worldwide be able to invoke their universal rights and safeguard it from violence. So that's the rights. Women should be equally represented and be able to take part in political decisions. So that's the representation. Sufficient financial resources should be available in order to obtain the aforementioned goals. So that are the R of resources. And then realization of these goals should be shaped in such a way that it fits into the local context. So there we have the reality check. As long as rights of women and girls are not guaranteed, they are vulnerable for mistreatment and discrimination, also in the financial and legal sphere. With a budget of 510 million euros for the years 2021 until 2025, the Netherlands SDG 5 fund, and the SDG 5 is the Sustainable Development Goal number 5, is about gender equality, is one of the biggest funds for women's rights and gender equality worldwide. It is used to enhance participating of women in political decision-making, peace process and reconstruction, as well as female entrepreneurship and female human rights defenders. It's all used to combat domestic violence, as well as supporting LGBTQ women. Thus also when it comes to gender equality, the Netherlands adheres a policy of diversity and inclusiveness. Today's topic is focusing on political representation of women and is thus from the outset the topic in the center of the Dutch attention. We applaud that the OSCE Program Office in Astana, UN Women and the Fund for Development of Parliamentarism in Kazakhstan is together with some of our international community members organizing today's conference. The Embassy of the Kingdom of the Netherlands in Astana is a warm supporter. I wish you a fruitful and inspiring day. Rahmet.
Спасибо огромное. Вы
Thank you very much. You provided very important information. Well, if men in Kazakhstan had this information and would be in the same way promoting these goals and principles, we would be achieving results pretty soon. Therefore, we have to make very expanded meetings with such speakers as you and with our men who are working on the decision-making level, for them to have your example, to see how colleagues from other countries see the change in their countries and what kind of recommendations they can share with us. Next, I would like to provide the floor to another guest of ours who is supporting our project. This will be representative of the Embassy in Finland. We will hear now Ms. Helena Bogdan, Deputy Head of Mission of the Embassy of Finland in the Republic of Kazakhstan. Ms. Helen, please.
Esteemed guests, dear colleagues and friends. Firstly, I would like to thank the OSCE Program Office, the Fund for Development of Parliamentarism in Kazakhstan, and all other co-organizers for the great job you have done on organizing this event. I am truly excited to be here today and speak to you about this important topic. As you might know, Finland has a long tradition of equality in its political decision-making. In 1906, Finland granted full political rights to women, thus becoming the first country in the world to do so. This meant the right to vote and the right to stand in elections. The following year, Finland elected the first female parliamentarians in the world. That year, 19 women proudly entered through the doors of parliament as lawmakers. Today, nearly half of the members of our parliament are women, 46% to be precise. And in our prime minister's cabinet, 12 of the 19 ministers are women. For women to become elected officials requires overcoming certain obstacles. Legislation needs to be adapted, structural barriers tackled, people's attitudes molded, and glass ceilings broken. It might take time, but inevitably it will happen. You may recall Sanna Marin, our former prime minister, who happened to be the third female in that role. Not only was she, at the time of her inauguration, the youngest serving prime minister in the world, but together with a cabinet of ministers, many of whom were women of similar age as her, she successfully led the country through the COVID-19 pandemic and during the historical time of Finland joining NATO. Finland takes a lot of pride in its history of equality. However, this is not only a matter of national pride for us. For Finland, equality is a matter of prosperity. A society cannot reach its full potential utilizing only half of its human capacity. Without women in parliament, we would not be an example of equality as we're perceived today. And without equality, we would not be the prosperous Nordic country as we're known today. You cannot have one without the other. In 2023, for the 6th year in a row, Finland was chosen as the happiest country on earth. If you ask me, what are we doing right? What is our secret? I will tell you, this is our secret. We have come a long way, but there's still a lot to be done, even in Finland. This is why female empowerment and the rights of women and girls is at the core of our foreign policy and development cooperation. We wholeheartedly support increasing the opportunities of women throughout the world, in Central Asia and here in Kazakhstan. Дорогие друзья,
dear friends, with the increasing number of women in parliaments, we will be able to achieve more balanced approach. This will allow us to make quality-based decisions, informed decisions to promote prosperity, equality, well-being, and happiness of the whole society. This is a very important task which we have to be working on together adherently, and this will be how to achieve success. History is showing us that when women have a a possibility of participation in decision making, they will take their place in this process. Thank you very much for your attention. Thank you, Ms. Helena Bogdan. 46% is for us is something not realistic today, but this is a goal we will be moving towards in partnership with such countries as Finland. I'm positive that we will achieve that. Ms. Pia Kalmar, who is head of the parliament, Ms. and other members of parliament who've met from Finland here in Kazakhstan, and you personally, I think we will be continuing our collaboration in this area, and that's very important. Experience of Finland is very important for us. It will be very much appreciated, especially since we are attempting to implement that in Kazakhstan, and that is an objective we should be working towards. Now, I would like to provide the floor to our next very important strategic partner who supported this event. Who together with us prepared all the technical, even technical aspects of this event, and the most important are very concerned to make sure that all the initiatives which are raised today will be implemented in practice, and to ensure that participation of women in Kazakhstan would become equal and aligned with the same work of men. First, I would like to provide the floor to Ms. Dina Amlisheva. She is the acting head of UN Women Office in Kazakhstan. Ms. Dina, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Zoryash. Good afternoon. I would like to welcome everyone on behalf of UN Women in Kazakhstan, and I would like to express my gratitude to our distinguished partners from the civil society sector. When Zoryash came to us with this initiative to hold a conference, we supported immediately. We decided to support our female activists who come here from all regions of Kazakhstan because we are here to raise this very important topic of strategic importance, not only for the UN Women on national level, but on a global level as well. The UN Women is a part of the United Nations that works in the field of promotion of gender equality and women empowerment all over the world. And both on national and global levels, we provide support to our partners in order to implement international standards and in order to help governments implement their international commitments under different conventions and international agreements. Therefore, this is our direct responsibility to support our partners. I would like to thank our international partners that also reciprocated and supported this event. In addition to support in the field of legislation and implementation of specific initiatives, UN Women carry out research on national, regional, and global levels. And for the time being, in 2023, according to the UN Women research, only 17 countries out of 195 have women as heads of states, and only in 19 countries out of all countries of the world, women run governments. There are only 13 countries where women have 50%, 50% of women or more run the cabinets of ministers and are active political leaders. Mostly women are the deputy heads of ministries, and they cover such issues as the gender equality, women equality, family issues, social integration, and so on and so forth. And it's not a secret because women mostly focus on the resolution of social problems in every society of every country. In the world, there are about 22 countries where women account for less than 10% in the parliament, and covers both chambers, lower chamber and upper chamber. In some parliaments, there are no women at all. Unfortunately, with current progress rates, gender parity of national legislations will not be achieved until 2063. As we know, in 2023, the share of women in legislation went down by 9%. However, we believe that for us, this is a very important experience. And by having such experience, we can act together and develop our further steps in order to move forward. And we reaffirm our readiness to provide further support. A very well weighted political participation of women is fixed on an international level in different documents. For example, there is a Beijing Declaration that was adopted in 1995. Even though a lot of countries haven't achieved gender parity on the decision-making level, gender quotas, as it was mentioned repeatedly today, are quite a valid mechanism in order to improve the representation of women in politics. Currently, as it was mentioned by previous speakers, there is a 30% quota for women and youth and for people with disabilities in Kazakhstan, but we call for our partners because we want to consider quotas which would be targeted on women only, because this will help women get seats in the parliament and become more active in the work of the parliament. We also have the evidence base on the representation of women in the parliament that can affect the quality of decisions. For example, according to the UN Women Research in India, there are lots of socially significant projects on water quality where women were quite proactive. And this effectiveness was 62% higher. In Norway, for example, the cause and effect relationship was established with regards to the municipalities where women would take a managerial position. Women can take leadership positions in parliaments, in female fractions. They can root for the gender equality problems. And one of the most relevant problems, according to women, is the problem of gender-based violence and economic empowerment of women. Also, gender-sensitive public governance is one of the challenges. In the family and gender policy, there is an indicator that says that the women representation shall be more than 30%. Therefore, we closely cooperate with our partners, and we're very thankful to the National Commission for the Affairs of Women and Family Demographic Policy that pays a special attention to this area of promotion of women. Lazat Kerimkulovna already mentioned Tomiris project, and we are very happy to be a part of this project together with the National Commission and the Ministry of Information and Social Development. We had very active and intense trainings for women from all regions of our country who went back to their communities, to their cities, and keep improving the potential of women on a local level. One more thing, I would like to share some news with you. In 2023, Kazakhstan chairs in the Dialogue of Women in Central Asia. That is a regional platform for the exchange of opinions between female decision makers. And I think that Kazakhstan is quite active in all regional platforms. Nevertheless, we were very delighted to support our partners in this initiative. The major topic of this dialogue is women and security measures. And I would like to emphasize the fact that the topic of innovations and technologies is becoming even more relevant, because innovations and technologies will help us quickly and effectively resolve our problems and achieve results of our efforts. That is why, in conclusion, I would like to say that we continue to work together with our partners. We encourage our partners to pay their attention to regions, to remote corners and rural areas in our country where women really need support in order to be able to become more active in the political life of our country. Thank you for your attention. Thank you very much, Madam Amrishova. You fairly noted that strong regions mean strong country, and this should be a priority in our work. Now I would like to give the floor to one more important partner of ours who has been supporting us ever since the fund was established back in 2007. We constantly work in partnership with the OEC Program Office, and we managed to maintain our partnership over these years. The most important thing is that the OEC representatives always support our regions. Therefore, we call ourselves the OEC region, the UN region. So the floor goes to the deputy head of the OEC Program Office in Astana, Mr. Yuri Finapetov. Thank you. Thank you very much. Good day, dear participants of the conference, dear experts, colleagues. Let me speak on behalf of the OEC Program Office in Astana and welcome all of you at this conference. I would like to thank our partners, the UN Women, the British Embassy to Kazakhstan, the Embassy of Netherlands and Finland, EU delegation, and the Parliamentarism Development Fund for the organization of this conference. I would like to thank you for a very long-standing, fruitful cooperation. This conference is the continuation of our joint initiative with the Parliamentarism Development Fund on the enhancement of potential of women in, as well as an encouragement of women in politics. We provide platform where participants exchange their experience in order to promote female potential in decision-making and in politics. This conference touches upon very interesting topic of participation of women in politics because it always is limited. Women are underrepresented in managerial positions and in the parliament. And whether this is an electoral position or a civil service or a private sector or an academic area, women are underrepresented, even if women are drivers for change, and therefore they have to be equally presented in these structures. Women in politics or women who are quite active in the political life of country are always under online attacks or bullying, and we have to keep in mind the hostility as well as the very harmful momentum that women have to deal with, and this creates additional burden, which in worst case scenarios make women go away from politics at all. A broader gender equality in terms of participation in politics provides us with more effective results, and sustainable growth and democracies cannot be achieved without the participation of the entire population. And women have to support each other, and they have to be present at the decision-making table. Taking into account the fact that women account for more than half of the population, their experience and their unique views may be decisive for security and stability. And that's what the OEC pays attention to. It is a great honor for me to be a part of the largest regional organization, the Organization for Security and Cooperation in Europe, that focuses on peace, stability, and security. And the Secretary General of our organization is Helga Maria Schmidt. She is a woman. She visited Kazakhstan back in June. Madam Schmidt said that gender equality is connected to peace, stability, and security in the region and beyond. And when women take part in the world of the societies on an equal footing, as well as in the political life and economic and peaceful processes, it's a win-win situation. OSCE in its key documents, particularly in the OSCE Action Plan from 2014 on the support of the gender equality, repeatedly emphasized the importance of the full-fledged participation of women in ensuring democracy, prosperity, and social justice. And the member states of the OSCE, to be precise, 57 of them, including Kazakhstan, undertook obligations to facilitate gender equality and to enhance the participation of women in political and social life, as well as in decision-making processes, as well as in international cooperation. In this regard, we welcome the adoption by Kazakhstan of the National Action Plan of Events on the implementation of the resolution of the UN Security Council 30 and 25 on equal and multifaceted participation of women in prevention of conflicts as well as settlement of conflicts and ensuring peace and security. In conclusion, I would like to reassure you that the Program Office of the OSCE is ready to closely cooperate with you in the future and to assist you in all aspects of gender equality, promotion, and women empowerment. We really hope that the women of Kazakhstan will be better represented in the government. We encourage the participation of women in politics. We wish you a very fruitful discussion. Thank you for your attention. Thank you very much, Mr. Yuri Finopetov. So while our technical team is preparing our next presentation, I would like to say the following. So we have listened to the welcoming remarks of all of our keynote speakers. We would like to do the following. I will reduce my presentation because I have one more presentation to give in the afternoon. That's the first thing. Second, we would like to have a coffee break first and return 5 minutes earlier. Let's come back in 15 minutes, okay? So before we go to have a coffee break, I suggest that our guests are representatives of the government authorities, our members of parliament, and our international partners would reconvene here to take a group photo. It'll be our business card whenever we promote gender equality in Kazakhstan, okay? So let's take a group photo first, and then we'll take a break for coffee for 15 minutes. We come back at 11:40.
На фотографии не считается, да? Ирина, вы здесь, да? Да, вот сюда, вот прям проходите. Давайте. Так, проходите. Лига женской солидарности, Жигер. И вообще, кто хочет потом тоже пройдете, встанете. Сейчас. Да, давайте. Да, конечно. А вы наверх, наши гости. Так. Так. Давайте. Да, проходите. Девочки, делайте.
Давайте поближе.
Да, поближе. Да, посольство Бельгии, Испании у нас здесь присутствует в качестве поддерживающих наших партнеров. Мы благодарны вам. Спасибо большое. Прямо идем на кофе-брейк, и через 15 минут мы вас ждем здесь в зале. Я очень коротко скажу, а более детально, когда выступление. Ну, список давно уже, она собирает подписи. Уважаемые участники, идет также регистрация гостей. Здесь наш сотрудник Лязат Камзе. Пожалуйста, регистрацию проходите. Как дела, Рома? Все нормально? Нормально. Ты выступаешь у нас? Мы увидимся. До обеда мы тебе сделаем. Там, прям связано. Ой, Саня, Рахмета, халайсин. Спасибо.
позволения.
Кофе убрать? А вообще я хочу с вами отдельно встретиться, знаете, еще обсудить ряд других вопросов. Давайте в начале сентября свяжемся.
Хорошо, да,
Всё.
после 30-го.
Да, после 30-го. До 30-го все заняты. Всё. Ага. Скесар, үлкен рахмет сізге.
Рахмет.
Жұмысыңызға еңбегіңізге рахмет.
Yes, to get a meeting in 2 weeks, I think. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Я так поняла, мне постоянно раз с микрофоном. Уважаемые гости, пожалуйста, скорее на кофе-брейк.
То мы уже дискуссию начали по этому
Нет,
поводу.
правильно. Вот смотрите, сейчас первый, потом будет вот это закончится сразу. Вторая
вторая
папка,
папка,
да,
да.
первая панельная дискуссия. И там по номерам Аида Альжанова.
Да.
И там по порядку идет все. Ну,
Пока вы не заняты, мы следующее дальше.
чуть попозже. Давайте позже. Не сейчас. Где-то во второй половине дня. Все. Ты сейчас не здесь стой, а там. Кто будет уходить, у них расписание. Так ты здесь стоишь, они уйдут, пока ты здесь стоишь. Там прям стоите. Не роняйте. Неге? Сіз уважаемые участники. Раз. По-моему, не работает, что ли? Раз. Проходим в зал. Чашечки с кофе с собой можете взять. Проходим в зал. Чашечки с кофе возьмите с собой. Проходим в зал. Проходим в зал. Чашечки с кофе возьмите с собой. Проходим в зал. Проходим в зал. Рада вас. Проходим в зал. С собой берите. Проходим в зал. Сейчас вот после брейк они все есть хотят. Обед будет, после обеда пообедаем, и там будет время. И говорят, давайте лучше в это время. Потому что все... Да, Ирина.
По чуть-чуть этот, они буквально...
Да. Вот я вижу уже кое-кого.
Это уже...
Ну, вот, да, вы гостей, вот этих, а наши девочки, там пишет, Татьяна переживает, что они, я говорю, они сейчас всех увидят, они прям на сцене. Да. Вот список я отправляю уже, Ирина. Напиши в чат, девочки, приглашайте всех. Потому что потом надо, как мы будем с парламентом, будем МИОР, как мы будем с вами, вот это надо. Алло?
Я знаете, что говорю? Чтобы пришла ее дочка с малышом, когда она будет выступать, чтобы они рядом стояли.
Да, хорошо, вот они придут.
Потому что сейчас я это Кетти Лич сказала из Британии. Она, ну вот что, я говорю, даже у вас есть гендерное неравенство столько. Она говорит, да, вот я это, у меня детей вообще не говорите, что у нас трое детей, а вы посол, да? Да. Вот мы такие аккаунты, представляете, детей.
Да, молодец какая. Заходим в зал. Все заходим в зал.
Не обидитесь, мне надо идти на встречу дальнейшую.
Телесудок потом. Телесудок. Вы интервью дали?
Что, интервью дала?
Ага.
Все, вроде бы. Я ничего страшного, я пойду дальше
Хотите, но потом придете, да, еще?
Во сколько надо?
Ну,
У меня просто сейчас там звонки.
ну, вот самое. Хорошо, на связи. Вы вообще здесь в Астане находитесь или в Алматы?
Да, вот здесь вот мы недалеко наш офис.
Да я знаю, что есть.
Да.
Я почему-то, что вы в Алмате сами.
Нет, офис здесь.
Хорошо.
Я здесь
Ну, если есть
постоянно.
возможность, возвращайтесь. Потому что у нас хороший идет.
Да, я
Вот Полихович послушать надо. Вот Полихович, я вот на нее надеюсь. Хорошо, давайте. Заходим в зал все, заходим. Девочки, участницы лиги, просьба, пройдите, пожалуйста, прям помотивируйте, заходите в зал от людей наших. Нам надо начинать. Так, сюда проходят, чтобы мы на это время не тратили. Кандидаты в мажилис, кто у нас был? Они сюда проходят. Аида.
To ensure that we are good with time, Aida, please join me here at this panel. Myriad, please. To save the time, please proceed to your seats. Miss Салтанат Бралина.
Да. Hazır. Аида и Торт Адам. Торт Адам. Нет, три. Раз. Слабый. Раз. Да, вот, берите микрофон, передавайте. Проверьте его. Ребята, первая запись. Не забудете включить. Итак, рассаживаемся.
I kindly ask you to take your seats. Others will join us shortly. We have to continue our work. Dear participants, the fund was established in 2007, and according to the core activity of the fund, it provides a right to participate in civil affairs. It's Article 3 of the Constitution of Kazakhstan, which is supposed to be fully implemented. And at the same time, whenever we talk about the gender aspects, we mostly refer to the major law of the Constitution, provision 14, that says that we are all equal. And therefore, don't hesitate, don't be shy. Take whatever is possible to be taken from the politics, because we, as women, have equal rights. On the other hand, the opportunities are not always sufficient for women, and in order to empower women, in order to find out what kinds of means can help women participate more in politics, will be fully discussed together with our experts today. Our major mission of the Parliamentarism Development Fund is to facilitate the development of parliamentarism and the forms of participation of citizens in the civil affairs. Parliamentarism doesn't mean the parliament of Kazakhstan. This is the phenomenon where the parliament has a priority role, whereas the executive branch of power is accountable to the parliament. Therefore, the society has to learn about how to request for reports or statements from those who implement state policies. And this is what we have to think about and work on very seriously. I would also like to say that there is something wrong with the screen. We have 5 programs, and all of them are aimed at participation in public affairs or civil affairs, whether this is a social sphere or the economic one or housing and so on and so forth. All of them need political participation, state policy in the field of education or healthcare. Such policies are adopted by competent individuals. Nevertheless, we as the citizens can also take part in this decision making through electoral processes, or we can affect the decisions taken. And that's what we need to learn to do. There are a lot of other projects, and I just wanted to say that one of the most important projects of our fund is the Zhiger, as well, Zhiger program and parliamentary openness program. All of them were implemented with the support of our partners. The League of Female Solidarity Zhiger, for example, was established in December on the eve of the parliamentary elections of 2022, after the training on political leadership for women was held. One of the participants of that training then has become a member of parliament. Ever since, we constantly work with women. This year, our 16 female participants took part in the electoral campaigns of 2023. What are the barriers? What were the barriers in their campaigns? What lessons learned have they received as a result? And last but not least, do they intend to promote their initiatives to participate in civil affairs? That's what they're going to talk about today. On the 19th of March, after the elections, and on the 20th of March, during the press conference, the members of Zhiger stated that starting from now on, starting from March 20th, they will prepare for next elections. And our event is being held within the framework of that very activity. We have established a working group under the law on elections. We have already discussed major norms and provisions which we have to change in the legislation. And now we plan to develop the draft changes and complements to the existing law on elections and to a number of legal acts that regulate the electoral process. And in this regard, if you are not a member of the Zhiger League of Female Solidarity, we encourage you to unite your efforts and work in partnership with your organizations and network structures in order to promote changes in the country through the participation in the lawmaking process by changing the electoral legislation.
We would like to thank our partners who during the long-lasting history of the fund, established good relationship, and we implemented serious projects, number of serious projects. I will not elaborate on that to save time, but we would like to thank that we appreciate our international partners and for showing how much in your countries devotion is really appreciated and highly esteemed, and particularly about your intention to support women in Kazakhstan. Now you have several women in front of you. Those are the women who were candidates to become members of Majlis of the lower chamber of parliament in Kazakhstan in 2023. We had 8 candidates who were ready to serve their country. Well, 8 Majlis and 8 to Senate and 8 to Maslihats. Unfortunately, several of them were not find legitimate or eligible. While I am while I'm introducing our speakers, they can put their slides on the screen. The women in the panel discussion, number 1, we have which is called Participation of Kazakhstan's Women in Election 2023 Experiences and Lessons Learned. First, you will have our candidate to the Majlis of the Lower Chamber of Parliament from constituency number 5 in Almaty. And she will be providing the keynote report, and then we will have Akmaral, Saltanat Bralina, and Meriet Kazbekova. Akmaral is from the city of Almaty, a candidate from constituency number 3. from Aktau, from Mangistau region. She was representing that, and Meriot Kazbekova, she is the deputy of the 5th and 6th convocations of the members of the Parliament of Kazakhstan. This year, she was representing Akmola region constituency. First, I would like to provide the floor to our keynote speaker. Please turn the slides on. Miss Aida Aljanova. She will be presenting the topic candidate selection programs, comparative analysis, and the contemporary challenges. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Zaudesh. And I would like to thank all the participants. Our first session, we have our distinguished speakers mentioned a lot of topics I wanted to touch upon in my presentation. Therefore, I will cut some parts. Some parts will be repetitions or duplications, but it's a global issue which is relevant for all of us. Therefore, we understand that we sometimes come across similar problems. After the tragic events of January 2022 in Kazakhstan, we have activated political processes, and agenda now includes the justice, and just Kazakhstan became number one priority. Therefore, in the context of these changes and the political context in the country, justice understanding is a key one in the political processes. Justice in terms of the parliamentarism assumes equal and balanced representation of all groups of population in the parliament in order to ensure direct reflection of the diversity of the society, its experience, its needs, independently on the gender, race, culture, and other needs. Every citizen has a right to participate in political decision making, especially since these decisions are very relevant for our lives. Women are very big part of the general population. Kazakhstan, we have 52% of women, and not representation in the parliament fails to comprehend many issues, and some aspects might even fail to take into account interests of women. Just representation of the women in parliament plays a key role in legitimizing the state. This is also depending on the factors which are providing better condition for more balanced and more sustainable political system. Well, those are some of the factors, but very often we come across these factors, consideration of different needs of society. Women as a part of society, they have their unique needs. Therefore, when they are underrepresented in parliament, these unique needs might be not incorporated, but equal representation of women allows us to take into account flexible approach, which might be comprising unique needs and equally ensuring rights of all the population. Combating against discrimination, participation of women in policy allows us to overcome stereotypes or some discrepancies. Representation of women in parliament proves that women can full-fledged participate in the policy-making processes. This will address inequality and will ensure more just and fair societies. Increased trust into the government. When citizens see that their interests are represented on state level, they have more trust. In Finland, I visited this June. I visited Finland, and during every meeting was actually focusing on trust in parliament, meetings with mass media, meetings in courts. The number one aspect mentioned by the Finnish citizens and courts and policymakers, first of all, they look at how much trust this will bring from the citizens to the state. Well, I was really touched with this factor. I believe that this will also become a very important aspect in our country as well. Well, social stability and peace. Social studies shows that where women are widely represented at the national decision-making level, these countries are more stable and less conflicts are prevailing there. Involvement of women in different peace building processes, negotiating diplomatic processes, also bring more stability not only in the country but also globally. Therefore, as we well know, the importance of the resolution of the UN Security Council 1335, which insists on more women to be promoted on the policy decision-making processes, and more women to participate in addressing different conflicts, in trying to settle them. Well, another important factor which is affecting sustainability is economic growth. Well, economic growth is not balanced. Economic growth cannot be sustainable in a non-inclusive systems where somebody is left behind. Well, more women are involved in economic activities, the more developed country it is, and it's also promoting stability and peace. In all countries where some turbulences are happening with serious conflicts, those are economically unsustainable countries. Very often those are the countries with resource-dependent economies, not creating a lot of jobs, not diversified economies, and when the number of jobs are limited, women are being left behind the labor market. Unfortunately, this is the statistics, and statistics in Kazakhstan shows that more than 2 million women are persons who are not involved in economic activities. It's very unfortunate that Ms. Lezat Kerimkulova, because herself and her organization are doing a lot to create jobs for women entrepreneurs. According to the data of Interparliamentary Council or Union, today we've heard our ombudsman that top 10 includes countries with high representation of women. Well, look at this slide. This update is happening on a monthly basis because elections are happening globally in different countries. Well, but this top 10 for the past decade looks like that, more or less. Rwanda. Well, if you look at the representation of these countries, those are countries with different policy and economic systems, countries from different geographies, countries from different continents, but yet they are united by something very unique, and they have a lot in common. Just summarizing, these countries used similar strategies, and they were promoting this indicator and its growth. Well, quotas and legislative norms, well, that was used with such countries by Rwanda, which is number 1, Nicaragua, Cuba, and United Arab Emirates. It's very surprising to see United Arab Emirates where it's absolutely equal representation of men and women, 50%. Well, they used quotas. I just wanted you to see and to enjoy this picture. They used quotas for women and policy decision-making authorities. They have legislative norms which guarantees a specific quota for women in parliament, and that stimulates political parties to involve many women candidates and to ensure gender balance. Well, to mention UAE again, this is just a recent strategy in this country. Before, as we probably know, for a very long time they had major gender disbalance, but UAE are very well concerned about diversification of the economy. This is a country which wants to transit from oil exploration and production, and they understand that to diversify economy, gender requirement is a must-have. More women shall be involved in the labor market to achieve that. Awareness raising and education. New Zealand, Iceland, Cuba have been actively investing in education and supported programs directed towards the awareness raising of women about policy lives. This allowed to increase women's interest in political decision-making processes. Well, my colleagues, candidates will tell you that sometimes some people fail to understand political structure of our country and did not even get and comprehend why they have to vote, where these women are going to, and awareness raising and education plays a very important role here. Number 3, family support and gender equality. Sweden, Finland, Iceland, Norway. Those are Scandinavian countries which were pioneers in promoting gender equality in their parliaments. Well, and for many years already, these countries are establishing conditions for working mothers, working moms. When we had a discussion with one man in the hall during the coffee break, he kept referring that somebody has to make money, man or woman, but the question is always or. But the question is why the question is not and both men and women, not or but and, just to have 2 working members in the family. Reproductive function of a woman at some time plays a bigger role, and more time shall be spent to that, and the government structure shall be enabling conditions for women not to lose their qualification and to provide support, full-fledged support for motherhood, for childhood, for fatherhood. And Scandinavian countries are actually very successful in that, are doing really well. Women in parliaments, in prime minister's offices, even the prime ministers. Inclusion of women in political activities in many countries, including UAE, Andorra, Mexico, and New Zealand. Women were supported and motivated by political parties and society communities. Political parties are motivating people to become members of the party, and they are creating different incentives and stimulate women and motivate women to by creating special structures in political parties as women wing. They are also very actively working on promotion, especially social democratic parties. This is as a prerequisite and a norm in the charter. Support via international initiatives, a very important role is being played by international organizations which are supporting women or women's organizations to involve more women. Those countries which already covered this path or already traveled this journey, they are successfully sharing their experience to create more stable and a better world everywhere. First of all, focusing on their regions, but globally as well. And of course, a very important factor are strong women, leading women. Women leaders are in political arena, as in Norway, Sweden, and Rwanda. That's a huge motivation for other women to walk an extra mile and to prosper. Legal support from the political parties, societies, awareness and education, creating equal conditions will lead to higher representation of women in parliament. These strategies might be adopted and used in different parts, considering cultural specifics of the country. Well, now I hope you enjoyed these pictures of several parliaments. Well, here is our parliament. This is how it is now. Unfortunately, following the last elections, today we are referring to only the lower parliament because this is a current convocation, because we directly vote for the parliament members. Only 18% of members are women. This is quite sad because compared to the previous convocation, it is a regress. it's a downward trend. Just look at this diagram. This is a convocation number 3, 2004. Why am I taking it as a baseline? Because in 2004, for the last time before this time, elections were happening by a mixed type with a party membership list. It was different proportion. Only 10% were coming from the party list. The others were as independent candidates. For the majority-based system. And today, Her Excellency Ambassador Litchi was saying that in Great Britain, it was majority system. In United Kingdom, UK is a country of long-lasting tradition of elections. They are not ready to change the system. People are used to the system, even though in many countries, in new democracies, it's considered that a majority system is not really a well-established one, or is not very well in operation, because following the majority system, you will not always get representation in the parliament which is representing interests of the majority. The proportional system is better one, but yet it is necessary, of course, to work quite strongly on political institutes. From 2007, when elections to parliament were happening only based on the list from political parties, there is an upward trend with a growing number of women. As parties, as institutes, they were looking at the factors which would be promoting better image of the parties, better sustainability. And in addition to that, parties as institutes, they participate in different international forums. They exchange experience and share knowledge. In 2016, for the first time, as this was a threshold of 27%, it was the same for the previous election in 21. So, well, after 27, our hope was to see 30, and then it would be always growing trend. Well, even this year, when we had lists of the political parties, we were not able to achieve this minimum threshold. But this year, of course, we were a little bit disappointed. First of all, because less women were elected, and particularly among majority candidates. We will discuss it further. In political parties, everything is not bright and shiny as well. Well, why is it very important to have representation of women? Because this is a factor which can be used to measure such a very important index, which is called Global Index of Gender Gap. Global Gender Gap Index. Well, it's very interesting that it's being calculated by the Davos World Economic Forum. Well, why Davos, and don't they have any other problems to care about? Focusing on gender index, well, at least this gender shows the gender gap and inequality in the country, while all the other types of inequalities are very difficult to measure. Gender inequality is a little bit easier in this regard because there is some kind of a statistics for men and women, and also, therefore, this indicator is not very labor consuming, but yet we don't have enough gender statistics. It's very difficult to measure inequality on nationalities, ethnic groups, language discrepancies, religious discrepancies, and so on. But gender statistics is very well evolved one.
So, in 2012, we were on the highest possible level. We ranked 31st. And then, even though the number of women in the party lists increased, we went down and we reached the 80th place in this ranking in 2020. people were like, how come the number of women is growing, but we are going down in this ranking? It's because the world is not static, and it's not that other countries are standing there doing nothing while we are improving our positions. Everything is changing. Therefore, we have to renew our goals and objectives every time. So we've improved our positions slightly, and everyone was happy about that. But this became possible just because we have canceled the list of prohibited professions for women in our country. And that's a great merit of the representative of Aziza Shujeva from the National Commission, because she managed to promote the 30% quota for women in the board of directors. That is why all of these minor changes were quite positive. They had a positive impact on this on our position in the index, but we are afraid of losing our positions in the future, because as you can see, when it comes to the gender gap index, when it comes to the political leadership indicator, we're not even in the list of 100 countries. So what are the peculiarities? Quotas are not formulated correctly, and our many years of efforts of the for the establishment of gender-based quotas led to the fact that we now have mixed quotas. And now we are mixed with youth and with people with disabilities. And again, now we've been as quotas are a combination of three categories: women, youth, and people with disabilities. And we can claim for the position or the seat in parliament. So these gender-based quotas, not a gender-based quota, I call it an uncertain quota because it's a mix of everything. This quota didn't provide a desired effect from the standpoint of gender equality. Nevertheless, for people with disabilities, it was quite helpful because in each parliamentary party, we have at least one representative of the community of people with disabilities. In parliament, there are 7 people with disabilities in total. So we do not have a clear formulation of the letter of law. And sometimes people would say, how are we supposed to ensure the 30% of quota? Do we have to now attract young women with disability or what? So I have a question to our lawmakers, to people who are sitting here today. Of course, we have to improve this provision. We have to make it better, as unclear formulation or wording of such provisions lead to such deviations. Now, I would like to say a few words about a share of female candidates for Majlis. 80 women were presented. But when it comes to the majority system, only 20% of women were elected, which means that as the self-promoted candidates, women are very small in their number. Maybe that's because of financial limitations or a lot of other barriers that my friends will mention in their presentations. So, the share of women in the party lists among independent candidates. There are 2 parties. There are 2 leading parties, and they have a greater number of women. And this indicator exceeds 30%. This is Respublika Party, and there are only 4 people in Respublika Party. 2 of them are women, and PK is another party of 5 people where 2 are women. In absolute terms, this is really small. As for OSDP Party, only 25% of the candidates are women. Amanat, the largest and the most dense party that got 40% of the mandate, has only 8 women, and it's only 20%. It's sad because this party, in its previous convocation, had a really nice percentage of women. As for Akjol Party, this is the party that for the first time in the history of Kazakhstan promoted the candidacy of a woman for the presidential elections, has only 17% of women. And this the woman who was presented as the candidate of this party for the presidential election is one of them, one of those 17% of women. Then we have AUL and independent parties with 13 and 17% accordingly. So Amanat party in some way does the work on promotion of gender equality. As for maslihats, this is the situation with regards to maslihats. We have two leading maslihats in Pavlodar and in Ulutau region, 38 and 34% accordingly. Then come a lot of other regions with my favorite one, Almaty and Astana. There, the indicators vary from 20 to 30%. And they are below average. There are other regions from 6 to 20%, and there are two outliers. This is the Western Kazakhstan region and Kizlyurda region, 7 and 6% accordingly. And there are two maslihats that are run by women. One maslihat is based in Zhetesu region, and the other one is in Aktobe region. These are the maslihats that didn't reach 30% of women representation, but nevertheless, they have appointed women as their chairpersons. It was really hard to find these statistics, and as you may believe, it's almost impossible to find such statistical information, or even if it's there, it's not machine readable, so we have to do lots of manual work. We even had to call different organizations asking how many women are there. Probably we do not really fully understand the situation on gender issues in our country. Therefore, the statistical information has to be improved all the time. These are the recommendations from the ODIHR. I just wanted to say a few words about the party programs that I have analyzed. Not a single program of a political party or agenda of a political party, except for OSDP, has a concept of gender policy. There are some abstracts of information in the agenda that covers motherhood, women in the sense of motherhood, in the sense of a family, but in general, the policy of gender equality was present in the agenda of OSDP party. And it was present in the section of social politics, which means that they promote gender-based policy in the social sphere only. They do not really cover social or political, or the economic or political spheres, and they have a big motto: we state efficient protection of rights of and interests of women, creation of favorable conditions shall become one of the priority tasks of the government. Women are responsible for the Institute of Family in our country, and probably that's the reason why 700,000 children are being raised by single mothers. Seems like men are not responsible for their families. We have lots of men in the country that don't even pay alimony. You're out of time. Just one more minute. You know, gender issues relative gender issues may sound very elevated, but mostly these issues cover retirement and motherhood, and that's what they call gender issues, even if those issues are not really connected to gender, but to stereotypes. Not a single person in the party says, vote for women. I just wanted to reiterate the fact that during these elections, for the first time in the history of our country, women united their efforts. Women who come from different parties, from different regions, women of different background, united their efforts under the League of the Female Solidarity. And I think that this is a historic moment for female political leadership in our country. So I would like to mention Zaurish Kabulbekovna Batalova, because Zaurish Kabulbekovna is that very driver or incentive for women. She's a role model that gave us an impetus or a push for us to finally wake up and go to participate in the elections. So during the campaign, as you know, the league is not a legal entity, it's mostly an initiative. And having united our efforts, we managed to get a moral and psychological support. Zaurish would go with us to attend the meetings with the voters, which was quite important because she's a famous political activist. And whenever you have such a person standing right next to you, the trust of the voters skyrockets. And that's why we call her our political mom. And hooray, out of 16 people, only 2 got seats in Maslihat. Nevertheless, we think that this is a great victory for us, for the first timers, because we were not very well prepared. We had limited time to prepare our campaign, and we didn't have serious financial support, or we haven't done serious preliminary work with the voters. Nevertheless, I would like to congratulate our candidates. You will see both of them today. They will tell you about how they managed to achieve what they achieved. And when we compare the election campaigns of our candidates with the campaigns of women who won, you know, I was really proud. Their programs were more structured, their programs were more substantive, and they covered more serious messages compared to men. And some programs were quite sexist. I'm talking about the programs of some candidates, male candidates. They were quite sexist. Also, visually, the programs of our female candidates were much more attractive and interesting. So, long story short, even if out of 16 people, only 2 people passed, I think that this is our common victory. I think that we got invaluable experience on our way to political summit. I don't know whether we will participate in future elections or not, but we will help others what needs to be done and how. And I think that we have to support each other because we want to live in peaceful and fair country. That is why we are at the very start of our journey. Thank you. Thank you very much. It was a very inspiring presentation, Aida. Aida is one of those few women in Kazakhstan who conducted a research on the female participation in politics back in 2015, and this is the only report in the country that she updates on an annual basis. Information that she presented as a part of her research, and I think that we have to move forward in this area and show what cause and effect relationships are out there in this society, and what are the barriers for women to effectively overcome in order to participate in civil affairs. I believe that those women who could be great managers are much greater in number than we think. Taking into account our time limitation, I kindly ask our speakers to be precise, to be brief. So next floor goes to our candidate for the position of a deputy of Majlis. Could you please show next slide? It's Akmaral Shatimirqızı. Akmaral Shatimirqızı is a teacher of the secondary school Lyceum number 103 of Almaty. He's an active influencer or blogger. Before she performed her candidacy, she raised lots of social issues. So I would like to give the floor to Akmaral. Please be brief, but to the point. Thank you very much, Zaurish. Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. I would like to be brief, but to the point. So I wanted to become a member of parliament because of the situation with children and parents in schools. I've known the society really well through the condition of children. I'm not indifferent to the societal issues and unresolved problems of the country. Tragic January events motivated me to put forward my candidacy for the seat of a member of parliament. The price for food that went up every day, unemployment, high rental payments, as well as corruption issues, make people go out on the streets. And if I were an MP, I would be able to express the voices of people and make a contribution to the economic development of the country. So my election campaign included my election program included whole of the nation values, common values. For the Russian-speaking citizens, in order to start a free Kazakh language courses for the Russian-speaking citizens, I actively worked as part of my campaign because I believe that despite the language of instruction, we have to teach the common values, such subjects as the history of Kazakhstan in every school. I also raised such issues as free meals for primary school students. I also focused on the problems of the use of the pension fund resources during the election campaign. I visited different places. I managed to see the gaps in healthcare. I saw lots of women who were very ill. I realized that after well, women have to have a right to retire once they hit the age of 55. There were lots of other problems, like the problems with the sewage system, lack of favorable environment for children. All of these issues were quite urgent and pressing. What kinds of obstacles have I faced during the elections? I lost 15 days because of the registration by the place of residence, which means that the commission decided that I lived abroad for some reason, and therefore I wasn't able to get registered. I was got out of the list. I was out of the list, and therefore it caused a certain delay during my registration for the elections. But eventually, I managed to prove in the court that I am entitled to become a candidate for a seat in the parliament. A place of registration does not necessarily mean permanent registration. I may live in Kazakhstan on a permanent basis, but I can be registered in some other place, which was proven in the court. However, it took a while, and of course, a lot of teachers supported me. Nevertheless, there were some cases when teachers in my district, with whom I worked quite closely, have become my trusted. They decided to support the opponents because of the principal's order, and it reduced the number of votes, my votes. There were also different representatives of government authorities who worked as running bodies for Murad Bapi, who is an MP right now. And I think that this is the violation of the legislation. The votes were not counted correctly. Out of 500,000 tenge allocated by the government, I managed to use only 3,100 tenge. I come from a family of many children, and I have 4 siblings in Alatau district. They're married, and their family members were supposed to vote for me, but I lost their votes. I also wanted to recount the votes, and I sent a video address to our president. More than 20,000 people watched this video address, but the president, I didn't have any previous experience. I thought that these elections would be fair, but I was too naive.
I don't have any doubts that our citizens to be selected should be selected not by the state but by the people. I don't think that it's possible to work just with one man. It's too complicated. And I was able to see that during the elections, representatives of military, teachers, doctors, during the elections were taking photos next to the election sites and are reporting to their employers. I think it's a very good trend, and on the legislative level, we shall be making it mandatory to participate in the elections. And it's really necessary to promote independent observers. It's been said that woman has a cradle in one hand and the whole other world is on her other hand. I believe that state policy is very important to promote women, to empower women. We are not just shadows of our men. Women shall be a full-fledged members of the society, citizen, and to work to for the prosperity of our society and our countries. Karashashina Damabala Sagna Ultan Naimanana and Manshuk Mametova Aliya Moldagulova. We know all these heroes from our history. Those are the very bright role models who played a significant role to establish the pattern. And these heroes are among us. But Ms. Batalova is one of them. Thank you very much. During the elections, during the workshops, and during the campaigns, I was able to see and meet Zaudesh, and I asked to make me the member of the league, and Aida presented me a rose scarf. I was very warmly welcomed in the league. But to reiterate again, I will try to be brief. I failed to become a deputy. The deputy became a person who had some connection to those in power. I failed, but I became more active member of the society. I continue to be part of all the active process in the country. Thank you very much, Akmaral. Well, I would like to say during the election campaign and afterwards, she said she raised responsibility for interference of teachers into the election campaigns. And while those were her colleagues, and during the calculation counting of votes, they were participating, and at this side, she was able to actually identify very specific violations, and they actually raised this issue. She raised the issue about the dignity of teachers, and she said that she will continue to promote that, to work on that. And moreover, she said, I failed to become deputy, but I will promote problems of the teachers. She is a member of the Republican Council for Healthcare and Education, and actually we have the Majelis member Shuldis Dasbergenovna here, and she's part of this Republican Council, and she's one of the active participants who is promoting these rights. Well, it's about not being mandated, but it's also about being a citizen, and that's what Akmaral is doing today. Next participant, Bralina Sultanat, please link her in. She is not just a woman. She is the head of an organization, mostly including men. She's head of the male team. She is mother for two kids, and her kids are somewhere among us. So while they came with her, she visited recently another workshop on political activists. And when in Aktau we had a meeting with local community, she was calling to Adai tribe members that women should be equally working as men and to make decisions. And people in the audience were very supportive. I believe that she was a very good candidate. She has a great husband who supported you throughout the election campaign and everything. The floor is yours, Sultanat. Thank you very much, Odesh. Apologies, I would like to stand up because actually it's very difficult actually to listen to a person when it's just from the place. To show my respect to you, I will stand here. Can you please turn my some slides on? That is, I was candidate to become a representative of Mangistau region. This was the constituency number 22 of Mangistau region. Why have I made decision to participate? Well, either it's an old version of the presentation. Sorry about that. Well, it does not actually matter. Here is a presentation. This presentation is an outdated one, but yet I am an environmental activist. I have a business in environment from 2005. My company is called Eco Waste Actau. We participate in waste collection and sorting. Here are my kids. And that's my baby boy who was born in January, and his name is Alan because he was actually with me when we were on the plaza voicing our rights. Well, starting from 2005, I am in socially active environmental business. That was the reason why I came across with ROP LLP while they were operating the utility fair when there was an active campaign no to utility fee. Well, it was very difficult to be alone on the battlefield. Therefore, it's about combining our efforts. Now we have this campaign no to the utility fee. Sanjar Bakayev is also one of the leaders of our campaign. Why I decided to become candidate in the elections to support Sanjar and to go to the parliament to promote laws, especially to protect environment, and number two, to reduce barriers and oligopolies created by the state to support interests of specific oligarchs. That was my goal in the first slide. That was my established goal, but I either somehow mixed up with the presentation. Well, what was the biggest challenge in my election campaign? First of all, I was from Mangistau. I represented Mangistau region. You, I think, well aware of the Mangistau. It's very traditional society. Women's roles is promoted as the bearer of the family, keeper of the fireplace at home. The question was always whether my husband supports me, whether he is never questioning my motivation and my drivers. Well, all the electorate had this question independently whether male or female. Number two big issue for me was, it's a Dai tribe in our region. It's a very big network. It's a very strong. It's about highlighting the strong ties belonging of the same tribe. I am not local in Actau. I was there from 2005, but I was surprised that people supported me, voted for me. But yet this was one of the barriers why I struggled in the election campaigns, that it was not born in this region, that I did not have support of my local electorate. Third big challenge, even though I speak good Kazakh, but yet I have some difficulties with beautiful language, and in the region, therefore, I am considered to be not really very fluent in Kazakh, and that was another biggest challenge for me, because even though I was speaking Kazakh, for them it was not fluent level enough. These were the key big challenges which I faced in Mangistau region during elections. Well, slide. Well, now I would like to continue what Aida was saying about the elections. As for the elections and what were the issues or challenges like connected with the elections, I decided to participate just spontaneously. It was like Sultanat, go and participate, and I decided to go and participate. Organizing people and money, that's easy to handle because I have a business experience in managing people. Well, here I am. This is a proper presentation. This is my activity in terms of the waste collection and sorting. This is a no utility fee campaign. Here, I just wanted to say that in addition to the fact that I decided to go to support no utility fee, but also the Women's Solidarity League supported me quite profoundly. I would like to thank Zaudia Shu in particular for being such a great support from the day one. I would also like to thank Aida because from the very beginning she was helping me with my program. Of course, the issues are being raised in terms of environment, in terms of the waste management and utilization fee, but I've got great advisory support from the league. I already mentioned challenges. My program, I was well recognized in the region as an active candidate, but I needed a separate page to be represented in the social media to inform about my election campaign. My program was mostly focused on local specifics. Aida already showed analysis of our programs and our competitors' programs. If we look at my competitors, their programs were mostly too generalistic. I had specific program, environment, social and economic block. In environmental block, I had water supply, Caspian Sea issues. It was in May, and 4 months later, in mass media and everywhere, you see MAEC and blackouts and other issues. I was one of the candidates who were at the public hearings with MAEC about electricity supply and asked questions. Challenges with the election campaign in Mangostau and election process. Specifically in my example, together with me, we had 11 candidates, independent candidates. I'm not referring to the party list. This is a separate category. Well, 11 independent candidates. At the same time, for the deputies of local Maslihat in Mangistau, elections were coming up in parallel. They had 71 candidates. For Aktau City, Maslihat, 79 candidates. Overall, together they had 150 plus 11 to Majlis. In addition to that, we had the rural Maslihats. Well, you can imagine a voter to remember all the names and surnames. They had to understand differences between our programs. It was not possible during such a wide campaign. It's not really good thing to have a parallel elections. Yeah, to save some money, it's quite clear, but for electorate, it was quite a big challenge to remember everything. When I went to the elections, many forms, many candidates, even though I was active member of the election campaign, yet I never was able to comprehend who are these people who are being candidates to city and regional maslihats. Well, what are my lessons learned? Absence of any transparency. There were no explanations on how to vote. People started not about their campaigns. They were explaining 5 bulletins. First, you elect the party, then you vote for independent candidates. Third bulletin is another. Those are the different lists. It was different that Lukpan Akhmediyarov was actually explaining what's the difference between parliament and government. So this is a political literacy issues. Number two, that too many candidates, very heavy campaigns. There is no the center for election voting. They get into sleep for very long times and they wake up during the elections. It is about during this 4 years actually explaining people about what's the difference between parliament and government, just to motivate people to come and to give their votes. We had to raise these issues as well for electoral commission as well. Bringing together all other candidates with parties, with independent candidates in Instagram, we were actually focusing on the election process, not on our campaigns. Sorry for being a little bit hectic due to the technical issues and other things. Well, now I am continuing being active as woman, as mother, as a person who cares. I continue to attend public hearings. I participate in the public life of the city. I believe that this is my personal opinion. I'm not trying to press you into believing the same things, but yeah. Well, it is more efficient to work with women in terms of technical issues as the utilization fee, but social aspects should be handled together with women. That's my personal opinion. Thank you very much for your attention. I just wanted to say that my children, my family, they are supporting me and to bring a better world for their future. That's why I wanted to become part of Majlis to change and amend legislation. Thank you very much. Microphone, please. Microphone. Well, that's why women should get united to make decisions in order to improve quality of every citizen in the country. Well, the next I would like to provide the floor to Ms. Meruyet Kazbekova, candidate from Akmula region. Deputy of the 5th and 6th convocations. She has very extensive experience in policy. Meruyet is also involved in business. She is an entrepreneur and she is a very serious lady working on improving the quality of business and entrepreneurial activities among women and to raise their economic potential and capacity. Women with business capacities can be equally competing with the men. For us, for women today, it's very important to raise and to increase our economic potential, our capabilities and capacities. Presentation is not on the screen yet. Well, go ahead and start your speech. Well, thank you very much. It's great to see you at such a very important platform. In comparison to the other colleagues, I have some policy experience. Those were my 9 elections. For all 9 elections, I was trying to be elected to Majlis and twice to local Maslihat. Well, this is my experience in policy. I started from 1999. I was candidate from the Democratic Party Akjol 7 times. I was actually participating in 2 convocations, twice in 2004, and then after the majority elections, I also participated. Why I decided to participate? Because during the work in parliament, Aygul Sagdibekovna is here. We were colleagues in convocation number 5. I was secretary of the Council on Economy and Regional Development. I was also quite an active deputy in convocation 5 and 6. I was not able to deal with the specific issues of the region if they were not on the national level. Therefore, it was a key criticism during the election campaign while meeting my region, and they kept saying that they never addressed regional problems, but party system does not allow us to raise local issues. For that, we have Senate, which is elected directly. I was not elected by the region. I was elected by the party, therefore I was not able to do so. The campaign was focused on the regional challenges. It's about clean water, tariff setting, about about land issues. I used my economic experience, parliament member experience. I tried to help my people to resolve their issues. There are a lot of challenges while meeting my people in the region. Since I am from the business structure and all.
Probably the heads of villages are my friends and colleagues, and I was very embarrassed of those business people who devastated the villages where they were raised. And I just wanted to say that even though I didn't pass and didn't become a deputy, my posts and my statements led to the fact that those business people that I was talking about started to finally resolve problems of their villages. Over 18 years, nothing changed much. Since 2004, nothing changed, and the methods that the authorities would use remained the same. They would just take off the posters and they would impose material and physical damage. They would play with the results, with the votes. We kept meeting with the villagers, nevertheless. Could you please focus on lessons learned and recommendations? We try to actively use social media and bad weather conditions were also harnessed very effectively by the authorities. We try to use social media as much as possible. So, how were these elections different from the previous ones? The authorities, well, my major opponent was a woman, and she came from Otan party, Amanat party, I'm sorry. And she managed to end up in the parliament. Out of 10 candidates, my major opponents were mostly coming from these parties, and the authorities, understanding that she wouldn't get enough votes or seats, 90% of out of 29 candidates were mostly the representatives of Amanat party, or let's say they were quite loyal to Amanat party. Therefore, in my opinion, this is a good message to take into account. I published my autobiography in 2021 on the eve of the 30th anniversary of our country. I tell about my political career in that book, and I talk about the pitfalls that I had to deal with in 2023. I participated in the elections, but I didn't think that I would get another deja vu because things haven't changed for better. They have actually become worse. I think that it's not a time for loners. I believe that we have to move together, and we have a big platform of Zhiger to use. There is a lot of work awaiting us, and I believe that our victories are ahead of us. Thank you very much for your attention. Thank you. I would like to thank our participants, and I would like to ask them to take their seats. At the same time, you saw that they're very bright. They demonstrate their leadership skills, and last but not least, they intend to move on. Don't give in and never give up. These are the women that adhere to this principle. I would like to make a few modifications to our agenda and give the floor to the observation team. Roman Reimer is the human rights activist who participated in the organization of the missions of the observers during the elections in order to ensure equal opportunities and transparency in elections. So, Roman is flying to Almaty in the afternoon. Therefore, we decided to give the floor to him right away. Roman, could you please briefly tell us about major problems in the organization of the missions of observers? Because observers' missions are quite important in ensuring transparency and openness during the vote counting. Hello, everyone. Thank you very much for the invitation to take part in this conference. I am personally very happy because during our latest elections, we had a great number of women candidates, female candidates, self-nominated candidates. And of course, we were totally for that. We've been dealing with the observation since 2016. We haven't missed a single election ever since. And we try to do this work on a local level. So as individuals, or Elena Shvetsova, who is also the co-founder and the executive director of the fund, together with me, supported the candidates. Elena particularly held a few trainings for the candidates from Zhiger, whereas I held a few trainings for those candidates that I found promising. Those were the candidates from Uсть-Kamenogorsk and from Astana. As for the problems in the organization of the observation of elections, this is a very important topic. That is why we pay attention to this topic. I just wanted to say that if we focus on a national level, starting from 2020, we have seen the establishment, the emergence of very serious structural problems related to the following factors. Above all, people who are aware of the situation know very well that prior to the parliamentary elections, the tax wars began, and they lasted from October of 2020 till February of 2021. And about 15 civil society organizations were under a big pressure because of very strange justifications, due to which they were caused to liability. Not a single civil society organization was attracted even to the administrative liability, and we won the tax wars. But those tax wars took place prior to the parliamentary elections. The COVID-19 pandemic made a significant contribution to the observation matters. For example, in our foundation, on the 18th of November of 2021, we received a letter from the, let's say, chief division against infections or something like that, that said that we are a hotspot of a disease, and we were subject to quarantine. Of course, we didn't listen to these instructions, and we stayed where we were. Lately, our foundation is facing the problems of personal data. For example, people allegedly say that our foundation spreads personal information about our observers, which is not true. We survived 3 audits, including 1 criminal audit. Nothing was proven, and our foundation does not spread or disclose personal information. Our colleague will provide more information on that point in the afternoon. Last but not least, when we start talking about the observations, we mostly pay attention to the accreditation processes. And in the beginning of 2023, we got our accreditation enforced. Ludmila will provide more information on that point, but I think that the accreditation procedure is one of the barriers that can have a negative impact on the number of organizations who can act as observers. As for the observation processes, the foundation was quite responsible. We have several categories for the selection of observers. We mostly post information on social media calling for the stakeholders and the potential candidates fill out the questionnaires through SurveyMonkey or Google form, and then we select the potential candidates in our first shortlist, and after that we invite people, in case they reside in Astana, we invite them to attend offline trainings, which we hold here. By the way, our foundation is based across the street, so please be our guests. We are based at Kinyasari 8, office 414, I think. So we hold offline trainings, and if people are based in other cities, we provide them with online trainings explaining why we do these things and for what. Then we sign documents and the agreement on cooperation between our foundation and an observer, where we write down our rights and obligations on personal data. And then we issue the observers certificates or cards that observers can use during the election day and in order to fulfill their functions at a certain voting site. We also try to prepare a staff that coordinates the work of observers both in Astana and in other cities of our country. We have lawyers, we have SMM managers, we have consultants, we have catering service, we have delivery guys, and we have other people that make sure that the presence of our observers is comfortable and safe. This is what I wanted to say with regards to our observation procedures. One more thing. During the presidential elections and parliamentary elections, we had the issue of fake observers who would come to our organization, attend trainings, and then they get observers' cards. And on the day of voting, they either skip their voting stations, or they try to distract other observers. They can either say that their phones are not working or they're feeling sick, and we start wasting our resources on these so-called fake observers, whereas we're supposed to resolve other problems. And one more problem that I wanted to mention here, I always laugh when I remember of this situation. We found the law enforcement agents among observers. Well, there are special police stations that send their law enforcement agents to our group of observers to resolve some internal issues. I remember that one guy took away the observer's card. He didn't return the agreement, and we asked for the agreement, and he started telling us that he started asking us about other organizations that carry out observations for pay. And when we asked why he's asking this, he was like, I'm the law enforcement agent. I'm the police officer. I'm here to catch those observers who don't do their work. I have screenshots of this conversation. So long story short, I gave this person 12 hours for him to return the documents without any scandals, after which we sent an official letter to the police. Police didn't respond. We tried to communicate with them through other channels. So by noon on the day of election, we sent a letter to the Central Electoral Committee to annihilate his observer's card. There was a huge scandal. Police officers even arrived. All went well, though, and all ended well. But long story short, we found out that the police is interested in the internal problems of the observers' missions. So this is all I wanted to say. Last thing that I wanted to mention, just give me 30 more seconds. You know that our foundation doesn't take charge, doesn't take money, or is not paid for its missions. So we are not paid for the fulfillment of our observation mission of the elections. This year, we tried to collect money from people. We decided to carry out a fundraising campaign. And you know, truth be told, we managed to collect significant amount of money in 1 month in order to cover the expenses of our observers. I'm talking about the expenses for lunch, for communications. We even got enough money to fill up our tanks with gas. I'm talking about the vehicles in Astana only. And we had 43,000 tenge left. And we donated this money to the foundation that deals with the domestic violence issues. So I just wanted to say that the interest in the elections is going up, the number of observers is going up, and people are ready to donate their money to support such initiatives as the initiatives related to the open monitoring for the purposes of open, transparent, and honest elections. So I just wanted to ask our colleagues, everyone, to be more proactive during next elections. Please be be more proactive through donations, through observations. Long story short, we have to prepare for our next elections now. Roman, thank you very much. It was very interesting. I really like the part about fundraising. People are ready to pay in order to ensure transparent and honest elections. People want elections to be fair. So I have a counter proposal. We are a partnership organization, work with each other really well, but we have to be friends even more and work even closer with each other. We have to start working now in order to create a league of voters and train them, because not everyone will be able to nominate his or her candidacy during next elections, but at least they can be running mates or observers. We need to start trainings now. I think that this topic is worth a separate meeting. What do you think of it, dear colleagues? I have one more thing to say. Thank you very much for your initiative. It is a very interesting proposal, but let me say this. I know what the problem is about. We have early elections all the time, and I perfectly understand that such a number of candidates couldn't actively hold their campaigns. For example, I live in Isil district, not far from Akorda. On the day of election, I found about 40 candidates on the stands, and I voted against everyone for a very simple reason. None of them, not a single candidate was worth my attention because he or she didn't pay attention to our apartment building. The volunteers didn't come to our apartment building holding their campaigns. So I was like, it's not my problem to look for the information about you. It's your problem to share your information with us. So the problem of early elections is that people don't have enough time to carry out their campaigns, and we have to change this. I believe that teaching electoral rights, even though the ordinary citizens are not striving for their political career, teaching their electoral rights is key. We just listened to the statement by Sultanat, and she was quite to the point when she said that during the elections, they spent lots of time teaching people how to vote correctly. They paid attention to the issuance of bulletins, to their color, process of voting. And I think that it is really important for us to teach people on how these things are done. And I believe that it's high time for us to carry out fundraising campaigns now and start working with our institutions. There is an organization which we call the Youth Information Service of Kazakhstan. They have large experience in the field. So it seems to me that all organizations that proved to be more independent during latest elections, we have to work with them. There are lots of fake observers. There are lots of fake organizations, but I believe that we have to make sure that we work with those organizations who want the elections to be fair, transparent, and honest. We need to unite our efforts, discuss strategy, update our visions, make changes to the legislation, and last but not least, we have to train people, teach them how to vote, and we have to work with the candidates who need to learn how to work with their voters. It's high time for us to take a break for lunch. We're actually very much behind our schedule. I ask you to come back at 2. We'll have 2 international experts who will give their presentations in the afternoon, who will share their recommendations in the afternoon. Therefore, I kindly ask you to be on time after lunch because you will be able to learn more about the legislative and electoral practices in democratic countries. So we reconvene here at 2. Dear online participants, thank you for staying with us. Have a great lunch break. See you at 2. Lunch will be right here next door.
Нет, нет, всех приглашаем мы на обед, всех. Так.
У нас решение стало вот такое, наш наблюдатель есть законное право, это можно выполнять законные требования. Наблюдатель может квалифицировать члена комиссии. Выходя из вашей организации, сейчас комитет оперативного времени, да, мне стали 4-го года организации личного наблюдения и вот. Я хочу больше как раз с вами возможно обсудить. У нас есть опыт такого, скажем так, информационного краудсорсинга в наблюдении, когда представители ряда партий и выданных кандидатов на специальность IT-платформе заполнялись на данные, да, таким образом сложение результатов нескольких наблюдателей, во-первых, там регистрация, да? Окей. Честно, мы не нашлись во взглядах, да, то есть у нас, ну, короче, не... Ну,
Так, все, видео еще раз.
говоришь,
Да, давайте. Все, разговаривайте.
организации, которые занимаются наблюдением, которые проверяли, что собирали данные.
Подаем на грант, делаем и по большому счету онлайн подсчет своих задач. Раз. Все, пошло. Раз.
Я предлагаю.
Bir söyleyeyim var ait yakta bit.
У тебя на студии пишет.
1, 2, 3.
这有一个台，但没有背着，没有什么背着，背着后面然后插旗，然后把那个包裹，就是那个签到的时候那个背景包裹。边海边向对方吧，那边向帮我的他把纸放下来看，不行，我不行的话，我就按那个。哎，你看，我把那几个新的衣服，欧盟的新的，哈哈看的新的，有点帮助不能当这个帮。你说不辣怎么样呢？我那个如果维权他们会理解吧？好像是这么大。
Там микрофоны, походу, надо выключить.
Раз, раз. Так, уважаемые участники, уважаемые участники, просьба поторопиться, пожалуйста. Все проходим в зал.
Да. Стучу еще, сама себя не слышу еще. Микрофон дын-дын-дын. Сейчас, когда ходит с прошлой секции, да, еще Гульбану, да, будет выступать, да? Или наша секция, да? Нет, ваша секция чуть-чуть заново. Секция здравоохранения. Да, при этом, так, посмотри, пожалуйста, а сколько Поликович? Поликович, хорошо, хорошо. Ну, кого-то из нас просто вниз, потому что не сама Поликович, не должна быть. Да, все это посмотри, вот это все. Сейчас будет выступать Гульбану. Так, сейчас как по программе дальше, да, Сара? Когда дойдем до времени Поликович, ну, Поликович. Все, хорошо. Сейчас я буду пополнять. Да, Сария. Да, Сария. Да. Роман Рейнер, да? А, выступил. Хорошо, кто выступил? А, вот это отлично. А, 5 раз не будет выступать. А то я что-то здесь не видела. Я только сейчас, я только читала, что она онлайн. Как она онлайн? Я буду да. Так, уважаемые кандидаты в маслихаты, проходите.
Please proceed to your seats.
Гульбану Пазылхан,
Gulbanu, Sara, Kinjagul, Oksana, Karashash. Please join me at this panel.
Гульбану, подскажите, пожалуйста, вы сейчас
Gulbanino, please confirm if you are connected. Yes, I am here. Gulbanu, if you do not mind, since you've sent us your new presentation, now I will give the floor to Sara or Kenchagul. You will be our second speaker. During that time, we will be able to pass over your presentation and everything. Okay. If my presentation is uploaded, can I go first, please? Just a second, Lubano, please let me turn my microphone off. If my presentation is already uploaded, can I please go ahead and start my speech, because some changes are just minor. Yes, previous presentation is already uploaded. Yes, then let me proceed with the old version of the presentation. Okay, then let's proceed your first presentation. Okay, thank you very much. Dear participants of the conference, we are continuing our panel session. These are the participants from the Women's Solidarity League, candidates of deputies of Maslihats. First, I would like to provide the floor to Ms. Gulbanu Pazılkayır, member of the Women's Solidarity League. She worked on high positions in the government.
Она профессиональный управленец и также профессионально она сумела организовать свою предвыборную кампанию. И я уверена, Гульбану из всех кандидатов это та кандидат, которую я думаю, что она выиграла. Потому что мы виделись, она сейчас сама расскажет, как это. Я думаю, что она не прошла, потому что так, как нужно было. Прошел тот, кому нужно было. Поэтому я хочу предоставить слово Гульбану Пазылкайыр. Гульбану сөз сізге.
Көп рахмет. Біріншіден Зауреш Қабылбековна, көп рахмет.
Гульбану слышно?
Слышно, да? Тогда я начинаю.
Да. Гульбану, вам предоставить демонстрацию экрана?
Just to share the screen, because I can start sharing my screen. My slide is, your slides are on the screen. Well, let's do it together just to ensure there are no technical interferences. Well, guys, technical team, can you please help us with the presentation? Can it be seen in Zoom? Gulbanu, please go ahead. Well, thank you very much, first of all, inviting me to participate in today's conference and to share my experience of participating in election campaigns to the Maslihat of Almaty city. When I tried to say that I was not satisfied with the elections results, I was hinted that my reaction might be perceived that people from old Kazakhstan are complaining that they are no longer part of the new Kazakhstan. Therefore, the purpose of my today's presentation is not criticism, but it is a wish to share my experience as one non-public, not so well-known, or not an influencer to become candidate and to be leader, just to share how my campaign was structured for the future candidates to be able to use this experience, because I have quite a strong CV, and I would like to share some of the mistakes we've made during my campaign for the others to learn from them. And please let me share some of my lessons learned. First, why I decided to become candidate to the city level Maslihat. The key reason was to give it a try and to actually look at my strengths in the area where I lack any experience. Another question was about serving my community while pursuing my loved job. Becoming a candidate was an ideal solution to continue my business, but yet participate in the public life and to be useful to the city by serving the city. I am very well known in a narrow circles of my colleagues among the other specialists and subject matter experts. My focus was on my CV, my professional experience, and the experience to justify tariffs during public hearings. When Aida Ajanova contacted me, insisting that I should become a candidate and to register as a candidate to Maslihat, I decided to go with it. Aida Ajanova promised to provide support from the Women's Solidarity League, and I really appreciate that. What are the findings? I gave it a try. I became a leader in the election campaign thanks to my experience and professionalism in the team. My candidacy was interesting to my constituents, but it was not interesting to city administration. It was a real chance to get maslihat of subject matter experts and to have a very good advisory board for the city, but they never used it. Deputies of city maslihat, that's not a public job, it's a political position, therefore nobody was allowed in. Let-in procedures are quite complicated. Since I lacked experience in political works and activities, it was of utmost importance to select a team lead and the chief of staff. I met Aidosa Manbai. It was very lucky coincidence that I met it first. We looked at the statistics on our constituency, how many dwellings are there, men and women, density of population, and that's very important step. Such analytics will allow you to identify your strategy properly for election campaign and will let you to select and make a choice in terms of the communication strategies, have a schedule of public meetings, and efficiently allocate money to agitation. The key thing is to find the chief of staff properly, to head of your election campaign, to ensure that information is properly communicated. There should be a communication plan of work with your electorate. 14th for 14th electoral district. This is Upper Al-Farabi Avenue and lower, just lower part of it. For the electorate of upper middle class and middle class, I looked at the very high density in micro districts Orbita. We therefore paid for one big billboard, which was located in the intersect of 4 Orbita micro districts. Therefore, I was better recognized during the personal meetings with my electorate. Since I was not a public figure, the best way to let them learn and know about me. It was a billboard, which was actually a strategy developed by Margaret Thatcher. We decided to work with 10 districts with specific dates, and every day we had 2-3 meetings in schools and with the condominium organizations. I actually personally engaged and contacted head teachers at the schools and heads of the condominium organizations. That developed me to build trust with these people and to be better perceived by the local citizens. Paper-based agitation is not something I was a big fan of because I did not understand why it is needed. But yet we use this tool because we decided that it's needed to make me more. To make me better recognized. During the campaign, I gave 5 interviews, whereas the target audience was quite diverse. I had about 30 personal meetings with my electorate, and the most efficient way, as I believe, is door-to-door, is canvassing. Here are the pictures from my meetings and canvassing. Next slide, please. Work with SMM. It was great to have Sabina Nurgali as my SMM consultant. She built a content plan for the whole election campaign. But one problem we faced is that Instagram and Facebook, they block promotion of the political posts, and they made them invisible for bigger audience. During the election campaign, we posted 38 text, and we decided not to use candidate Maslahat elections terminology, and all the posts in Instagram and Facebook were put together as one video. 17 solutions for Boston district SMM. This allowed us to actually trick blogs in Instagram and Facebook, and to go wider than the 14th electoral district. We've got support from urban Almaty communities. They liked my program, and of young women, and which were actually working as observers, as volunteers during the election days. The key finding is that social media is very important to ensure success of an election campaign. Next, please. Here is this is a photo of my Instagram account. Next, please. Competitors. Well, thanks to advice from Zauresh Batalova, we decided to categorize our competitors, to divide our competitors into two categories: very well-known candidates with loyal support group, and the candidates getting support from city administration. For my 14th electoral district, we had a lot of independent candidates. When we analyzed Zhanat Kirbaeva, she's also participating in this conference today. She's a very well-known figure. She is a long-lasting player with her program. She has loyal groups and supporters. Also, to show my competitive advantage, I also started to share my feminist position and what I've done during my professional career to promote women. That also helped to get loyal supporters from women. Rakishev was actually questioning me. 15 out of 30 meetings were facilitated in Kazakh. That allowed me to get support from the Kazakh-speaking communities. Also, another focus on my election campaign, which was more technically evolved and more literate compared to Mr. Rashev's campaign. Next slide, please. As for the business processes on election legislation, they were very weak. They were not qualitatively supporting law on elections. We also faced a problem that it's needed to very carefully select and prepare organizers of the election process. Those are the two key findings. We need to improve business processes supporting election legislation. Don't forget about time. And also, we should be very careful in selecting people who are organizing the election procedures and processes. Election day, after several failures, we were able to get to the closed electoral sites in the National Security Committee, and also in Koblukova Street, which is very well known as a psychological ward clinic. In this site, there were residents with the permanent address, but we were not able to get any votes at this site. A key goal after the visits to the closed site, election sites, it was actually the goal was to get as many people to get to the election as possible, but many people in Almaty ignored election day. I was number 2 in terms of the voices, but the majority at these two major sites was at the National Security Committee's premises, and also in the psychological clinic. Be very careful about the closed sites. find out how many potential votes are there to get alternative major votes at the open site. Big problem, major issue. People did not come to give their votes because they failed to understand the difference between Maslahat and Parliament. The biggest finding, next slide, as I mentioned earlier, in my constituencies there were 10 independent candidates. My mistake was that I that I never went to try and to build associations and unions with them. One is not a warrior on the field. Well, it is about aiding and helping each other. With, for example, if we were together with Janar Sekirbaeva, then all the city administration's tricks to close a path for independent candidates would be successfully handled by our team. I think it was my personal mistake. I thought that Maslihats are more like a public workload, serving your people, but Maslihat is already a political position, and therefore some pressure, some resistance will be there. Even the strengths might be not enough and attractive enough for the city administration to be interested to have you as the member of Majlis. Thank you very much. Thank you very much for your attention. Thank you, Gulbanu. Great presentation. How she professionally managed in government and business. She also built her campaign in a similar way, and she was actually the winner. Like even for 2 weeks, we were not able to find out the results. They were somehow the election authorities were aiding and abetting, playing some tricks with calculations. In all districts, she was actually number one, but just due to these 2 districts, she was actually an outsider. But she is a winner in reality. And the key thing, just pay attention how many important recommendations she is sharing. She already had this experience. She personally lived through that. She can be a very good mentor for some of you. She can deliver trainings on election technologies and campaigns, or to run some workshops, and who will use that in order to prepare those who are willing and ready to participate in the upcoming elections when they will be announced during the next round. Next, I would like to provide the floor to Sara Zhunusova. She is a financial expert working in the tax administration aspects. She's head of the association. She is also leading a monitoring on corruption as a project in our fund, and she was a candidate to regional Maslihat of Karaganda region. Please, the floor is yours. Next slide, please. Zhunusova Sara. Sorry. Good afternoon, dear participants of the meeting. For a comfortable life of our citizens, we need evolved. Comfort in our everyday endeavors, it's a very important role of the government budget, and the key source of this budget are the taxes of our taxpayers. The key part of the taxes are paid by our small micro businesses. As a representative of the interests of the micro and small businesses, I can assure you that today area of small and micro businesses are facing major challenges. As the purpose of my speech, being the candidate to regional Maslihat, to suggest some solutions to acute issues on rational use of the budget money. The key relevant topic is efficient and rational use of the budget allocations. During the monitoring, we were facilitating on the rational use of the government funding by healthcare, educational institutions, and also money allocated for the road construction and maintenance. There are irrational use of the billions of budget money. Being the monitor expert in of the fund of parliamentarism, we had more than 10 monitoring assignments for the public procurement in healthcare, education, and road maintenance. Annually from the government budget for the construction and maintenance of roads, billions are allocated for that purpose. But yet our roads are not in a good shape, with responsibility taken by none.
I believe that one of the solutions to this problem is to increase the guaranteed term for repair and construction of roads. And we will be able to get rid of the duplication of allocation of finances for the construction of roads. We have to enforce the responsibility of a customer and the implementer, which will help us be more careful in terms of wasting budget means on poor quality repair on an annual basis. Taking strict measures with regards to officials and eradication of corruption will provide a positive result, and we will be able to get high quality housing, communications, high quality education and healthcare, roads, drinking water in each and every home. Eventually, we will have a prosperous country that is in the top 30 developed countries of the world. Women play an important role in the modern society, and participation of women in politics is no longer a subject for discussions. A country with a large number of female politicians pays a great attention to such issues as infrastructure, education, healthcare, and other social issues. Effective democratic states require equal participation of men and women in the political life, and women in politics is the reality of a contemporary period. Women account for more than half of the Kazakh population, and according to the Bureau of National Statistics, there are 10,129,534 people and 9,868,165 women. And the problems that women deal with are of fundamental significance. My major opponents were mostly men, and a lot of them had previous experience in being an MP. Some of them would self-nominate themselves at the last minute, and they tried to take advantage of these elections by self-nominating themselves. And these past elections, in my opinion, were not fair because there was an intended delay in the vote counts, and some couldn't participate in the counting of votes. There were double protocols with a different number of votes. Participation in the elections to me was a good experience for further promotion, and our League of Female Solidarity was a great support and a source of strength in this very difficult struggle. The team of Female Solidarity was open for discussion of different topics, and thanks to their support, I reached the finals, and that means a lot. As a member of the League of Female Solidarity, Zhiger, I'm sure that by uniting our efforts, we will be able to put ourselves on an equal footing with men in politics. Thank you very much for your attention. I would like to draw your attention. A microphone is off. The microphone is off. We had a project supported by the Embassy of the Netherlands. It was a corruption project, and it had branch offices in each and every region. So they had carried out a monitoring of the education system and prepared a report. So as it turns out, there was one deputy in Karaganda region who didn't really do his work well, and Atamiken, the National Chamber of Entrepreneurs, resorts to the assistance of Sara Ubakirova, who carries out an analytical work for them on different topics. I think that she is the deputy who deserves her position. I would like to give our next floor to Kinjigul Altambayeva, who is also the participant of the League of Female Solidarity Zhiger. Could you please show her presentation on the screen? She also was nominated for the Oblast Maslahat and Kostanay region, and she doesn't belong to a political party, but she promotes the rights of children, and she runs the Children's Center Armand. She is the member of the Public Council. Kinjigul, the floor goes to you. Good afternoon, dear participants of the conference. Why did I decide to nominate myself for the Maslahat deputy position? Throughout my life, I was quite active in the social and political life of our country. Since 2006, I worked as the head of the non-profit organization Arman Children's Center that does its work in the rural areas of Kostanay region. As the head of the youth organization, I always paid attention to the legal and political culture of youth in the first place. And up until 2023, our association provided legal activists with the opportunity to exercise their right to observation. And we always would detect violations in the electoral processes. In January of 2023, I participated in the meeting with the chairperson of the Central Electoral Commission, where I asked a question: why those changes that took place on the level of the commission haven't affected the Oblast territorial electoral commissions? I received the following answer: this is the question to be resolved by the local authorities or maslihats. And that's when I thought about changes that need the election in the deputy corps. In February of 2023, I received the proposal to be nominated for the deputy's position in the Oblast Maslihat, and I was involved in the law, in the human rights movements of our region. And I remember someone saying, we need people from the nation in our Maslihat. You see who are the self-nominated candidates there. They're just ridiculous. One comes from a party, the other one is self-nominated, but he also comes from a party. So by getting the national support, I nominated myself in the district number 12. During the electoral campaign, I was guided by the recommendations of the Female Solidarity League Zhiger, and I used all the formats allowed by the legislation. My running mates and me myself did a lot of work with different apartment buildings, different groups. For example, my running mates or my trusted representatives would be stopped at different districts. And I remember that they were asked to remove the information posters and materials about me. Since the very first days of our campaign, I carried out the analysis of the composition of the candidates for Majalis. I met the self-nominated candidates in my district, and I took part in their press conferences. As an experienced human rights activist, I understood that in current electoral conditions, the chances for success could be ensured through active monitoring and observation. So that's what I suggested, and not each and every candidate actually listened to me. I used the monitoring mechanism through the trusted representatives, and they attended a training arranged by our league. On the day of election, the majority of voting districts were closed. Young representatives were shocked by the processes during the day of the election. Especially, they were shocked with the falsification of the results. I came in third. As a result, on the same day, I gave an interview to the local newspaper, and during this interview, I expressed my attitude towards the election, saying that it was held in a very old format, the votings were not counted properly, and respectively, that discredited lots of candidates. How am I gonna argue the results? To that question, in response to that question, I said that I would try to do proper analytical work and together with the lawyers, and if there is a chance, I'll try to appeal. But I didn't have a chance to reach justice because there is no trust in the electoral system. And that's what I was able to observe in case of my colleagues. I didn't win in the elections, but I keep working with the citizens on their appeals. Recently, I was in the civil center where a person came to saying, "You are our deputy, please do something with the violation of the rights of elderly people." This elderly person was under societal pressure, and we managed to eventually resolve his problem by carrying out constant monitoring of the actions of the current deputies. We have had the following lessons learned. The efforts need to be evenly allocated throughout the entire electoral territory, and the teams have to harness the potential of mass media and social media, and the teams of the candidates need to have a professional SMM specialist. It is really important to have a lawyer as part of your team. You have to be brave enough to use peaceful assemblies, and you have to pay more attention to the training on electoral law. You have to enlighten all categories of voters with different resources, and villagers as well as youth come first. Will I participate again? Yes. Together with my people and Zhigir, I will strive for equality, welfare, and happiness of Kazakhstani citizens. Thank you for your attention. Thank you. Now I would like to give the floor to two deputies who managed to go through the first electoral campaigns. I would like to give the first floor to Oksana Volkova-Mikhalskaya. She is the deputy of Maslahat of Stepnogorsk. Good afternoon, everyone. This is a very important conference. And as it is important both for the candidates of the elections of 2023, as well as for the candidates in the future elections. It was mentioned repeatedly here today that it is very important to start preparing for the upcoming elections now. And it is really important for us to act together in order to implement those things that are important for the government. We have to draw up conclusions today and work together. And that's what was mentioned very often today. I am the member of the Female Solidarity League since 2020. And it was the very start of our work. Zhigir carried out its first educational training that was extremely helpful. Together with Zaurishka Bobekovna, we managed to learn a lot about the electoral process in 2020. And the knowledge that the Female Solidarity League gives us is very important. In my opinion, this helped us win in 2021 and helped us become deputies of the 7th convocation. So I am a member of Amanat Party since 2011. So the first elections in 2021, in December of 2020, during the primaries, we gained huge experience. And once I became a deputy, it was really difficult for me to adjust because there has already been a budget allocated. I didn't have knowledge, and the support of the league was humongous. And during the trainings in 2021 on female entrepreneur leadership, as well as any other educational initiatives that were extremely helpful for me during my first year. I've been thinking a lot about whether or not I should take part in the elections in 2023. I had doubts because learning about processes was useful. In 2022, things got more or less clear, but nevertheless, the Female Solidarity League and Zauri said that I have to go and participate in these elections this year. I was lucky enough to learn from Liliana, who actually is going to give a statement today. Liliana was like, Oksana, you've been a trainer, you can be a trainer in the future, but you have to participate now. And it was an inspiration because the 2 years of work was not enough, and I wasn't able to resolve everything. We didn't have enough time physically to do everything, and we had the trust of people. I think that my experience in the public sector is helpful. I've been the head of Женский Луч Association. Could you focus on lessons and conclusions? Active position and public work shall be carried out not only in terms of your campaign or electoral work. You have to be proactive in these spheres all the time. And that is why I keep telling everyone that we need to use educational technologies. We need support of the Association of Women, and we need the support of men. And I really hope that and I still believe in this. I really hope that knowledge, recommendations, and experience will be really valuable during our next elections. Personally, to me and to many other female candidates, I think another challenge was the geographic remoteness as well as weather conditions. Of course, we need to think about the time of elections just to make sure that the weather conditions are more favorable, because this is a huge barrier for women. When you have to work on 400 or 500 kilometers a week with zero visibility on the highways, this is tough. I got huge support from my family during the elections for the 7th convocation and of the 8th convocation, and it was really important. And the time to prepare was not enough. Nevertheless, I am here in the Maslahat, and we work together with others. We unite our efforts by focusing on social and political activities. So the conclusion is that we have to make sure that the changes are made to the legislation in order to stop this vicious circle of early elections. We have to ensure men and women with equal opportunities. Because not only women suffer here, men suffer as well when it comes to shortage of time to prepare for the elections. And we have to take into account the weather conditions, because we don't want the weather conditions to affect our campaigns, election campaigns. Now, dear colleagues, I would like to ask you to take your seats. Karashash will take the floor after Madam Liliana Polichovich, who will speak from Serbia. Liliana, are you with us? Liliana doesn't have a presentation. You can just show her on the screen. Liliana Polichovich, I just want you to listen to her very carefully, and I would like you to think about who this person is. She is that very person who knows a lot about elections. She has a big school in Moldova, and Liliana studied at Harvard, and she went to a number of outstanding educational institutions. So I don't want to take your time. Just wanted to say that whatever is really important and valuable, she will share this in her presentation. Thank you very much. I hear an echo.
Honorable audience, thank you for the invitation.
great opportunity for me to advocate more for gender equality and equity in the OSCE region, and also to offer, and these discussions also is offering me an excellent opportunity to invite you to reflect on the road ahead. What remains to be done in our quest for gender equality, and how we might harness our collective energy so that when we will look back in 7 years, when analyzing the results achieved in the implementation of the sustainable development goals, we will say, yes, the lessons learned from 2023 elections in Kazakhstan helped us to take the necessary actions towards truly equitable and equal society. Listening in the previous sessions to the testimonies of women who ran for an election, for the elections organized in Kazakhstan this year, and also based on the information about women activists from your country that I have the occasion to meet during the last years, and during different events, including during the trainings that I provided to women activists in your country, I remain confident that their potential, women potential, will soon be harnessed by your country. This will directly contribute to the well-being of your nation and will strengthen the democratic processes in Kazakhstan. Indeed, it is crucial to increase women representation in politics at all levels of governance exercise, as well as to increase their influence in decision-making processes in all spheres of development. So if we want to have better conditions for economic development, more inclusive and resilient societies, we have to stand for ensuring adequate legal framework for fair conditions for political participation of women and men, and for fair conditions for participation of women and men in decision making and in shaping their personal life. And we all know that change does not come automatically. And the stories that you have presented today also show this. This is why the OSCE is working hard not only in Kazakhstan, but in other 46 countries to improve these realities. And the conference that we have today is also part of these activities, and I'm happy that you are partnering with the OSCE and we are working on the same objective. Following the OSCE methodology of assessing the implementation of gender commitments by each participating country, we are analyzing several aspects, among which how well a country's constitutional, legal, and regulatory framework meets OSCE commitments and other international obligations and standards. The legal framework is analyzed to see if it guarantees political and electoral rights on an equal and non-discriminatory basis. At the same time, analyses are conducted to determine if special measures are as required by international obligations and standards, and are these legal provisions effectively enforced. The level of women's participation in parliamentary elections varies significantly from country to country in the OSCE region. Some countries have made significant progresses in achieving gender parity in their parliaments and governments, while others still have a long way to go. For instance, Sweden, Norway, Finland, Belgium, North Macedonia, Spain, Netherlands, Austria, Moldova are countries with highest share of women MPs in the OSCE region. The share of women representatives ranging between 39% to 46.4%. At the same time, in our region, we have countries that have less than 16% of women as members of their national parliaments. Analyzing the representations of women in parliaments in Central Asia, I have to mention that the best women representation among the countries in the region, while this country has about 33.6% of that are taken by women in the parliament, while in Kazakhstan and Kyrgyzstan, the share of women is ranging between 18 to 20%. It should be mentioned that both countries, Kazakhstan and Kyrgyzstan, introduced the mixed quota for women, youth, and people with disabilities, and this affected women representation in parliaments. This contributed to decrease of women representation comparing to previous elections. So the first conclusion will be to analyze and to organize public discussions on how to update these legislative provisions in order to encourage more active and competent women to run for public offices in the next elections at national and local level, and to make sure that your legislation of Kazakhstan is establishing a clear gender quota, not a mixed quota. Many countries within the OSCE region have implemented measures to increase women participation in politics, including the use of gender quotas and affirmative action policies. Gender quotas broadly fall into three types: reserved seats, legislated quotas, and voluntary party quotas. Reserved seats are usually referring to parliamentary seats being allocated only for women. Legislated quotas are constitutional or electoral laws that mandate a minimum percentage of women on electoral lists. And voluntary quotas are provisions that political parties include in statutes that set a specific target for inclusion of women on party electoral lists. So your country should organize public debates, especially with women participation and women-led organizations, to decide which type of quota do you want to have in your legislation, which type of quota is fitting better to your national legislation, to your national political system, and to your national electoral system. It is worth noting that the electoral gender quotas have led to rapid increase in women representation in some cases, but to less successful results in other cases. Kazakhstan is not the only country that, after introducing quota, has a decrease in women representation. I know that there is a long discussion regarding gender quota in your country, and there are high expectations from this temporary measure. Analyzing various experience of different countries in applying gender quota, the main conclusion is that in order to be effective, a quota system must be compatible with the electoral system in place, and that quota rules, for example, 40% women on electoral list, should be complemented by rules addressing a rank order. In this case of legislated quota, effective consequences. If you will not establish the rule how women will be placed on the list, how offer them more chances to be placed on elective position, you will not have a good result after application of the quota in your electoral system. We should understand that quotas are not among, or quotas are among the many other measures for increasing women's political representation. In addition to quotas, there are a number of additional strategies available to stimulate gender balance in elected bodies. In general, the political parties are the gatekeepers, as I mentioned today at the opening of this conference. The political parties are the gatekeepers to gender balance in political decision making, because they control so-called the secret garden of nominations of candidates. Considering the points aforementioned, it is clear that positive outcomes stem from deploying multiple tools to encourage women's participation in political life. These tools must be tailored to the national political and electoral systems, and while also considering the deeply rooted gender stereotypes. Several candidates mentioned today how much the gender stereotype influence their electoral campaign. So this is one more argument why your country should also analyze the impact of gender stereotypes when enhancing the national legislation on election from the perspective of introducing actions that will encourage women political participation. Legislative measures encouraging political parties to champion women's participation in the elections come from various forms, from incentives to penalties. We have to understand that the law should include actions that are encouraging parties and at the same time actions that are penalizing parties for not respecting gender quotas. For example, the Republic of Moldova has implemented the electoral quota to encourage women representation in politics. The law requires that at least 40% of candidates on party lists for parliamentary and local election must be of the less represented gender, which typically means women. This provision aims to ensure a minimum level of gender diversity in elected bodies. In addition to the mandatory gender quota of 40%, the electoral law also provides for the prohibition of registration of in the electoral list the parties that do not respect this quota in the candidate's nomination and formation of the list and do not ensure that in every 10 places of the list, at least 4 people are of a different gender than the majority. For example, in the first 10 places on the candidate list, it should be 6 men and 4 women, or vice versa, 6 women and 4 men. This approach extends throughout the candidate lists. The willingness of political parties to nominate women candidates has a significant impact on women representation in parliaments. Some parties are more committed to gender equality and actively promote women involvement in politics, while others may lag behind. For such situation, there is a need for more regulation that are encouraging parties to support women participation in political life. Today, I was listening to Aida that during her presentation mentioned that only one party in Kazakhstan has in its party program a provision regarding women participation. And even this provision is limiting the participation of women to social life, not pointing on such important areas, political and economic participation of women. This means that there is a need for more advocacy with the leadership of political parties for enhancing their understanding regarding the role of women in parties' development and in the country's development as well. We cannot pretend that we'll have more women thinking about participation in decision making if they will live in a violent relation, if they will not have a financial independence, if they will not have a job, if they will not have opportunities for economic growth and for professional and personal growth. So allow me also to share the experience also from the country where I was born, from the Republic of Moldova, on how political parties are influenced by or behavior of political parties is influenced by the legislation in order to make this party to be more supportive and to encourage women participation. In list for local and parliamentary elections, additional provisions are included in the law on political parties. This law sets clear rules for financing parties from public budget with a gender-sensitive approach. For example, based on the results achieved in the parliamentary, local, and presidential elections, parties can receive additionally to the budget 15% calculated for the number of women effectively elected in the parliament and in local elected bodies. Additionally, parties are legally obliged to allocate at least 20% from their budget, party budget, for women's capacity development for participation in political life. This support encompasses trainings, mentorship, capacity building programs, and this is oriented to prepare women for conducting effective electoral campaigns, and also is preparing women to be effective in the process of governance when they will be elected. Non-compliance with these provisions results in financial penalties for political parties. It should be also noted that all actions oriented towards removing barriers that limit women's political participation are encouraged and welcomed. In this context, imposing a registration fee for electoral candidates could potentially hinder women with lower income from seeking public office and participating in the governance processes. This also was today proved by Oksana, that mentioned that the amount that she was obliged to pay for participating in the election was too much for her. These kind of taxes are limiting women participation. That is why it's important to work with your parliamentarians to understand how better to improve legislation in order to exclude such kind of barriers. Challenges mentioned today by female candidates are of two types, from my perspective, are personal and legislative. The authorities can solve the personal challenges of candidates through the implementation of public policies that are sensitive to the gender dimension and which result in the economic and the financial empowerment of women, in break of gender stereotypes, in reducing violence against women, and in making the society more supportive to women candidates. We cannot speak just, and we cannot pretend that by changing the legislation and introducing gender quota and modifying the rules for political parties, we will solve the problem. We have to understand that we have to develop an action plan for medium and long term. Action plan that will be implemented by state institutions and will be focused on breaking stereotypes and making the society more open to offer opportunities and chances, equal chances to both candidates, women and men candidates. Challenges generated by the legislation which is not sufficiently encouraging women political participation can be solved by amending the law. In this case, you should work with members of the parliament for analyzing your legislation on election, the legislation on political parties, and the regulations that are saying clear rules for both for women and men, how to register for participation in the election. In conclusion, it is evident that there is no universal formula for all countries. Nonetheless, there are fundamental principles that should underpin democratic development processes. One of these principles is the equal and equitable provision of opportunities for women and men. To ensure fairness, legislation must be unambiguous and should be supportive to all marginalized groups. When applying gender quotas, these should be distinct from quotas for other groups, and parties should be incentivized to invest in women who possess participation and in consultation with women. And for this reason, the partnership between parliament and women's civil society organizations is important to ensure that women's voices are heard and their interests are taken into account, including in the electoral processes. At the same time, joint advocacy activities organized by women's organizations, women activists, which are widely publicized by the mass media, would contribute to more pressure on political parties to change their approaches in promoting and supporting women political participation. My advice today, if you allow me, to all participants of the conference will be all parliamentarians, all civil society organizations, women activists, mass media, with the society and political parties in order to have a fair representation of women in elected bodies. I wish you success in all your activities, and I'm looking forward to the discussion during this conference. Thank you for your attention.
Уважаемая Ильяна, вы просто
Dear Juliana, you are great. You answered all the important questions which exist today in the political arena of the country. You showed what kind of changes should happen in legislation in order to improve the situation with the participation of women in the election processes and overall in the country governance aspects. We will definitely use your pieces of advice together with the support of coming from your organization to open an ongoing school on political leadership. But actually, just in September, we will discuss a concept in the league, and the acting members of the league will be involved in systematic manner to provide trainings to ensure political participation in the election process and in the country governance aspects. Liliana, for us, it's very important also that such country as Moldova, which achieves specific success in promoting women, and when in this country you have you have significant growth of women representation in parliament. We know when that happened, when the woman is when the prime minister is a woman, when there are women in decision-making positions. It's very important to have the president being a woman. Also, when the Liliana Polhovich, speaker, vice speaker, right now she is representative of a city in the region related to the gender aspects, and when she's trying to resolve this issue, so that's very motivating, that's very inspiring with you, together with you, with OCT support, with all the EU institutions, UN, and with such great personalities as you are, our women will definitely be inspired. They have confidence, and that's key thing. If there is confidence, then everything can be conquered. Therefore, use this as a role model. Find a mentor. We have a mentor as Lilian being the role model.
I used to read Margaret Thatcher. I used to read a lot about different renowned politicians. There are a lot of people in my life with whom I've worked a lot. For example, Aygul Sagadibekovna. We worked together a lot promoting different things. So I think that when Zhildis will take the floor, she will tell you more about it. She says that I'm her mentor, but I look at her and learn from her. It doesn't really matter which party you belong to. What matters is that you, as women, need to come to power. I'm still waiting for her to join us here in order to congratulate her. But again, it doesn't really matter which party you come from. What matters is that women are in the parliament, women are in maslihats. It's really important that women can become mayors, that women are involved in the work of public councils, public commissions, because that means experience, that means expertise. Today, Madam Ambassador Katie said that She held 24 different positions before she became an ambassador. So you cannot get everything in one night. You cannot get blessings without any efforts. Now, political maturity of the citizens is going up. Competition is going up, and we learn how to compete fairly, freely, and professionally. And we can take over men only through our competences. We don't aim to take over men. All we want is to win together with men. What matters is that we have professionals in the parliament, people who wholeheartedly root for our cause. And I am ready to become a trusted representative of each of you. On this note, I would like to give the floor to one more deputy, and then we'll get down to our second panel discussion, please. Good afternoon, dear colleagues.
Добрый день, дорогие участники конференции.
My name is Karasha Zhuzeyeva, and I'm the deputy of Maslihat of Almaty. I will stand up because I would like to see all of you. I was nominated in Meadow District, single mandate nomination. I do not belong to a political party. I don't have a great political experience. And I believe that I constitute that case when a deputy actually wants to serve a society. I don't have any projects or businesses to promote. In fact, I'm a successful entrepreneur. I am a founder of the Vintage Journal. I worked in the banking sector, in the financial sector. I worked in the educational sector, in media, in PR, and marketing. I'm saying all of these things because I have lots of experience and knowledge, and that was one of the factors that allowed me to win. Don't ask what your country can do for itself. Ask yourself what you can do for your country. I'm quoting John Kennedy, who said these words during his inauguration, and these words resonated with me. I remember the tragic January events of 2022. I was in the hotspot of this mess, and that's when I started thinking about what city, what country my children would live in, my grandchildren would live in. I have 3 children and 2 grandchildren. And then I realized that if I don't start taking specific actions right now, if I don't at least try to change the life of people in the city or in the country, if I don't try to change the mentality of the society, I'll have lots of regrets. So when the elections were announced and when it was allowed to take part from a single mandate district and self-nominate oneself, I realized that this is my chance to serve people. In the world of politics, especially in those areas where women fight for their right to vote, it is really important to have collective communities. That's one of the key factors of success. Therefore, I'm very grateful to the Female Solidarity League Zhiger. I'm thankful to Zauresh, to Aida for rooting for female participation in politics. I'm very grateful for their support because it gave me strength and confidence. So how did I begin my election campaign? As I said earlier, I didn't have any previous experience in elections, and therefore, since the time frame was quite limited and the deadlines were quite harsh, I started to search for team members. I tried to find a good and competent head of my campaign, but I had too ambitious objectives, whereas people realized huge responsibility and lack of time. Therefore, I realized that if I want to do something, I need to do it myself. So I became the head of my campaign. I formed a team of supporters who understood the importance and value of the victory. I would say this. I believe that when your intentions are clean or pure, when you have good intentions and act wholeheartedly, God helps you. Because in some magical way, I started running into very interesting people who shared their experience and provided their support. It is really important to feel whether or not this is your way. Maybe it doesn't really matter for someone else, but I try to listen to myself, and I realized that I was guided or led by God. And truth be told, I really wanted to win, but I always used to say, God, if I need to be there, if I can change the lives of other people, then please help me. But if this is the path intended for some other person, and this other person can do something that makes a difference, then be it. And such thoughts really helped me a lot. We had 1 month of very complicated work. I would have 5 to 6 meetings a day. And during my election campaign, I held over 100 meetings with the residents. We would have meetings with trade unions and kindergartens, polyclinics, hospitals, schools. And I had faced the distrust of people. During each and every meeting, I tried to touch upon the hearts of people because I saw that people do not know about the candidates. They don't know about their programs, their agenda. Karashash. What if I ask you to be more to the point? You said about your experience, but you have become a deputy, a member of Maslihat. Please share your feelings with us. It was a great pleasure. Over 5 months of my work, I held. Let me first finish my thoughts. When I had meetings with the voters, people would say, "You are standing here talking to us, and then you forget about us." They had no trust in us at all. So I promised, regardless of whether I win or not, I will come back to you and I will help you. And first thing I did after my victory, I went to meet everyone else again. And of course, many of them were surprised. So what can I say? Over 5 months of my work, I held a number of meetings with the residents, with government authorities, with different organizations. I am a member of the commission that supervises cultural, educational, religious matters and youth policy, as well as social development. So we initiated the increase in payroll of the librarians or staff of the museums, theaters, and the circuses because we held lots of meetings with them. And we realized that we need to take steps in order to improve the level of cultural awareness of people. So we initiated this work, and we managed to achieve a success because they had an increase in their salaries. Finally, I will probably disagree with the previous speaker on the fact that this work is purely political. I will be quite honest with you. 95% of my life is social work. The voters call me in the morning, during the day, in the evenings, asking to help them with their housing issues or anything else. I closely cooperate with the social center Vahid Odbasi that helps families with many children or poor families in difficult life situations. I work with Zhantzaya Crisis Center that provides support to the victims of domestic violence by providing housing or by providing counseling. I also work with Shapagat Center that provides help to people with the cerebral palsy diagnosis. We have lots of people at the age of 18 to 35 that suffer from this disease. I was in the Center for the Palliative Aid, Yastaboy. This is the Center for Children. I closely cooperate with the Assembly of People of Kazakhstan. I work with ordinary citizens. I work with renowned athletes. Not so long ago, the winner of the World Championship, Elizabeth Tursunbay, asked for my help. She needed some assistance in her academy. So, long story short, everyone has his or her own goals and objectives. I just wanted to say that in my district, 5 people were nominated, and I was the only woman in my district. I think that I was quite lucky to be a woman because whenever I had meetings, people would be, "Which party do you represent?" And I would be like, "I don't belong to a party." And they would be more open, more inclined to having a conversation with me. I worked with a PR agency that said once, "You don't have a lot of chances because our population mostly votes for men." And I believe that this was a big advantage for me because my major opponent in these elections, what helped me actually win in these elections, I'll be very honest with you, I had a super active election campaign. I was very active. I held lots of broadcasts with the voters. Let me wrap up. I don't know how to convey this thought. So you used to be a professional journalist and a PR manager. Did that help? Does that experience actually help? Let me say this. My major competitor, my major opponent, and I treat him with a huge respect. His name is Timur Nurtayev. He is a member of Amanat Party. He is in construction business. So we were 2 major opponents. And with my campaign, I decided to focus on the orange color because orange is the color of change. It's a positive color. I had an orange as a tribute. I used it as a marketing trick because I wanted to stand out. I realized what kinds of visual campaigns will be used by other candidates. I decided to focus on the positive color on because orange is associated with vitamin C. And we were on a par, but he at one point prepared a video. He had a vase with oranges, put it aside and said, "Why you have to vote for me?" Because, and then he would say, "I'm a builder, I do this, I do that." I saw that video and in 3 minutes, I was in the cafe. I decided to shoot another video where in which I put a vase back and said, "Why you have to vote for me?" All candidates offer their program saying we have to do this, we have to do that. Whereas I think that we have to talk to people, we have to ask people what people actually need. And that was the strongest step that I took because during these 30 days, I would go to different houses, to different apartments. I talked to a lot of people. I wouldn't even go to a grocery store without my orange cap, without my orange scarf, and without my leaflet. I'd stop people, I'd talk to them. And a lot of people were like, "I'm seeing a deputy for the first time." I personally have never seen anything like that. So being able to build a dialogue with your voter is what matters. I talked to renowned doctors, people of art, culture, influencers, bloggers, because I wanted to cover as many people as possible of different walks of life. I wanted to convey my message. And I think that it was one of the key things that helped me in my campaign. On the day of election, I had my observers each voting station. And as a result, during the process of counting of votes, I realized that I won. Of course, we had to wait for the results for 1 week, and I was very concerned, but nevertheless, I won. Excellent. Thank you for your attention. Responding to any situation and using whatever you have at your disposal, whether these are flowers, oranges, or anything else, that's what victory means. Okay, thank you very much, Parashash. The best of luck to you. I think that the political career that you started now will develop in the future. You have a lot of things ahead of you. There are other positions that have to be taken by such active women like you. And it is really important that you are listening to us and that you are hearing us and that you are promoting our interests. Now we would like to start our session. We will try to reduce the time for speakers. So let's not focus on violations. Just open the OEC report. It's all written up there, written down there. You try to focus on what needs to be improved in your statements, okay? Because we really want to ensure free and fair elections. So electoral legislation, I would like to thank Liliana Polyhovich because she shared the international best practices. Now I would like to give the floor to Khalida Arzhegulova, who is the candidate in District 4 in the city of Almaty, and she's the head of our foundation. Thank you very much, Zauresh, for the invitation to take part in this conference. I would like to thank our participants for attending this event, and I would like to thank our hosts because this is a very important event. And I think that in the history of modern Kazakhstan, it's the first time when we are holding a conference with the female politicians who can share their experience. I'm a scientist and a lawyer, and I just wanted to expand my understanding of how a law works in electoral or law. I work with the Central Electoral Election Commission, and I tried to understand how these laws and regulations are written down and how they are implemented in practice, because they can be formulated perfectly, but in practice they can be inefficient. So I was an independent candidate, and I decided to go through this path of a candidate and see the problems that everyone else deals with. I just wanted to find out the gaps in our legislation in order to bridge in those gaps by the time we have our next elections. Could you please show our next slide? Thank you. So major types of inequality that I have identified as a result of my participation in the elections, that's the inequality in opportunities between candidates coming from the parties and independent candidates, as well as the difference in gap in income. So let me explain what this means. We have to make adjustments to the legislation in the following areas. First of all, we have to adjust the announcement of the dates of election, and we need to make sure that there is enough time for registration, for nomination, self-nomination, and election campaigns, because we don't have a fixed date of elections. Respectively, a potential candidate is sort of suspended. And whenever the date of election is announced, people normally don't have enough time to do fundraising, to create their teams and start their election campaigns. Therefore, those candidates that are nominated by the parties have more advantages or more benefits, whereas independent candidates who have their own financial resources can be at the advantageous position. Therefore, we suggest considering a fixed date for the elections and at least have 1 year for the election campaign. One of the gaps that we mentioned in the OEC report is that the fee was too high. Not every candidate could pay that fee. Therefore, we suggest the reduction of the fees for the candidates. This year, it was 1,050,000 tenge, but taking into account the minimal salary of 70,000 tenge a month, it's 14 times higher. The registration fee is very high and it exceeds the minimal salary. It can become a barrier and cause some inequalities across candidates. Another problem that we identified is related to the place of registration. There is a requirement of at least 10 years of residence in the country because, for example, we have different situations when some nationals could live abroad for 2, 3, or 4 years during their studies or work abroad, yet they would be registered in Kazakhstan, which means that they haven't violated this requirement. Or there were other situations when a Kazakh national would never leave the territory of Kazakhstan. Nevertheless, he would be living somewhere else without the official registration, and that would be a violation of the requirement. Due to such technical reasons, some candidates were denied access to this election race. We believe that we have to adjust this provision in the legislation. What kinds of gaps have we also identified? The deputies coming from parties, from political parties, could use both ways to be elected. They could use the single mandate path or the political party path. As a result, out of 99 candidates, only seven candidates are independent candidates. Others come from political parties. Therefore, I suggested that we consider this issue in the legislation and make relevant adjustments so that only independent candidates could nominate themselves in the single mandate districts. That would ensure a better ratio of 70 to 30%, where 30 is the non-party candidates. Another thing, not often the candidates had a proper outreach campaign. They didn't have enough information coming from the Central Election Commission, for example. For example, in Almaty, only 3 weeks later, after the start of their election campaigns, all the campaign candidates were brought together in order to get more explanation, legislative explanation. And of course, this led to such situations when the candidates didn't know how to provide reports, how to compensate for the means spent, and therefore all of such details have to be taken into account in the future. There were problems with the tax reports and tax declarations or the declaration of assets of the individuals. There should be more detailed and clear information about how such declarations shall be filled out in order to prevent such situations in the future when separate candidates are eliminated from the pre-election race just because they don't get any income from some copyright. So we need to make sure that they have a right to change their declarations and keep participating in the race.
There was another problem for the cancelled candidates due to technical reasons. In our legislation, we don't have any provisions about compensation of the registration fee for them. Even though these candidates cannot get their funds back and they spend even more. This is also due to a short period of time for the registration of candidates, and the verification terms and timeline takes a lot longer. Therefore, such situation emerge. There were such problems as barriers in agitation. Another big barrier for canvassing and for agitation is that there were no way to meet constituents in open space areas, in some public areas, in shopping malls and everywhere. It's only about the peaceful assembly and the meetings law. Candidates had to submit their request to Akima to give a notification for specific date as the assembly will be held. Akimats turn down such requests for such peaceful assemblies, or that all the platforms are not available. In Almaty, there are only 4 platforms where such peaceful assemblies can happen. This is quite inefficient way. So there were additional barriers, and candidates wanted to meet their constituents in the yards of the local dwellings. Unfortunately, there were facts that sometimes, even in my personal case, the utility organization turned down such requests because they were supporting another candidate. So in 1 month, only 4 to 6 days off, and that's not enough to have the canvassing meetings. Also, social media was restricted because all the payments had to cover from the personal personal bank accounts and but only via physical cashier. So not sufficient coverage in mass media of the campaign. Some mass media even did not want to even mention names of the candidates when they were actually serving as experts. They were afraid that, for example, that it is illegal agitation because they did not charge me for anything. Therefore, we want to address all these gaps in legislation. And in the future, I hope that all the next elections will be happening on a higher level. Thank you very much, Khalida. Khalida has all the complete information about the barriers existing today. Please proceed to your seat. Khalida has all this information. Well, all the presentations are prepared. You will be you will have access to them because we will distribute these materials. I'm calling upon you to participate actively. Because we have deputies supporting democratic processes, supporting amendments to legislation this area, they are ready to meet us and to discuss. But to meet that and to just tell them that's bad, that's good, what the barriers are. Well, everything we put on paper today, what we actually put in presentations, we should be putting that as a text for the regulations and to pass it over. Medike Kaptaliyev is online. Can you please provide the floor to him? Medike, being our keynote expert, he is a legal and constitution expert about on the governance issues. Well, is he connected? Everything's good. Medike, can you hear us? And how he sees that in legislation, this aspect, election law challenges and problems in terms of legislation. Can you please authorize me to share my screen? What do you want? I want to have the authorization. I cannot currently share my screen. Well, we can see you, Medike Kaptaliyev. Oh, yeah, we already provided the authorization. Well, now I can share my screen. Just a second. Medike, be brief. Everything, just 3 cases. Other details will be considered in the working group before December. We should develop a draft about amendments and addendums to the election legislation. We should be presenting it to working group. Okay, dear participants of our event, I am acting deputy of the West Kazakhstan Regional Maslahat. I participated in the election as one mandated candidate, and I was a member of the Republic Party. I would like to share my vision on our legislation from 2009. I participated in the election process, but not as a candidate, but as an observer, as an authorized party. For every collision, for every gap, I am well aware of them. And even the topic of my dissertation was dedicated to that. As you probably understand, unfortunately, in our legislation, this collision in Article 33 is not implemented full-fledgedly, and what was raised by the colleagues before noon in the afternoon, that is another proof of this thesis. Well, as you probably understand, the passive election right is to get elected to the to a specific role. The problem is with financing. From the Republican budget, what's being funded in line with the constitutional law on elections. This is lies on with mass media, some cultural events, canvassing, and awareness raising and for transportation costs. What's happening in practice with one mandate districts. This is a very insignificant amount, both for Maslihat, regional and city Maslihats. This amount is not sufficient enough to actually prepare handout materials. I personally received 350,000 tenge, 128 tenge for the materials and some for published press. Well, I've got 36 or something of programs. That was it, because and I have 17 districts. That is a breach in the fair process compared to the party lists and independent candidates and one mandate candidates. So I was lucky enough to be member of the party. That party provided me additional financing. In addition to the fact that I was well known in my district, it's my native city. But in any case, we have to be aware of that, and we also have to make ourselves very well known. 350,000 tenge, and that's it. That's a very insignificant amount, small amount to actually get people to know you. Therefore, it's about amending Article 33 in the constitutional law. In this part, even on the level of the constitutional law, we should be putting the amounts allocated to that to guarantee to the candidates to be able to have their election campaigns. This is a required element which is within the definition of the subjective election right. It is also part of the implementation of the comprehensive election right. Yes, there are actually non-public funding aspect of it when we can create our own funds and everything, but unfortunately, in Kazakhstan, this practice is not an evolved one. You understand that in Western countries, definitely your neighbors, your friends will be supporting you, will be making financial contributions to your election fund. To support, it's also about support from the entrepreneurs. We don't have such practice. Moreover, this practice is very bureaucratic one, even though on the constitutional law level, we for the election campaign, for the Maslihat, for parliament, for presidential elections, it is about contribution in legal way, but at least by the procedure regulated by the constitution. But well, on the level of the constitutional law, that procedure is regulated. Well, there is a rule for the how to open a temporary bank account. There is a law about how to open and close the private client bank accounts. Well, only one bank which might accommodate the special account, but there are other banks. I will not be actually advertising them, but where we can very operational support each other and to transfer funds to support. But when it's just one bank, where these applications are not really evolved, and there are commissions for the transfer of funds. There is a need to go to the bank and to actually submit these contributions. Again, it's about cashing in and cashing out. So many intransparent procedures, clear procedures for the election campaigns, and that is limiting my time. Due to these procedures that I was going to the banks, I was losing my time and wasting it. Even though there is the constitutional law that it might be my individual funding and crowdfunding, but unfortunately this norm is not working. We don't have this legal culture. electorate does not always understand that it's not only about providing your votes, but it's also financial support. Sometimes people even fail to go and just give the vote. There are a lot of examples when people are saying, yes, we support, but this, during the election day, we decided not to go because it was not very convenient. Well, another problem, just as a thesis, when there is a termination of the registration of the candidate due to the reason of that tax declaration was not properly submitted for the candidate or for the wife, spouse. It was part of in the constitutional law. It has created problems for independent candidates. But again, this norm started to be used in this election campaigns. And what has happened? Well, we submitted also declarations following the forms, but it's also about declaration of your obligations or liabilities. If the electorate authority provided some loan contracts which were active for more than 3 years, there was some that you have loans, you have credits, you have liabilities, which were, and you failed to mention that in your declaration. Well, you probably understand that this is just a credit, and to use that in the electoral authority again, if it's for more than 3 years, it is they are no longer eligible to be mentioned. Well, such reasons, since this contract somehow were obtained by the election authorities, that was a violation of the right. Some candidates were able to protect their rights via courts. It took something 5 to 7 days, and that is 5 or 7 days distracted and lost for the campaign. Such ambiguous provisions brought to violation of the election rights. While we have administrative, procedural, and process law, well, now we can go to the court and submit motions against state. Well, you have very well prepared material, but just one example which cannot be ignored. Well, I'm almost finished. So for the election campaign, different platforms, online platforms, internet resources of a server of instant message exchange to send information to the constituents via signals, text, and so on. You can see text on the slide. Well, how is that turning out? During the election campaign, there were problems. So as repost of some information. Well, for example, it's not only for being the replacement for mass media or just Facebook or Instagram. It's about reposting some information. Well, there might be another norm or regulation that it was a breach, that it was the activity within the election campaign using the internet or online platform. It's a very broad definition. Well, it's not in the law, it's at the bylaw level. This is a problem. Well, being hooked. Yes, there are internet pages, there are bloggers who supported without any contracts to the candidates with the election campaigns, but there were people who just decided to repost some useful information they thought is very important and useful. Well, in these definitions, and at least as on how they are phrased in the phrasing, there are some ways to play around them. Well, even 2 days before the elections, even if it was happened, if you failed to meet the time frame, then you lose your right to participate in the elections. And the problem with the counting, when some people deemed that they were not legitimate. There were cases when the citizens came to the election sites. They actually they were putting support sign plus to one candidate and minuses to the others, or indicated one and crossed out the others. And that bulletins were found not legitimate because they did not meet legislation requirements, even though we have actually 4 requirements. And among them, I do not see, well, at least if for example, if I indicated a check mark to Capital Leaf, and for others, I just cross them out, it's not, it's not actually tampering with the balloting. It is not a breach, actually, and the such balloting is quite legitimate. Well, I will not lose your time. There were other cases. You can read them in my presentation, but that's all I had. Thank you very much, Medicare. Well, we really hope that we rely on your professionalism as that the election legislation and also as the other piece of legislation you're working on, we will be suggesting your norms with the specific regulations to be amended to have direct impact on the situation and to help to reduce the barriers which are currently existing. Now, Ms. Yelena Shvetsova Yerkandakanatesh will tell about the facts of breaches and violations. Yelena, the floor is yours, please. Well, presentation of Yelena Shvetsova, can you turn it on, please? It's second panel discussion, Lena. Just a favor to ask from the facts that you have, what each of, if it's a repetition, do not highlight the time again. Look through some new something new, and also if there are violations, how to deal with them, how to address them. The question is about the materials. All materials will be distributed for every panel discussion for all the people who officially registered. If we have your emails, all these people will obtain these materials. If you did not register, despite the fact that we wanted to have a lot of participants, we are not focused on quantity, we are focused on quality. If you participate, if you register, if you're ready to participate, we are here. You will get hold of all the materials. For some people, it's about not participating but benefiting. This is the beginning of your professional and competence. If you do not want even to get registered and bother at all, how are you going to get prepared for bigger assignments? There nothing minor, even oranges can matter. Elena Shvetsova, please, the floor is yours. Yes, hello, Zauresh. Good afternoon, dear colleagues. I hope you can hear me. If possible, can you share my presentation very briefly as bullet points? I would like to go through the major violations and breaches during the election day. Yes, well, while my presentation is being shared, let me go ahead and start, not to waste time. Here, Kanate Public Foundation, we are observing elections. We believe that every person, every entity, every association and attitude towards social rights obligations through the assemblies and through the unions can be done, and it will make our country stronger, more just elections, making them fair. It's not only about observing the elections, we are active in other areas. Can you go to the next slide, please? I am at slide 3 or something like that.
Okay, next slide. We mostly focus on education, research, and advocacy. We are 8 years old, 8.5 to be precise. We conducted 7 observation missions. You can see below the years when we had our missions held. Mostly these were the elections for parliament, Maslihat, presidential elections. Could you please move to next slide? I would like to tell you more about our major observations and violations detected. Starting from 2017, Kazakhstan has been working on the accessibility of voting to people with disabilities, and a lot of things have been done during this period. I am a member of the working group of the Electoral Commission for People with Disabilities. Of course, we can speak a lot about pros and cons. I'm not going to focus on them right now, but I will say that starting from last year, you probably noticed the bulletins with Braille, the voting stations have become more accessible to people with disabilities. Even if this work hasn't been done completely, nevertheless, this work is in progress, and we are working on making sure that the materials about candidates are available to people with disabilities. And we want just to make sure that the citizens have access to this information. People have almost no chances to take part in politics. Nevertheless, starting from 2019, we've observed the boom of individuals who would like to take part in the elections as observers. So if people do not belong to any political party, it's hard for some people to get nominated due to a number of reasons mentioned by our colleagues. The previous elections demonstrated a number of violations, but these early parliamentary elections that were held in March of 2023 show that such problems are large scale. Not because the violations have never existed before, but because there were lots of self-nominated candidates, and therefore the violations were mentioned by both independent observers and self-nominated candidates. And today we have listened to a lot of information on that point. Independent self-nominated candidates didn't end up in parliament or maslahat. Why am I saying this? I personally consulted a great number of people, about 20 to 30 people to be precise, and I consulted candidates from Shiger League. Thanks to the word of mouth, I started to receive calls from different regions. My colleague Roman received lots of calls, and we consulted a lot of people. And people who called us would ask lots of practical questions. We carried out a small research, and we are on the final stage of our analysis of self-nominated candidates, and the picture that we get is not really positive. So I would like to say a few words about the parties. It is impossible to create a political party here, and the parties that we have right now, I hope I won't offend anyone, but these parties are branch offices of Amanat Party. So what's the problem? On the legislative level, we don't have any regulations that would allow a person to get out of the party and get registered as a self-nominated candidate. So a self-nominated candidate shall not be a person coming from a party. During the past elections in March of 2023, we could see that a lot of people left parties and self-nominated for the elections, even if they were somehow affiliated to a political party. Respectively, we don't see new faces in politics. I'm not going to talk about the gender equality and quotas, but 30% quota that we get is a mixed one, and it covers not only women but youth and people with disabilities. I remember that Kazakhstan received a recommendation to issue a 50% quota for women only. We just need to make sure that we implement this, enforce this, and we need to have a separate quota for people with disabilities, because people with disabilities have to have a chance to be represented in the local executive bodies. And the fact that women mostly hold social positions is something that we need to consider. As a country, we have to move to a new level, so where women can take managerial positions, where women can do business and be politics. I'm a woman, and I work with a lot of other female observers who have the sense of justice and who are not ready to deal with what's happening or accept what's happening. Roman in his presentation said that during the previous electoral period, some changes took place, but it is worth seeing that each electoral period is connected to the legislative changes. And this is a huge problem because on the eve of the elections, we start seeing changes in the legislation. After conducting elections, a certain lawmaking work to be done. This work shall be done post-elections, not at the pre-elections period. Of course, the elections have to be held every 5 years. Nevertheless, we see that our elections tend to be early ones, and we have to seize these practices on the legislative level. We have to make sure that the elections are held on a specific date. As for the accreditation, we received the observer's accreditation, and the NGOs that want to observe the electoral processes were supposed to get their accreditation this year. Initially, it was offered that the observers cannot receive foreign financing. We were against this amendment, and this norm was eventually removed. However, in order to get access, the social organizations or the public organizations were supposed to make amendments to their charter. And given the fact that the accreditation is issued by the Central Election Commission, this issue still requires more attention. Another thing is personal data. During the registration of observers and representatives, personal information was collected. There is a registration log with name, ID number, contact information of an observer or a trusted representative. However, according to our observers, the commission members scanned IDs of observers and requested for the place of education or work. And through this collection of personal information, some observers were under the pressure coming from their employers or universities. There are no legally justified rights for the members of the election commission to require the scan of IDs from observers or trusted representatives. And there should be a special procedure for the collection, storage, and elimination of personal data. I personally saw this case when our information, our ID scans were shared with others through WhatsApp. Of course, they do a big advertisement for our foundation, but we would like our personal information to be more protected. As for photo and video recording, it is restricted to do photo and video recording, even if according to the law on elections, point 9, paragraph 1, an observer has a right to do photo and video recording. If the observers that come to observe and start creating a conflict situation, both observers and the conflict subjects get removed from the voting station. Article 20 says about the responsibilities of an observer. Observer needs to meet the requirements, but nevertheless, the requirements of the commission mostly contradict with the rights of the observers, such as the right to move from one spot to another, to do photo and video recording. Lena, you're out of time. Lena, if you are not really offended, I suggest that we wrap up for now with your presentation. I have 2 more points to say, and then let's wrap up. These restrictions shall be lifted. I think that the observers are under a great pressure, and there is we don't want to waste your time talking about this. Let's talk about the protocols. The election commission's protocols. Self-nominated candidates had this issue. Commissions do not issue the protocols, and this is a huge violation of the voting right. The votes need to be counted immediately, and the protocols need to be issued immediately in Russian and Kazakh languages based on the preferences of a person who took part in the counting. Protocols have to be available for 2 days. They were not available everywhere. That's another sign of violation. And again, there is a problem of people getting kicked out of the voting stations. There are lots of problems of this kind observed commonly, and I think that this is something to be resolved because we have a law, but each commission, including the Central Election Commission, have their own interpretations. Thank you very much. I'm ready to answer your questions. Unfortunately, we don't have time for the questions and the answers, but I would like to focus on one more thing. Elena mentioned a very important thing, research and conclusions that they have reflected on the screen, as well as other additional materials are used by our group that makes amendments to the legislation. So very often legislation tends to change on the eve of elections. And therefore, taking into account the fact that our next elections will take place in 4 or 5 years, it is worthwhile to go to Parliament today and start making amendments to the legislation so that within the year of 2023 and 2024, the electoral legislation could be revised. And so that people had an opportunity to test legislation. Changing legislation on the eve of elections is not right because people are not even aware of those changes in a lot of cases. Therefore, in this context, I think we will either hold parliamentary hearings and I see that you are taking notes as deputies of the Senate and Majlis. I believe that we will discuss these issues during the meetings of the working group and someday in the future. I would like to give the floor to our next speaker, who is going to talk about the bullying of female candidates. This research was carried out by ECHO Foundation, and it says a lot about the violent treatment of women when such cases happen publicly on the public political arena. Whenever we see that women are subject to pressure, it is not something to tolerate. Therefore, I would like to give the floor to our next speaker. Thank you very much, Dauresh. Yakovna. First of all, I would like to thank you for the opportunity to speak here, to take part in this event, which is extremely important for everyone, for women, for citizens of Kazakhstan who are concerned about the topic of fair and honest elections. Our organization has been observing elections for over 20 years. Nevertheless, we're observing not only the violations, but we've been observing the campaigns of candidates, what kinds of technologies are used, what kinds of shadow technologies are used. A long time ago, back in 2004, I talked to one candidate who complained, saying that if she knew what criticism she would receive during the process, she would never nominate herself. Social media play a huge role in our daily life, especially for independent candidates who have unlimited access to mass media. Social networks ensure additional communication channels with the voters. Therefore, we decided to focus on whether or not bullying of female candidates is quite common on social media. What is bullying? What's bullying in the context of our research? It means intentional use of different forms of persecution, intimidation, inhuman treatment of female candidates, and cyberbullying is another type of this online persecution. including the persecution that takes place on social media platforms. Cyberbullying is a serious barrier for women to participate in the elections. Bullying itself is a very serious obstacle. Cyberbullying is probably more dangerous because haters that leave negative comments can use anonymous accounts, and it is harder for us to attract them to responsibility. This is a very serious type of psychological abuse. So we have selected the candidates who got nominated from the single mandate districts, and we had their social media pages. Only 35 of them used their social media accounts or pages to actively communicate with their voters. So other women, due to different reasons, did not use their social media accounts. Probably one of the reasons, and of course it takes additional research, but probably one of the reasons is the fear of negative comments. Unfortunately, my presentation is not working, but I can provide more information without resorting to slides. We looked at the negative comments addressed to the candidates who used their social media accounts to communicate with the potential voters. The most common type of bullying, the most common type of negative comments, insults. And these insults would be addressed both to men and women, and they would be about being independent, about doing nothing. They use the language of hostility as well. The language of hostility it can be of different types. It's based on gender, or it's based on the affiliation with the LGBTQ community, and it can be based on language. It's quite common, especially when it comes to use or non-use of Kazakh and Russian languages. If we go back to gender discrimination, sexist comments were used, and we used to assess the political actions or statements of female politicians. They were about the lack of trust in the success of women who managed to achieve a lot of things without the support of an influential male next to her or relatives that would support her. They would doubt their competencies, qualifications, capabilities, and all of these comments undermined the confidence of women. There were lots of comments such as, why do you go to parliament when you can teach in school? And other comments like, why are you going to be a member of parliament now, whereas you could build houses? Such comments actually were not that common, and they were not addressed. Such comments were not addressed to men, whereas a lot of negative comments were mostly addressing women. We made comparisons of different comments addressed to men and women, but we decided to get a sample of 10 men and 10 women who were more or less similar with each other in terms of the number of followers on social media or in terms of their active election campaigns, or in terms of the topics that male and female candidates raised or covered. So you can see this comparison. Compared to men, women would receive lots of negative comments from haters. Men would probably be mostly insulted, and they would be falsely accused of something, whereas women would be subject to hatred and discrimination. And well,
females face cyberbullying more often, and women more often face questions like, "Why are you deserving? What have you achieved? What can you showcase?" Prove your eligibility, especially for one mandated districts on the regional level and the regional capitals. We observe that for half of one mandated districts, there were no women candidates, no female candidates. 134 districts, I believe, no female candidates. Therefore, female candidate for electorate is something exotic. More attention is brought to women. It's a target for negative comments and reactions. When electorate is a woman as a candidate, then it will be higher expectations. What has she already achieved? Well, she has to be very attractive. There is no right to be mistaken. If she says something stupid, that will be communicated wide and far. If a man utters some ignorant things, nobody pays actual attention. And it's saying about some women are so aggressive. Well, look at the developed countries. When women are in power, nothing good comes out of it. Well, if we look at the feedbacks, every woman is a potential target for bullying and cyberbullying. Since she's a candidate, she will have a wider target audience. Her electorate becomes her target group, therefore hate and bullying becomes more active. More active she's in social media, is a bigger chance that she will be bullied with the systematic campaigns. When therefore we have to educate, we have train, we have raise awareness for women to properly deal with such comments, with such hate, and with such situations, because it can bring stress and depression. Well, just a couple of additional notes. Yes, I completely agree. It's about psychological training, about being stress resilient and resourceful. Well, women candidates higher communication, better tolerance to bullying, and also mutual support. When women supported each other, when especially during the negative comments phase, they were actually raising awareness about this bullying, and in several cases, these haters had to were forced to delete their comments and to get lost. Well, here, Solidarity League is not solidarity just by chance. That is how to be acting in solidarity. It's about posts, it's about likes, that's not what important. It's also important what kind of problem is raised by your colleague, whether support is needed, and to provide this support. If especially these women are being harassed, well, now then about harassment, what is the source of harassment? If it's bullying, then measures should be taken. This is about solidarity. That's a way to progress. Women are voting against the other women. We criticize quite heavily the other females. Well, these comments are coming from women, actually. Thank you very much, Maria. We have the last words. When we've seen these comments women faced, I really admire women who went along and actually participated. Policy is a dirty thing, but it's about women making it cleaner. It's professionalism, it's high level of culture and solidarity, support. Again, that's our strengths. Now I would like to provide the floor to Zhanna Seidalina. This is Bolashak Academy Associate Professor candidate of legal sciences. Well, she is actually very active in that. John, Associate Professor of Walash Academics, Chairman of Karaganda Regional Judicial Collegium, candidate of legal sciences. Jana, can you hear us? Yes, I can hear you. Can you hear me? A coffee break shall still happen timely. Yeah, well, it's about raising awareness of the problems. Well, I will try to do my best and to be as brief as possible. Well, 5 minutes for me, and then you can proceed with a coffee break. To continue previous speakers' notes, well, for Mary Kay's presentation and Khalida's presentation, well, what are the challenges, what kind of measures can be taken to change the law on elections, not only just this piece of legislation, but other bylaws or regulations, which might be associated implementation of the election right of everyone. Number one, we should be actually closing down this legislation link. First registration, then the verification of all the documents and checks. Well, for the legislative norm, we've heard a lot of examples when decisions were made to cancel their registration because there were some mistakes, mostly in tax declarations about assets and liabilities. For the candidate status, it should be sustainable and very specific. As for the verification and check of all the documents, it has to be dealt by the government authorities before the end of the registration period and before the elections. Next, we were saying that the regulations for the declaration filling, if we look at the percentage, how many candidates were terminated because they improperly filled in the declaration forms. It is related to the order coming from the Ministry of Finance, which identifies the procedure of filling of this declaration filling in. Whatever you do, you will still be not right. Declaration will not be formulated correctly. Whatever you do for candidates, it's a failure by default. Any way you fill the declaration, it will be at fault because the declaration does not mention any IP or rights or any authorship rights. Well, now we are actually submitting a motion to the court. We tried through the constitutional court to raise this issue that this decree shall not be deemed eligible and legitimate. Well, it will be a very interesting case since there is no clear definition in legislation on the absence of specificity. Well, but there are some technical mistakes. It's not about hiding. It's not about hiding any information. But there is no definition for unreliable information or incorrect information. Well, we went to the constitutional court asking like how right it is to terminate the candidate because he or she failed to indicate something in the declaration. As of today, actually, there is law on anti-corruption, and this person is not the subject of this law. Well, it becomes the subject of this law only after he or she goes through all this procedure and becomes a deputy. Well, then this person is eligible for all these requirements to submit declaration and everything. If he or she fails to submit this declaration, there is a regulation that he or she can be his or her mandate can be terminated. International norms which regulate the legislation rights, they actually ensure such possibility of amending the well, this is not this is also in line with the principle of proportionate, and candidates can be terminated only and if there are actual proof of being at fault. Also, some speakers mentioned another aspect about the registration fee. Well, we need to identify about the legal status of this money. Whether if it is a required fee as collateral, then we need to identify what does it guarantee, what kind of objective justification there is to for such a legislation, and also it's political parties do not pay any fees. If it's an obligatory fee for everybody, it has to be obligatory for everyone. But based on the Article 88 of the Constitutional Law, it is provided for that the parties are exempt from the for paying such fee, which got more than from 1 to 3%. They pay only 70%. Parties with 3 to 7%, 50, or for those who have more than 50%, they do not pay any fee at all. Well, as of today, political party Amanat, political party Akjol, some other political parties, they did not pay any registration fee compared to the citizens who have no privileges at all. Women, youth, elderly, disabled people, where there are objective substantiation to get some preferences compared to the political parties, which are legal entities. Well, for them, we do not have any requirements at all. Then we need to understand what the registration fee is. Well, we should now not call it as the discrimination against poor. Well, 1 million to Majlis, it's quite a significant amount for many people. Therefore, we should not be putting any discrimination and the legal gap here that it's in breach with the Article 14 of the Constitution if everybody is equal under the law and front of courts. Well, again, all the participants without any exclusion shall be paying this fee. Well, if candidates somehow lost their status and never went to election, they've got no chance of being reimbursed. Well, we've already lost the first instance of the court hearing. It's about motion against the Ministry of Finance in terms of the terminating this registration fee. But we've got a discussion on how to understand Article 88, paragraph 5. Well, Жанна, if this candidate got more than 5%. Well, then it is about if he or she is dead, then how is the reimbursement happening? Well, or otherwise it goes to the government budget. A citizen who is far from the law readings, well, it's about why am I not reimbursed by any means? It's a fixed norm. That it's reimbursement from the Republican budget. Well, but some candidates never paid it. 373 independent candidates for Majlis registration fee was returned only 203 candidates, 250, 260, 270 people. It's about 300 million tenge. They went to the Republican budget. Well, yeah. What kind of responsibility is that the person was not elected and you need to pay for that, and the political parties have not paid anything? Well, there are a lot of issues which have to be addressed. We had presentations like, don't go to court, it's a failed cause by default. But yes, we will probably lose, but it's about making small steps, one step at a time. And going to the Constitutional Court, it is an option. Well, if we go so far, well, it's probably the only way to bring attention to such problems. For the election legislation. Jana, please, I would like to ask you, what is the perspective? What specifically do you see? What can be done? Just 2-3 sentences. Well, our suggestion is first to revise the registration fee. It has to be determined, or there should be provision if that everybody and even legal entities and parties shall be paying it. In line with the tax legislation, candidates shall not be submitting any declaration, and if still if this regulation stays, it is about giving opportunity to amend the changes, to put everything properly and to correct technical. As a result of this conference, she should be submitting a whole package of our proposals to amend the legislation accordingly. Okay, that's all I had. Thank you very much for your attention. Radna, that's all you had? Radna, can you hear me? Yes, yes, that's all I had. Andrei, come and join us here. I have a suggestion. Now it's coffee break time. My suggestion would be to have a coffee break at the end. We had a lunch just recently. Start trying to catch up. For my presentation, I will be actually taking the floor the last. It's not about speaking, it's not about saying, it's about implementing for me. Now I would like to give the floor to Mr. Badrov. He's Ukrainian policy researcher. He's a very competent, and I think it will be very interesting for you because he is competent in the issues related to the election and other processes of political participation. Well, can you please go ahead with your presentation? You have a clicker right here. For the beginning, I would like to turn your attention to me from your phones, please. Are you here with me? Not everybody's here. Some phones are still more attractive than I am. Well, take a deep breath. Raise your shoulders. Take a smile and exhale. Better? Then let's go. My name is Andrei Badrov. For 27 years, I help people to become deputies, mayors, and so on and so forth. Well, I don't really know how relevant my experience will be for you, because the topic I indicated for the discussion, it's quite theoretical, because it is about election systems. And since you are living in a specific election system, it might not be really interesting to learn about other systems and effects they are bringing. But actually, I believe one of the effects are still being felt and experienced by you. Well, let's give it a try, or some kind of a practical discussion. What would be your preference? Discussion? Let's forget about election systems. Okay. Well, look, these types and subtypes of systems which are proportional, just bear with me, proportional, majority, and next one you live in. Well, I will not be actually dwelling upon it. Proportional, it's only about party list. People do not have any direct contact with their constituents, no pressure. People do not, have differences, see differences between executional and political. But parties degrade. They do not care about their quality. No need to integrate high quality people. They don't need to absorb influencers. That's what is bringing that tomorrow we can election campaign in a month or month and a half in advance. everybody does that. Why should they walk an extra mile? And for parties, the key thing, it's very difficult.
Решить вопрос.
It is hard for a party to align all interests up until the nomination. Here in Ukraine, in Russia, in Moldova, and elsewhere, people come up with the lists, and they are prepared in the last minute until the deadline for the submission of documents is expired. So what are pros and cons? Well, all territories are represented, and it's one of the pros. In the proportional system, by the way, the territories are not represented. The groups of interests are represented, but territories are not. Whereas here, we have, let's say, different groups who have different views very well represented. But if we look at Astana or Almaty, there might be 10 candidates coming from these two cities, whereas from Mangistau region, we have only 0 or 1 candidate. Mostly the parties are based in large cities, in capitals, and the top candidates are based in large cities. Why the majority system is cooler? Because they represent each and every region, because there are deputies from each region, and we can approach them and say, we have a problem here, why aren't you resolving this problem? Nevertheless, we see the situation when, for example, we see no women candidates. So, long story short, all of the processes that I have just mentioned are impossible. We, as James Bond, then mix different systems together in one cocktail. Seems like everything is okay, seems like everything is compensated, but nevertheless, you will get my presentation later. And here, for example, you see the cons of each system, and you can see the pros of each system marked green. And these pros and cons are classical, they're admitted by the supporters of the classical system. You can also see what I have marked here with little dots based on my experience. I was a part of more than 60 election campaigns in 6 countries of the world. I took part in 4 I worked with 4 election systems. Now, trust me, I can tell you about the effects of each and every system. For instance, I have seen situations when the idea would seem really nice, but with the preferential type of voting, when a voter gets 2 votes, a vote for a party and a vote for a candidate, a voter normally says, I would like to see this person as a member of parliament. And such voting usually makes it possible for a voter to say out loud, I really have hopes for this person. Respectively, he can pick a more effective person, a more effective candidate, and so on and so forth. But then, as it turns out, the system explodes the party from within. Why? Any thoughts? Because the competition becomes internal. The candidates start fighting with each other in order to end up at the top of the list. And they start destroying each other, or they try to bribe the party leaders in order to get the top votes and get fixed seats in a parliament. Plus, this leads to the poor quality of candidates, because let's say if I have 10 districts in one region, and in these 10 districts there are 60 seats available, it means that there are 6 seats per each district. So who will be my candidate number 1 in the list? That candidate who maybe gave me a bribe. Who will end up a second candidate in my list? A loyal candidate. Maybe it will be a chairperson who will be a last one in my list. obstinate ones, I would say, oh, well, you're very well known in your district. Your rating is 90%. Show me what you can do. So I will put him as the last candidate in the list for him to prove how reputable he is. So it leads to further struggles, further conflicts, and we have seen situations when such an approach would destroy a party from within. This is a majority-based system. You can see a yellow circle here. It's the formation of two-party system. I don't know whether this is useful for your country or not. I'm a foreigner, so I don't have a right to interfere with your system. Moreover, I'm a foreigner who also is not brave enough to give recommendations. So, the majority system always leads to the situation when the members end up in two different groups. The first group is closer to the power, the second one is farther from the power. So they create so-called coalitions or blocks within one party. So they sometimes even create two mega parties. What did actually happen in the UK, where the majority system prevails? Exactly this thing happened. And this is the mixed system. You can see lots of green circles here, which means that there are more pros. Kazakhstan, in some sense, is really close to its optimal state. As a new democracy that gets certain effects from the election system, compared to older democracies that already have established their checks and balances system. So as a new democracy, they are more inclined to positive aspects of the mixed system. So on the left, you see the pros. On the right, you see what, in my opinion, is the most important aspect of the mixed system, the system that goes away from the powers of the financial or industrial groups. This is the system that tries to get fresh blood or new faces. Remember your recent past. Did you have a chance to be able to end up in the list of parties without having financial leverages or incentives? Did you have a chance to self-nominate? No. I'm talking about the recent past until this system was enforced. I'm not talking about the early period because, it was impossible for each and every country of the former USSR. So you can read this information on your own. You can read more about the presidential form and the proportional system because the presidential form is somehow to the proportional system, but they don't really work effectively together because the proportional system mostly is focused on the establishment of the cabinet of ministers, whereas now the president forms the cabinet of ministers. What's the point of supporting the cabinet? What's the point for the parties to support the cabinet of ministers? So eventually this leads to a war, a so-called war between the president, the prime minister, and the head of parliament. We have seen this happening in Ukraine at one point. Presidential form plus majority system. Here, things seem to be clear with a strong president who got the mandate of his people and with weak deputies or members of parliament. It seems like the system is more or less clear. So with such a group, we can break down them into smaller groups. Hence, we get a chance to orchestrate their actions. Parliamentary form plus majority system. I don't know if you're interested in the parliamentary form because you have the presidential form of governance. This is a brief slide about the 26 years of experience and practices. This is my contact information. So if you're interested, feel free to get in touch with me. So let's get down to the practical part. Just a brief analysis. What have I done today when I came here? I came here on the stage. What have I done when I was on the stage. The first thing that I did, I became closer to you. As we say it in the professional environment, I didn't go away from you. I became closer to you. What else did I do? I drew your attention to my personality. I said, let's inhale, let's exhale. This is the micro model of the election campaign. First, you draw everybody's attention to your personality, then you attract people and then get feedback. I was like, what do you want? I didn't say what I want to tell you. I said, what do you want to hear? And you said practical discussions. And what did I do? I didn't start with the practical discussion right away. I decided to give the information that I have prepared. And that's the micro model of the election campaign. When I say, I'm gonna do whatever you want, but let's listen to me first, and then I will give you what you want. These are already very well established algorithms that are applied commonly in the election system. Therefore, let's begin with what we have heard today. This is my notepad. Article 104/6, cancellation of declarations, cancellation of registrations. In Ukraine, well, I'm not trying to give recommendations. I'm just trying to tell you about what has been done in Ukraine. In Ukraine, the declarations are checked up until the end of registration. For example, if you have submitted your documents, and the election commission has 3 to 4 days to check your declaration, and you are provided with additional time to provide clarifications on declarations, and only after that you can resubmit documents, you can make further clarifications, and you can get a registration if you want to be if you want each group to be presented. Our Decree 178 on online platforms. The advertisement campaigns cover only paid types of ads. Whatever you post on a paid basis, where does it come from? That's when oligarchs started to buy people in parliament, and people, very wealthy people, would go to parliament. But since this increased the index of social envy, people tried to conceal this kind of information, and the authorities really liked it because they would understand the level of income and wealth of certain individuals, and it was good for the authorities because they would get a special hammer to punish those ones who lied to them. Same thing is applied in Russia. In the Western countries, the declarations are checked as well. Trust me, in the US, the punishment for evasion from taxes is much stricter than the punishment for murder. That's all you have to know about your declarations. The microphone is off. I think that your presentation was excellent. I am not interested in your marital status. I'm interested in politics, and I'm interested in the political system that you were talking about in your presentation. Because when we start considering the election-based legislation, we'll have to think about the political system that we would like to support in Kazakhstan. You mentioned a mixed form. Is it effective? And what kinds of adjustments or amendments are needed to be made to the legislation in order to get the real effect? We can fantasize about the mixed forms a lot, but I sincerely hope that, well, and this is my personal opinion, I sincerely hope that the majority system, as well as a connection of parties and districts, are brought back. Because You put them aside at one point. What shall be a ratio of the majority component in local authorities with regards to the party component? That's the subject for further discussions. Thank you very much. Thank you. I shut up. Andrei, I'm really glad that you were here, attended this conference with us as a professional. I know what dialogue we shall build with the authorities, and now I know what mechanisms shall be discussed together with the authorities in order to enforce specific mechanisms in our election system, or in order to reinforce. I personally thought that the majority system shall not be introduced in the form that it exists in right now, but once you reflected your position and provided us with this information, I saw that such issues are worth separate discussion. We need to learn more about the election systems and consider them in details and talk to experts, invite members of parliament, because these issues are important. So in September, once our MPs are back, I believe that we will start talking about these issues again. So we will meet each other again on a different platform, though. Dear MPs, we have two members of parliament, a member of the Senate, Jaksembay Debigul, and Juldis Sulimenova. We also have the deputy of Zhogor-Kukinezh of Kyrgyzstan, Nikitenko Natalia Vladimirovna. So I would like now to give the floor to these three individuals. They're all are very bright. They all have something to say. I would like to give the floor to our Kyrgyz colleague, and then we'll give the floor to you. Natalia Vladimirovna, are you with us? I saw you. Hello, dear participants. I'm here. I'm very happy to hear from you, Natalia Vladimirovna. The information about you is written in our agenda. Everyone remember you since our last meeting in December. We have information about you, so I would like to give the floor to you, Natalia. For the sake of time, thank you very much, Zauresh, for a wonderful opportunity. Your foundation always arranges very bright and professional discussions, and it is a great honor for me to take part in this conference. For the sake of time, I don't want to focus on my presentation as it'll be distributed to our participants. Having listened to the statements of previous speakers who provided very substantive reports, I decided that I should focus more on the following reflections. These are my thoughts out loud. These are the thoughts concerning the countries of the region. We could discuss these thoughts in order to become more effective in terms of our equality aspirations. Not only from the standpoint of quotas, which are just a temporary measure, but from the standpoint of government strategies, from the standpoint of the actions of the civil organizations and expert organizations, because these things, I believe, will ensure gender equality, and achievement of gender equality shall become a priority in the strategy of the country development. Since we pay great attention to this issue, I believe that with such a professional audience, I don't need to convince anyone in the importance of the role of women in the life of the political life or in the decision making. It is a must. It is what we need for a gradual development of a country. This is what we need for the progress, including the economic successes and proper governance. And there are at least three reasons why we need gender equality in governance. It's because the government sets standards, sets culture, and corporations, small businesses, non-commercial organizations get this standard of gender equality from the government. So I believe that the governments shall formulate the gender equality agendas. Another thing is that the governments are in charge of the implementation of their national programs, and women have to be included equally into the implementation of such programs. And the government is the largest employer of any country, therefore involving men and women on an equal basis into the jobs and the creation of jobs is one of the very effective economic measures.
Today, we are saying that we have underrepresentation of women globally, and in particular in Central Asian regions in our countries, in Kazakhstan, Kyrgyzstan, and in parliaments and in governments. Today, we heard some figures that in parliament, we are seeing increasing number of women in terms of research. At the OCTE level, more than 30.6% is, if I'm not mistaken. This is a good indicator, but there is still room for improvement because half of the population globally are women. Well, in line with the research of international organizations, countries which are demonstrating a balance in the state policy in terms of gender equality are also showcasing obvious progress, economic successes. In my presentation, there is a diagram of one of such studies. Both Kazakhstan and Kyrgyzstan are not indicated on the diagram and plot, but in some parameters, Azerbaijan is part of the study. Well, it is an indicator of where our region is in terms of the alignment of the gender equality aspects and economic prosperity. We're halfway between the countries. United States, Sweden are the leaders, Scandinavians with a high level of women representation and governance and higher indicators of economic growth. And with the low presentation, Yemen, Somalia, Afghanistan, South Sudan, and other countries. Our country is in the middle of the spectrum. We have high potential for growth and improvement. To improve and increase efficiency of our state policies, to include and incorporate more balanced gender component. Very briefly about Kyrgyzstan, about the strategy, how to achieve gender equality. Of course, there are several aspects in terms of the legislation. It's an ongoing process of reforming and amending legislation on election. And it has both positive aspects because incrementally gender quotas were implemented by previously speakers already mentioned. Both in Kazakhstan, this is a mixed quota, including gender, youth, ethnic groups, and people with disability. And political parties were actually trying to pursue a vision of 4-in-1. It's a well-known approach. Many participants were actually being able to feel such a political interest to save the places while ensuring representation in the single quota. A suggestion to actually have a separate quotas for gender, I would support that as a relevant and very timely one. There are also negative aspects of continuous changes to legislation because rules are changed before the elections, and that to lobby some political powers that is preventing an opportunity to true full-fledged participation of women and to get prepared to new realities because the rules keep changing and the systems keep changing. Kyrgyzstan went through that quite a few times, such as shocking amendments to legislation. In addition to that, we believe that we have another strength. This is an active civil society, gender organizations, and as aspects where it was possible to fix gender quotas. Every fourth candidate in the party is women, and there are amendments which fixed a possibility for women not to be under pressure, which was actually after elections to parliament, this pressure was there to actually make the woman to leave. But these quotas were also fixed, and we were learning on our own mistakes, we were drawing conclusions, and today legislation looks more or less harmonized, but there are some aspects to change, of course, since, as experts were mentioning, there are amendments needed in Kazakhstan in terms of the higher collateral, and also there is a system, not only party-based system, but also direct system. Today in Kyrgyzstan, we also have a mixed system. 90% of the mandate in the Board of Ganesh, 36 majority, 54 from political parties. So our quota, 30%, which we were referring to, which we were fighting for with all the gender organizations, sometimes makes very out of box thinking steps and conferences. In Kyrgyzstan, when in 2007 there was one gender parliament, gender organizations joined their efforts, had a huge information campaigns, come to parliament meeting, and on 8th of March we're bringing flowers and cards to the male members of parliament about, like celebrating women, but since there are no women, they were actually giving these flowers out to men. But there was another possibility for the society to be heard and to have gender quota. That was a huge win. But today, our civil society, which we are actually proud of, is not in the best. Is not in its best shape. There is a huge challenge for Kyrgyzstan for us to join our efforts because there is a new law on NGOs with limits and barriers and additional barriers and constraints, and with additional inspections and checkups that is another way to impact and influence gender organizations, but it's strengthening of discourse and attempt to join from becoming desperate and ununified. Now it is about getting united. One of the important aspects at the agenda today is about bringing efforts together with to have more expanded networks, partnerships, consolidation, and unions with gender organizations as well. Organizations which are supporting female leaders, women in policy to become priority. One of the aspects I wanted to mention as well regarding new areas and new steps made by Kyrgyzstan. This might be in something interesting for our distinguished partners. This is a development of the state program to increase the participation of women at the appointed and nominated positions. This is a program where it's not only about the civil servants and government authorities, it's also about the civic activists, our gender experts. That's a very good indicator. And for this program, we would really believe that it can be a very practical tool, actionable tool. Unfortunately, we do not achieve 30% quota. Today, it's just 21%, and we have room for improvement, and we have things to fight for, at least 30%, but it has to be increased. We need to amend legislation to increase number of women reserved and booked places, at least at 40% level. This is the next step, but at the government level, executive branch of the state, for the leadership positions, the percentage of women is very low. Cabinet of ministers, just one, a female minister, and with a very big number of ministers. State programs on improving the representativeness of women at administrative positions, at nominated positions, is a very big step. It's not only about election law, but it will be definitely empowering women.
That's when the state programs are in progress, and the Special Council for the Rights of Women, Children, and Gender Equality was established, and It is important to promote the gender agenda on the parliamentary level. And it is important to create role models in the society because this is a huge part of the strategy of gender equality. So one of the priority areas is the facilitation of gender equality with the participation of women, active involvement of female MPs and gender activists. And this gives us hopes for the implementation of these objectives. Now, let's speak of some moments connected to the positive experience in the change of legislation in our country on the level of local parliaments. Up until 2019, the share of female MPs was very low. There were some parliaments in the regions without any female representative. Nevertheless, with the adoption back in 2019 of the new amendment to the legislation that prescribes 30% quota for women, we achieved the indicator of 37.8% or 38% of female representation throughout the country. And the issue of perception mostly involved resistance on the part of the male population. There were some indignant letters addressed to the president, but the quota is still working. And nowadays we see that the higher share of women shall ensure not only higher quantity but higher quality. And it is necessary to establish a fund of female leaders, which should become again quite active in government and in the work of NGOs. I'm heavily involved in the work of the fund that supports parliamentarism in the Republic of Kazakhstan. And Zaurish, thank you very much because you are there doing this huge mission on support and consulting of female leaders, and it helps create a better potential and take decisive steps towards the development of gender potential. You can expand your activities on the regional level. And I really hope that together with the Kyrgyz organizations, you will be able to develop this platform and you will be able to unite the efforts to do this work more proactively. Now I would like to present to your attention some questions for further discussions. What needs to be done more effectively by the government authorities and the non-governmental sector in order to actually support female political leadership and in order to implement effective strategies and in order to ensure gender equality? That's what we have been talking all day today. I don't think that these are the brand new questions. I think that we have touched upon them at one point. So whatever was said with regards to very interesting lawmaking process and whatever was said with regards to the incentivizing of political parties, all of these things are quite crucial. And I believe that we will be able to come up with really nice conclusions of our discussions today. As for some observations and proposals on how or what kinds of political institutes could develop strategies and take actions in order to ensure gender equality and the broader political participation of women in politics. These issues shall be, first of all, reflected in national strategic documents. Of course, we have to make them meaningful. They shouldn't be just declarative documents, because unfortunately, we haven't seen a single national strategy that won't be replaced by another national strategy. So we have to ensure monitoring of the results. And we need to make sure that such results are communicated to the society at large. There were a number of political shocks, early elections, changes in policies, so the strategies are not always stable. Therefore, countries in the region have to take into account these recommendations, which are common for the entire region. The stability of national strategies, inclusion of gender equality principles, and the assessment of these strategies may serve as another important step in this process. And we have to have women involved in decision making. We have to make sure that women are represented in the political elite groups. Just because very often in our country, for example, we have such cases when the statements of the MPs caused lots of public commotion. And you know that mass media sometimes tends to get certain statements out of the context. So we talked about bullying or intimidation with regards to women, and we talked about negative comments that affect female leaders or which may be sensitive. Well, such things create a message to the society at large. And unfortunately, they establish a very negative basis for the cultural perception of this issue. Therefore, the personal statements of the political elite, starting with the president, prime minister, head of parliament, on gender equality or gender issues are key in the political agenda of political institutes. The active role of women in the information dimension and forming the image of a female leader are our priority issues. I'm very happy to see lots of distinguished colleagues, members of parliament of the Republic of Kazakhstan, and in such conferences, statements, information campaigns are quite helpful as they create good role models, they form culture, and this is a very good foundation for our younger population who at one point will learn more about this. We maybe the statements of such outstanding women during this conference will at one point affect young girls who are not indifferent and who are willing to move on despite the challenges that obviously women in politics face a lot. One more thing, we're female politicians. Sometimes, unfortunately, we deal with this thing that is common for a lot of countries. We observe competition, destructive competition. Associations of female politicians sometimes may establish a wrong context that says that women do not support other women, and that can be quite destructive and affect the results of elections. That's what we have observed when women themselves said that there is a very common phrase that women do not tend to support each other, therefore they tend to trust men more. These stereotypes can be destroyed by proper political and models and role models, and this is a huge responsibility of female leaders. I would like to say a few words. I understand that my time is up and I'm exceeding the time of that, but I would like to say a few words about the institutionalization. Well, we have to train civil servants, we have to create a short list of female leaders. We need to address the civil sector. It's a very complicated time for the Republic of Kazakhstan and the civil society organizations of Kazakhstan, as well as of Kyrgyzstan. And right now, it's high time to become more proactive in order to adhere to democratic principles and in order to enhance one's own potential on national, regional, and international levels. We have to get together on different platforms and fora. And last but not least, we have to enhance our interaction with the government bodies. Even though it sounds weird if the civil society organizations, including the other non-profit organizations, if they can present some professional or expert context with a very strong voice by offering gender-based audit or gender-based assessment of the legislation or gender-based monitoring of elections by using professional tools. Let's say if there is a certain scale of gender sensitivity of political parties, and if, for example, they create a ranking of political parties focusing on gender sensitivity, by doing so, the civil society organizations can form opinions that the government authorities will take into account. But again, it takes lots of analytical information, analytical data, mechanisms for monitoring of assessment of gender-based audit. So it is important to ensure professionalization. So we have to interact, we have to enhance potential, and we have to go more professional. Only in that case, we will expand our capabilities to affect the state policies and to support female leaders. Thank you very much for your attention. It is really difficult to cover a lot of things during such a short period of time. My presentation has more information and hopefully it will be available to our participants. Thank you very much, Natalia Vladimirovna. It is very helpful and very interesting. Your experience will be quite helpful for our women as well. I think we need to expand partnership, and I think that female organizations of Kazakhstan and Kyrgyzstan are ready to create coalitions and promote female political leadership. I suggest that we discuss this initiative in September and think about our partnership. We addressed our parliament saying that we have to create a group of women in the parliament, and I believe that the support shall be provided to those women who want to be in politics, but we have to support those women who are already in politics, and we have to promote our interests, our problems. We have to work in close cooperation with these women. As it was already mentioned by one of our MPs, we need to try to do something at least. Of course, some issues won't be resolved alone because such issues are considered collectively and decisions are made collectively. But the fact that MPs listen to us and the fact that it is possible to establish a commission, the fact that it is possible to go to a number of institutions and arrange meetings, I think we will be able to affect decisions, to affect further policies. Therefore, the presence of women in the Senate of Parliament encourages us a lot because we had situations, I believe that we would have situations, such meetings would be held more regularly. And I know that you are very busy, have busy schedules. Thank you very much for being here and staying with us until the very end. Juldis had a birthday today. Happy birthday. I wish you strong health, every success in your endeavors. I hope you will bear the fruits of your hard work. I hope that you will enjoy the trust and respect of your people. I think that we have already reached the progress because we see that a lot of women are in managerial positions and are heavily involved in politics. If women of Kazakhstan create a deputy corps that will be a part of, and if this will pave our way to other working groups or to other offices, I believe that we will be able to achieve better results. This will give us a great experience because by working with real politicians, we get a lot of experience. So I believe that our candidates were very convincing today, and you got motivated. Now I'd like to give the floor to Bibigul Joksimbai, the member of the Senate of Parliament of Kazakhstan, member of the Committee for International Affairs, Defense and Security. She is a member of a number of very important public institutes like the Civil Alliance of Kazakhstan and the Public Council, and that means that she is ready to work with the civil society. If you want to work with her, just get an appointment with her and we'll become frequent visitors in the Senate. Thank you very much indeed. This is a great honor for me to attend this conference today and to listen to your insights, opinions, and proposals, dear participants of the conference. All of you who root for the future of our country, thank you for being here. We are discussing important issues of participation of women in decision making, and this topic is really important for me. That is why I was taking notes of some really interesting ideas, and I can say that I'm a young politician because I'm only at the very start of my journey, and I used to work in the club of chief editors for a long time. And I worked together with the heads of mass media for a long time. I worked with different civil society institutes. So, as you have heard earlier, this is a part of my experience. And if we talk about the conference today, I'd like to briefly tell you about what I do in the Senate. We could give a presentation. I prepared a presentation, but due to the lack of time, and since our participants are tired, I will be very brief. And if we speak of the results of the past elections, simply speaking, ordinary people managed to get to power, and a lot of work has been done with the population. We've observed this work on social media. That's another sign of changes that take place in our country. Not so long ago, we had a meeting with 40 women who came from different regions of our country, and under Tomiri's program, a lot of them said that this initiative has become a proof of changes, positive changes in our country. So 10 years or 15 years ago, I wouldn't be able to get this deputy mandate. And to be honest, back then, I didn't even try to nominate for a deputy in the Senate because I didn't have faith. Due to the implementation of reforms in our country, due to the latest reforms and due to the enforcement of 30% quota, and its approval on the government, on the legislative level, we now have more faith. We know that we can be nominated and run for elections. And I know that the share of women in maslihats shall be much greater because women indeed care a lot about many things in our country, and we bring in more order, more structure. If we consider our country a home, a woman can make one's home a cozy place to live. So I didn't spend my first vacation abroad. I visited different regions, and I was in Pavlodar region. I was in the Eastern Kazakhstan region. And by being a journalist in 1990s, I well, first of all, I got my degree in Kazakh State University in Almaty, and being a journalist, I visited the regions of our country quite often. At the end of 1990s and in the beginning of the 2000s, if we compare the situation in the villages then and now, I cannot really talk about all regions, but if we talk about the Eastern Kazakhstan region, if we talk about Abay region, the situation in those two regions is much better nowadays. But I was upset seeing the condition of lots of rural areas. They are in a very poor state. The houses are in a very bad condition. There are a lot of problems that we need to be mindful of. Every local executive authorities try to depend on their budget, and we need people who can be in charge of those means. If we look at how men and women spend their financial resources, we will see a huge difference in the Republican budget, for example. We have a Republican budget confirmed every year, and we need to see how this Republican budget is being spent. Unfortunately, we don't see good results all the time. Therefore, there are lots of problems which have to be resolved on the local level. And I think that here the participation of women is important. As if we talk about the work of the Senate, we pay special attention to the work in such regions. We have a deputy group, and we try to resolve problems in the regions on the Republican level. We have two MPs coming from each region, and we try to get them involved into this work as much as possible, and we try to engage the representatives of the civil society organizations. Not only we listen to the reports that they have prepared in writing, we also try to work together with the civil society organizations, together with the civil society representatives. Since I come from the city of Astana, one of the major requests that I received was about the shortage of water. If you remember, in the beginning of summer, we had a special schedule for water supply in the city, just like in 1990s. We had to boil water in order to take a shower, and this is a huge social problem for everyone. Lots of actions were taken respectively after we received such requests, and overall women raise those issues that are of social importance, and we have to remember about that. The members of Maslihat play a decisive role in resolving these issues, and we try to work with them, and we try to cooperate with our civil society activists. So this deputy group or deputy corps is ready to consider your suggestions, recommendations, and critique. One more area that we cover is the work with the local executive authorities. Would like to enhance this work, and by working directly with Maslahat, we want to make sure that our legislation is of a better quality. We would like our legislation to be more viable. I remember that during the meeting of our group under Tomiris initiative, our women raised the issue of tenders or This is another pressing problem of allocation of the state funds. And this is the very big problem of irrelevant control over the use of those funds. Therefore, we have lots of questions, we have lots of problems, and respectively, we see that the economic, social situation of our citizens gets worse. So if we have more women represented on the regional level, then I believe that the issue of control of local budget would be better implemented. We could ensure better control. We would hold lots of different meetings. We would hold lots of information campaigns in order to resolve some problems. And as you know, Maulen Tsagatkanovic pays a great attention to the expert work. And he created the School of Young Experts under the Senate. We carry out trainings. We have different concepts. We have state programs, and they are being implemented quite actively. But if we do not carry out the expert analysis of each stage, then as a result, we won't be able to see any results at all. Therefore, we're quite interested in your opinion. In the fall, we will accept proposals in an online format, and we will try to attract experts to this school, so everyone will have such an opportunity. Also, we have a special deputy group under the Senate that deals with the spiritual issues. These are the issues of religion, issues of different ethnic groups that live in our country. So, in order to avoid future problems, we raise the issues of upbringing of future generations. And if the civil society has suggestions in this regard, we are ready to listen to them, because raising a child is always a huge work of a mother. So, if women become more active on the decision-making level, if women in politics become more active, they will be able to make greater contributions. So, in this regard, we can speak of spiritual safety. I would like to agree with the previous speakers. As for the 30% quota, participation of women in politics is crucial. That is why 30%, in my opinion, is not enough, because 50% of our population accounts for women. And as Margaret Thatcher once said, in order to act based on one's words, men can use words, women can take actions. Therefore, I think that women, as well as their role in politics, is especially important.
We're ready to provide the support. And again, I would like to thank you, Saudesh, for invitation, for providing such great information. We've heard a lot of great suggestions and proposals. I believe that It is about our next endeavors, and this is a first step we're making today. Thank you very much for your attention, everybody. I wish you the best of luck. And for each of you, I hope to see you very soon on a very high decision-making positions to change the world to become a better place. Thank you very much, Bibikul. I will switch to Russian. You know, you mentioned very good things, especially for the regional work. Senate is a body which is being selected on the by indirect method. As population, we do not vote for them. Maslihat members are voting for Senate members. If you have a if you have a good if you have a good connection to your parliament members representing your regions for Maslihat, and then they have a good connection with Senate. Those are the really big possibilities, and we have to work on that. We have a deputy from Maslihat, and we have two colleagues from upper and lower chamber, from Almaty and from Stepnogorsk. They can be your constant representative in your regions. While in any region, you might be able to have a good hold of regional aspects, even if you are selected from Astana, but yet you can work and collaborate with any region. As a league, we would appreciate that very highly if such communications are arranged. For the very first time in history of Kazakhstan and the first time in my practice, such month and a half, we had a training in Senate for deputies, where deputies were actually sitting there and learning about effective communications, how to cooperate with civil society. That's a sign that there is a new approach. Now, even Akims, the mayors, are not so interactive, but in parliament we have really great relationship. Communication issues, some calls and everything, like it should be on a ongoing continuous basis. We can meet and discuss with the candidates, with the politicians, as Aygul Sagdidenbekovna said. Even if you can be cured, behaviors are more tricky to change. We have we can debate here, not in parliament, but we have serious messages and we have good vision on how to achieve that, how to implement that. Today in the society, we have serious acute discussions, and this attempt to discuss it together to develop joint policies with Senate would be a great opportunity. Why Senate? Because Majlis has better communications in that. In Majlis, in many working groups, we are present there. And I am almost member of every working group, and I'll always let you know in any working group we will help you, the Parliamentarism Development League. We participate in many working groups, even if you are not becoming a member of the working group, but yet will be able to help you to work in some of them online and offline if you have actually good proposals. If you don't have anything to say, we advise you to keep digging. But if you have serious suggestions, we will definitely support you being the public institution and the Institute of Parliamentarism, and we will do our best to build this communication. Therefore, thank you very much. Thank you. Like in terms of the communications, all of our working groups, plans of the working groups, we have special Telegram channel. Sometimes we share Zoom link. If you're interested in some of these topics, if you have some concerns, or if you have some suggestions, ideas, and proposals, you can actually connect to some of such meetings. My own phone number is always open. I'm available 24/7, I even might say. Therefore, we are ready to collaborate very closely. Well, thank you very much. I think it will be a great initiative to further our collaboration. Our birthday lady, Deputy of the Senate of the Parliament of the Republic of Kazakhstan, members of the Committee on International Affairs, Defense and Security. She is from the Amanat fraction. This is very important position in the party. And the head of the Republican Council on Education and Healthcare. This is the first time ever that such institute was created, and Akmaral allows us to say anything if we believe that they are failing shortly of meeting some achievements. Thank you very much. Zauresh, good evening, dear participants. Today, actually, when I was initially preparing, I prepared a different topic for the Amanat Party decision-making processes, how to increase women in the decision-making processes. I wanted to share our plans, but today we had many interesting opinions shared, many interesting issues discussed. During that time, I kept changing my presentation. As of today, I have this vision. This is the first. The first is meeting, greeting, and collaborating, and then we will be achieving some results. For today's event, I think that this is our major goal. My name is Julda Suleimanova. Clicker is not working. Can you go to the next slide, please? Well, I am the Majlis member for the 8th and 9th convocation. But I am also winner of the debate club in Almaty, and in the Senate club, I am deputy senator for Zauresh. I participated in her project as her assistant. Twice I was winner and became part of it. Next, I advised my students to participate, but for 18 years, I was working to get where I am. Until 2021, I was a teacher, and then as a deputy head teacher in head of the big academic department and physics and mathematics school in Almaty. I was head teacher there. This journey was very informative, and then it was an ambition to participate in the political processes. I believe that being the woman, we need to act together to participate in the decision making to achieve a result. A factor of being united is a key one here. Next slide, please. Yeah. On the 8th convocation, we had some changes. On the 8th convocation, Amanat Party, 53.9% of votes were to mandate, 40 mandates in Majlis, and 30% of the quota. We had 8 women, 20% of 10% of the young people, and 2.5% of people with disabilities. Overall, this quota was achieved to 32.5%, 29 single-mandated territorial election districts. We also were winning at some of them for Amanat Party in the fraction. We have 62 deputy members who were elected, and overall, for the party fraction, 52.8% was achieved. Well, we had so many questions, and it was very challenging election. During the meetings, public hearings, we had very heavy questions from the public, and that there are urgent matters to address shortly. There is a program together with the people, a lot of steps there, social aspects to support women and children, socially vulnerable categories. That's another aspect. In Maslihats, 775 women were selected from Amanat to Maslihats. In the branches of the parties, Kostanay and East Kazakhstan region are heads of the branches. We also have deputy chairperson in 3 regions. In Jetus and Aktabi for the Maslihat, the chairperson are women, and also in the regional fraction of Amanat parties, we have 7 women in that's Kostanay, East Kazakhstan, West Kazakhstan, Abay, Aktabi, Akmula, Ulutau regions. For our city and district branch offices for women in power, we have 61 people, and in our city and regional departments, 42 women and 62 in the urban urban settlements. That is connected to our new policy highlights. The key difference this time, we are the party which is supported by the president and the prime minister, and we understand that bigger power means bigger responsibility. If we go to the next slide. Next slide, please. Here we have the top management of the party, chairperson and the majority speaker, and Mr. Bisibayev, 3 deputies, Kazantsev Pavel, Sairov Yerlan, and out of the current 8th convocation, that's how I was entrusted by my colleagues in Amanat parties. Those are the female deputies coming from the lists and 2 from a single mandated. We have Imasheva Snezhana, Usman Aygul, 2 secretaries, Ekaterina, Tatiana, and in addition to that, 2 single mandated, Sralimko Aina, Romova Guldara. As of today, all the deputies are there conducting information also social media and how to get in touch with them. In 2021, through the primaries, I was selected from Almaty. This time, with the party list, I represent Aktabi region. Next, please. Overall, we are living in 2023. In 2022-2023, Amanat went through huge transformation. The biggest transformation is that on February 21st, we established female wing. Among all the parties, we are the pioneers, and within our transformation for female wing, women's wing, this is about development, political leadership against women. It will be an institute and a body which will be dedicated to that. Before this wing was established, we had big forums, and before the forums, of course, we discussed it with Ajana Baida, gender expert Asel Karaulova. We looked at their experience, and we had more than 700 panel. We had more than 700 participants in 4 panel sessions, 26 experts. We had very big, major meetings. Zauresh Batalova, Alida Zhigulova. They supported the initiative of the party. It's not only about the party members, it's also about women who want to participate in the processes in the nation. Among us now, we have Ms. Aygul Solovyova and Azbekova Miruyer. We have them among us. These ladies were members of parliament before. For us, their experience is very valuable one. We appreciate it. And contributions they make to the civil society development are example for us. Now we have this female wing. Like, well, we are trying to answer 4 key issues for a safe society, high quality social policy, high quality of education and health care and upbringing for our children, and high quality entrepreneurship initiatives for women. These 4 key areas. And this week, we have one leader, Ms. Shubham Karimova, first Vice Minister of Education. She was also, we also have among our rates in the Amanat Party. After we establish this, we need to work on enabling women. So we had different projects, and previous women did not have such capabilities and opportunities. Well, even for women in the party list for the next parliament, they will have to go through specific training. It's about lawmaking, their big responsibilities, communication, leadership. With that, we prepared Tomeris project 2022-2003. During these 2 years, we were accepting applications from women, and we were preparing women to be in the parliament, in Amanat fraction, and it's also about the management academy in Amanat. They are supervising these issues, implementation of these projects, key partners. It's also about family demographics, national council, and this is also the funding from the next, please. Just now we mentioned that this program was divided into several categories: component social processes, political communication, management, project management. Well, we work with the women who want to be policy, who want to participate in elections, who want to be leaders, who want to become leaders of political parties. And after we visit 4 seminars with training people, we organize these 4 sessions for them. In June 15th, it's a period from June to August 15th, we had the selection campaign. Baby Gul mentioned that, and several days ago, Zauriash was actually delivering lectures at this training. In 2022, 242 women participated in this training. 30 out of them, as the winners of the first and second round, were able to get trained offline. 20 of them were registered as candidates to parliament members. 12 of them were elected and became deputies of Maslihats. Those are the results of last year. This year we've got application from 306 people. 205 were selected. After round 1, from round 1, we have 72 people, and the winners of the second round, 42 people. We looked at the results of the past year, and with all 306 people who sent their applications, we were offline. So it's almost the end of my presentation. Starting this year, we've put together a group called Inclusive Parliament. It includes members of Majlis. We work in the area of improving access for people with disabilities. We also have expertise, how it's being implemented in practice, how these initiatives are being implemented in its communications. 34 in 7 communications, 74 requests were sent. I was head of different working groups, and referring to the female wing, I am head of the faction, and I am head of this area. All the others are the role models, as I mentioned about this woman. For several cases, we were referring to Margaret Thatcher. They are such role models for us. I want to mention about Golden Meir, a boss leader from Israel. In Kazakhstan, we also have many examples. We have a lot of leader women, and we have very challenging geopolitical situation. Therefore, we can use experience of Golden Meir while respecting our history. And I believe we can go to the next level of development. I would like to thank women for participating in this activity, who share their political opinions. And Zauresh is the pioneer. She is our consultant in the public chamber. As for the petitions, we are speaking about norms. We've seen support from civil society. And today I want to express my gratitude to leaders, to female leaders. If you have any thoughts, we are always open. Thank you very much, Aldous. And Evgeny can say, well, let's stay here. I just wanted to say, to let you know, the work you are doing is just work of one party. Now we need to create inter-party competition. All parties are supposed to have such wings. To your party, I have a recommendation. Start creating such wings in the branches and regions. In 2021, after January elections, we had 17 workshops for the Maslihat deputies. We taught them about election legislation, and also it was about corruption issues, and communication issues were also tackled. And during that time, I recommended, and several regions mentioned that they will be working on that. North Kazakhstan, well, it's already there, but when you mentioned that, they said that they will be creating such a branch. Well, I want to be part of the activities of North Kazakhstan wing in Maslihat, such a female wing there. Parliament members who are here, and not only parliament members, they can actually become part of such wings independently of the parties. That's number one. and for the network communication. And I would be supporting that. And for your initiative you are working on, I support it overall. But I believe that equal rights and possibilities for all the political parties, competition to be among all the parties, and for those who are there for nothing, they should not be allowed there at all. That should be the approach with us. Well, now, if you want to proceed to your seats, please go ahead. If you want to stay here, you can also stay. Now, I would like to provide the floor to very important two speakers, Asel Karaulova. She is one of the media experts who trained parliament members within our project, and Yuri Kinzel. He is Evgeny Kinzel, deputy of the North Kazakhstan Region Maslihat. He is chairman of the fraction of the North Kazakhstan Regional Maslihat. He is also and he wants to share experience of work in the example of his region, and that's an indicator. He will tell us how to build communication with women who are already in Maslihats through the media tools. We already have that. Asel and Yuri will tell us about that. Chris tell us about state forms of collaboration with the state, and then how to build efficient communication in the media. That will be a sales topic. Well, it's a great pleasure to be part of such high-level forum, and I really appreciate your Maslihat have commissions. In Maslihats we have 3 commissions. We also have such commissions, and women are chairs of such commissions on an ongoing basis. Well, when we had elections for the representatives of the continuous commissions, all 3 commissions were supposed to be headed by women. What is interesting, all the 3 women are represented different parties, but they are greatly collaborating with each other. As experience showed, all 3 women are great leaders for the commissions. I would like to highlight that in Maslihat it involves 2 functions. One, it's administrative function, because the head of the Maslihat is also chairing all the meetings, responsible for agenda setting, follow-up. It's also about the Maslihat sessions, discussions. And the second function, it can be called political, since the chairperson of the commission facilitates public sessions, works with mass media, gives interview, participates in site visits. This is a political function, and what's surprising, these functions are very well performed by women. Another thing I would like to highlight, that there are situations when women, being the heads of the commissions, have to work with men, and not only work with them, but actually supervise them, to guide them, and to put assignments on them, especially since the head of the commission from our actual party, which I represent. I wanted to elaborate a little bit more on that. The chairperson of the commission and deputy, Ms. Aitova Natalia. She is head of the commission, which looks at the conflict resolution. And we had such a fact that during the committee meeting, there were invitations for the Department of Law Enforcement bodies. I online observed how our colleague from Akjol Party was performing, and I want to say that it was very interesting to observe how is she to chair this meeting when she needs to actually lead military and law enforcement. They do not tolerate any interference at all. But if it's a female interference, that's even worse. But Natalia was doing great. She facilitated this meeting on a very high level. She never let go of her chairperson position. She was very brave, very up to the point when she had to direct all the gas in terms of topicality. She did great. Well, women from Akjol Party have a particularly great performance. Well, let's give a round of applause. Well, I will not waste your time. Thank you very much again, Saudesh. Well, next, our colleague should be continuing. We discussed political opposition law with Tatiana parliament opposition, sorry. Now we are very hopeful, and we're looking at Akjol Party as being a partner who can initiate the election law, because there was such a discussion with your leader. Therefore, with Azad, I actually talked about that, and he recommended to invite you here. Can you please pass over our gratitude? And we would like to meet with Akjol Party. We have 2 draft laws we are promoting now. One was supported by the group with Zhaldes Dospirkenovna, and number 2, I would like to discuss with your party, of course, what you are saying, Zaudesh. I'm a big supporter of these initiatives. Asel Karaulova, media expert in our country, and she has a lot to share. She has a unique topic. What are the future perspectives in the use of effective communications and systems? Good evening. Can we turn my presentation on, please? Well, I get prepared for 15 minutes, but I will do my best to fit into 5 minutes. Colleagues, thank you very much for this invitation. I think it's a very important topic, especially since we are discussing lessons. A very important lesson is that we are already preparing for next round of elections, but no offense meant, but if we look at the media perspectives, there were very few strategically well communicated programs. It's not a fault of the candidates. You were very short of time. We know the situation of these elections, and we already mentioned that. But well, I personally brand understanding how you were promoting and how you were communicating this time before next elections. You should definitely spend to understand what kind of brand, what's your personal brand, who is your key audience, what do you want, what's your message. But unfortunately, communications are very often left to the end. But this is a very strategic process. It requires plan, it requires analysis, risk analysis. So who had a strategic communication plan? Who had the PR team who was working on that? Aida, yes, we did that on Karashash. Karashash left, but well, I wanted to say, well, so if you let me operate the slides, she had previously well-established channels of communication. She has Instagram, TikTok, her audience. It was easier for her. if you followed her team, even orange, even today she was wearing orange. This is the system of the brand, and she always keeps to it. Well, many companies were quite hectic. Well, again, I will not elaborate on details. In addition to the absence of strategy, we have also specifics of our media market, social networks. Well, you need to understand and incorporate these specifics. I don't think that there are funds for PR team. Therefore, you need to understand how media market works, how social media works. And for the next elections, you need to have very well prepared and established brand and image. And major attention was paid to social media. Not everybody used that. Well, many people were concerned and afraid, but now our mass media are more challenged than ever. For 29 years, we are on the market. Very scary figures. I even remember the time when there were no social media, and it was very easy to give a call to the chief editor, but in 10 minutes everything is online. All hype, all hate are very instantly distributed via mass media and social media. But in regions, you need to understand where's your media market, where you can be heard. I will not be elaborating on that for the sake of time, but just in terms of the social media, well, of course, it's easier to work with them because this is information without middlemen. You see it there, you see the reaction at once, and it's a lot cheaper because the work with traditional media is quite expensive, and not all the candidates have sufficient budgets. Well, I'm not sure what's happening with this technology. New media are giving you new opportunities. They are more attractive rather than traditional media. And here, well, I will leave this presentation. You can go through it and look in more details. Well, you need to involve social media wide and far. For those of you who are not using it, it's a tool you can have. Of course, it's normal to be afraid, but you can be trained. It's not rocket science. Well, we have analysis here, but just to mention briefly how our mass media were highlighting some candidates, Janar, Skirbaeva, Khalida, Zhigulova, and Aidina Janova, they were leaders. Just to leave this this chart, but also leaders of being mentioned. Khalida had a lot of hatred. She got a lot of negative comments, but that's also because of her work, since she's an ombudsman and ombudswoman, and she has very challenging topics which are very often associated with hate. Even if you don't have a team, you have to follow up and to monitor social media, traditional media. It can be pretty easily done by your assistant. There are a lot of systems to monitor it. It can be done efficiently and without extra cost. You need to know your potential electorate, topics, risks associated with your work. Well, here again, I will go through all of that because that's quite a very detailed information. Well, I want to say that imagine your brand is a strategy. Imagine your reputation. It's not about red color here, green color here, 2 articles, 3 press conferences. This is a strategy to develop together with professionals. Media landscape today is evolving so quickly, and the lessons learned you might learn from previous elections that today requirements of the environment are successful speaker, competent speaker. Well, we can actually agree that we don't have too many bright politicians who can be remembered and who are attracting a lot of followers, but today's politician is a politician of next level. You need to have professional training, increases communication as well, to be able to speak two languages, to build the trust with your audience. You should be able to answer the most challenging and difficult questions, even with hate. When somebody is trying to destabilize your emotional state, there are trainings, there are technologies for that. As future politicians and as existing politicians, as current politicians, use all of these tools. Today in Kazakhstan, we have a couple of very important trends. First of all, distrust towards official communication and to the state. It's not only in Kazakhstan, it's in many countries. Well, consumers listen more to the influencer, opinion leaders, NGOs, and so on and so forth. Since there is no trust to the state and official sources, you can use pretty wisely your strategies. We are living in crisis; it's a new norm. It's a crisis in hate. It's here every day. With the development of social media, you should be ready for that. It's not about not going to social media that it's bad, but if you go to a public space, that is difficult. It's a challenging and very consuming work. It's also about impact of social media. When influencers are building their brands, you should be also able to work and in your future strategy to reflect how are you going to work with these people. A lot of people don't like them, but still they're here. We need to understand how are we going to deal with that. And with these elections, and I believe with next elections even more, as too many fake news, unreliable, unchecked information. And in your strategies, you should also understand how are you going to deal with that. There are toolkits, there are training programs. We have great information platform. Kazakhstan Fact Check is that supported by international structures, including OSCE. You need to know this elementary tool of fact checking for your information not to be disgraced. Of course, you can keep a whole team, but it's not really uh, realistic to keep such a huge team. Content in Kazakh language, it's growing. We know that. It's a growing trend. Annually, we have more and more consumers as the citizens who are using Kazakh language more and more in communications, being the politicians. If you don't have Kazakh language, well, I believe it's a problem for politicians. You need to have two languages as minimum. I believe that all our politicians who are going to future elections, they should be fluent in two languages as a minimum. About such trends as being brief, visual, video, all this fashion things, and TikTok. I do understand that some people are skeptical, especially for older generation, but it's a possibility to get through to a bigger audience by simple means. Well, I would also like to say, to finalize my speech, you need to clearly understand your target audience. This lesson showed us that not everybody understands who is the electorate, what's the demographic, marital status, social status, who are you speaking to, what kind of message are you trying to communicate, what kind of communication channel. I work very frequently with some people who want to go to Khabar, Chat TV channel, or to Baitasov. And then when we are trying to understand why, that's not what he or she needs. It's not his or her target audience. Therefore, you need to understand what's your target audience, what kind of channel, what they watch, what they consume to actually target your audience. Well, very important thing, it's a key message. What was missing with many candidates, it wasn't really clear what's your key thought, what's your key message, what's your positioning, what's your story. It's a storytelling is the basis today to work with constituents as well. For me, it was something missing. What's your agenda? What's your message? This is something to be aware of in your strategies. Well, last but not least, it's something of a personal brand. But well, we mentioned Kara Shash, very well established personal brand. Personal brand, everything matters. Devil sits in the details. I will share this presentation for you to have a more detailed look. What's your brand? What are you trying to communicate? What's your message? Margaret Thatcher was mentioned on multiple occasions. If you like a politician, uh, you can use her image and try to build your strategy to be like this person. It's nothing wrong with that, but you need to have something unique. And I would like to finalize with this slide, just to reiterate again, communications is strategy. You need to have a plan with goals and objectives. What's the purpose of your campaign? What are your key audiences? How are you measure efficiency? How are you going to measure performance? You can use volunteers, you can have a team, you need to get trained. And as a system, you should have risk system, monitoring of the space system. And very often I come across such situations that politicians are not aware what's happening in the information space and start asking questions. Somebody shared such an opinion. How can you comment? Well, he or she might not be even aware. You need to monitor it continuously. And I would like to wish everybody success. Well, do not ignore communications. Do not leave them for the last. They should be prioritized. They are very challenging again because we have social media and every day something is changing in this landscape. But if you do not use it, your personal brand as a politician will not be successful. Thank you very much. Very good. Very well motivational. Just to summarize, right now, all the photos you published, look through them, promote yourself, build your brand, hire assistants, disseminate this information is important, and especially raising awareness about our conference and building your supporters and followers. Start at once. Well, my report will be in the final resolution. Well, I mentioned major part during our discussions. Well, the league will have a special meeting on strategic planning of our next steps. There, in more details, we discuss. And if you want to participate, we are open for that. 2 people, just a minute or 2 minutes, not more than that, because the topic you will be referring to, it's a well-known. We are aware of your proposals. Well, Svetlana Andreevna, your suggestions for the National Institutes for Female Support. Lilia Zhilpoldina, please. Head of one of the very well-known organizations. Well, good afternoon, everybody, dear ladies and gentlemen, our colleagues. I would like to thank everybody for staying and bearing with us. It is very difficult, just a minute and a half. Today, I would like to touch upon such thing as just in simple terms, we are all women. Many of us want to become politicians in the future. Probably if you're already working in this field in Kazakhstan, we live, you have your errands and your ambitions, why you decided to work in civil society and to communicate your message. But the question is whether we have a platform where voices can be heard, where we can definitely say before to get through to these people at the top that we are heard, that they understood our concerns and our wishes. We don't have the Institute of First Lady. In civilized countries, in developed countries, there is a First Lady office. She is responsible for all the women that she represents. We have another council instead of the First Lady office. We have the National Commission on Women's Affairs. It was established in 2006. It's already 2024. In 2 years, we will celebrate 20th anniversary. But who of you can raise hand and say that it's an efficient body, that it is supporting me as a woman, that it represents me, that it's communicating to the president and the parliament my issues? Why the National Commission cannot efficiently handle our tasks? First of all, this commission is not addressing women's issues and not empowering women. Sometimes they change their message and decided to be demographic and family values committee. Well, when we look at their charters and policy documents, the key value is the spiritual education of youth and children, bullying, and family issues. Well, where are the issues related to empowering women and improving conditions for children? What only Zaurish is dealing with that, when Aida and many experts mentioned that this year we failed with the statistics on being represented in parliament. We have less than 30%. Well, committee did it report, did it, say why are we failing in that? Why are they underachieving in this work? What the suggestion is? Well, are we able here in this audience become part of this national commission? Well, there are no regulations, no rules how these women are selected. Is it closed process or couloir-based process? What's happening behind the scene? Those are internet bloggers. I just recently looked at the list, women which were never part of the civic activities. Well, Myriad, what I want to mention, unfortunately, every commission, we have women who are gatekeepers, women in power, and their task is not to let any other women in. When we had just one woman in higher position in policy, and that was Ushara Abdikalikova, somehow she was involving some women she was familiar with. When we've got another woman in the National Commission, Elizatra Ramazanova, she outreach to her women, but there is no access for general public. Aida Balaeva is head of it, and of course it made a more diversified list, but yet their voices are not heard. We have 3 key issues: representation of women in policy, it's underachieving. We don't have any law on criminalization of domestic violence. From the deputy members, we had never heard whether we will have during the fall session initiative about bringing back discussions at working group on the domestic violence law. This is a very specific question. Saltanat Farhatovna, yes, she is promoting this law. Let's get together and Myriad, we know that this is a needed law and other laws which we women need. What my suggestion is, with all the civilized countries in Europe, in the United States, civil society forms platform. They have their own institute, National Institute on women and on gender issues. Well, it's not about family, it's not about children, but for women, it's a Siberia Council. And this council will be meeting, will be mobilizing all the topics and issues related to women, will consolidate them, discuss them, and then integrate via president, whether it is meeting with the president. President meets with the Public Trust Council, but why can he meet with the women with this national platform level? For the president directly hear our thought. Why do we need such a middleman in terms of the council? They are very, very directly linked to the government. And there are no No, no people from the streets in the list of the parliament. Well, Sauresh Kabelbekovna, a favor to ask from you, being our leader in the political field, let's create such a platform where all women. Oh, I know that you have your own NGOs. We have women in the regions who are trying to combating their own battles. The associations on fighting against autism, NGOs to address bullying, but people are left with their problems on their own. Well, let's join our efforts. We have parliament members. Let's put together such dialogues. Let's have roundtables quarterly. Let's identify problem. Plan not till 2030, but for this current year. Well, and we will meet with all decision makers. That's a suggestion I have. Thank you very much. Let's join efforts and forces for the council. Yeah, a membership is limited and functionality is limited. Therefore, the civil societies, they have a different status. It's not the first lady's office. Civil society can fill the gap they are failing to achieve. We can be efficient, and that's what we need. And I totally agree with what you've said. Well, Svetlana Andreevna, just a couple of words about the people who can influence decrease of corruption to put zero tolerance and to promote sub-colonel in reserve, master degree in law. She was a member of the Transparency International Board of Guardians. Well, she is also expert in the Anti-Corruption Bureau. She is part of the register and the scientific lead in the anti-corruption program of the fund. Just minute and a half. Be very brief. Thank you very much, Sauresh. Can you hear me? Yes, we can hear you. Svetlana Andreevna, please go ahead. Okay. Dear participants of the conference, good evening, not good afternoon. Thank you for being here with us. Well, I would like to go ahead and to raise topic, dear soulmates. Today we discussed quite extensively election 2023, but today's event is also about next round of elections, whether we are ready to be changed, to change legislation, to change our mentality, political culture in Kazakhstan. Today I've seen and I've heard many women who are successful, each and every one. But now imagine success we can achieve together. And the key message of our conference is whether we are ready to act in solidarity for a joint success for our daughters. And I'm really hopeful that we are ready. The Parliamentarism Development Fund and the Women Solidarity League, Jiger, those are the full-fledged dialogue structures which consolidate our efforts to achieve joint success. Common success. Of course, it's not only about combating corruption, but overall about how we, being the women, can conquer, can fight for the space, for our rights, for our political confidence. And there are 4 dear participants. Let's get prepared for the next elections together. Thank you very much for your attention. Thank you very much, Svetlana. Well, now let's summarize, then we'll have coffee break. For my presentation, I've commented a lot, I said already a lot. I just wanted to highlight that together with Aida, with Svetlana, with Janelle, with our leaders, who are very active. For multiple occasions, we discussed what's next. Well, yeah, we said that we will participate in next elections, but how to proceed? Today we heard very useful pieces of advice how to proceed, what to do. As a task for nearest time in September, we'll organize a strategic meeting for the league where we are going to discuss possibilities and opportunities of the league. Janelle, can you please yourself? This is our development director in University in Institute of Parliamentarism. Last year, league in 2022 prepared a strategic plan of the league, and the things that we were represented in the elections. It's thanks to the strategic plan. While we should revise the strategic plan, we need a strategic meeting. It should be supported by the specific roadmap where we should put together a time frame and everything, our next steps in terms of the political promotion of women. And the key thing, we need to prepare a document, whether it's a memo, whether it's a memorandum too, which will regulate membership in the league. We should directly go to the institutionalization of the league. Well, league should be not only the project, it should not be just an initiative, an idea. It should actually be institutionalized. Well, everything what was said today, what shall be trained and everything, it will be included. Well, Liliana Vasilyevna mentioned that in 2021 we had a meeting. She has an ongoing school of leadership, and we are planning to open this international school here. We will have two statuses. Well, I really loved how Jules did that in Tamiris, but our approach was a little bit different. We were welcoming everybody just to have them with us. We'll train 150 people, and only 16 of them got actually so far as participate. Halida was with us, and she delivered trainings, Aida, and so on, Sara Bakirova. And Karashash, this is Ayman also joined us, Puzzle Khair, and so on. But well, it's very professional when we supported everybody, wide and far. But now we want to train and then to see that people got certificates, and the question is always about getting certificates. These are certificate collectioners, certificate hunters, as we call them. And now we want to increase responsibility, quality, and as Jules did, how many? 306? 306, then 72 and 40. So they were actually pretty selective in their recruitment. Well, women who came with us, who went for elections with us, this is a key form. And my team, Svetlana, Janelle, and so on and so forth. But well, yet we need to develop all the provisions. We need to think about monetizing. There are actually already studies. And not if every woman can afford a blogger today. Well, today we interviewed Irina and other members. Well, we can go this way. It's a dialogue platform for Institute of Parliamentarism, Parliament hearings, Institute of Public Supporters, and one of the best. Well, it was also another competition. Only after selections they were coming to Parliament, and that was a 5-year-long project. And among alumni of the project, public assistants, we have bankers, we have Vice Minister Aukenov in the World Bank. Those were the students. Shuhrat Sadyrov. Well, when they come to see us already, then they were actually just suggesting some amendments as with certificate is one of such initiatives. Well, there was what the state fire is. groups. The wheat voucher was another initiative. Since they were showing deputies how to act for many years already, I was thinking when I am sending experts from NGOs to the working groups, we had 153 experts already. We cut the numbers a little bit. We cut the ballast with the non-active, but now we are putting together a pool of experts who can be acting as an expert council, working with parliamentary members. Well, whether healthcare is answering our questions just to lobby to work, whether if issue is resolved to go to the next challenge. That's what our vision is. In one word, all of that has to be done. Do you know what is it for? Well, in order to prepare ourselves for the political win, for you to be well recognized. Well, it's not only about hype in social media. It's not only about saying what they're. Focus on one thing, bring it to the end, get the result, and then people can be talking about you who got your support and your help. I'm not very active in social media. I just don't have time for that. And number two, I actually write when something already happened. But some people say we are facilitating and will facilitate. You know, for 30 years, Nazarbayev was actually speaking about the future. His whole team spoke about the future, but they left far behind in the past. Let's talk about the present and let's say how present is being changed. How are you changing it? We are eligible to participate in these discussions. You have parliament members here who are ready to participate. Well, professionals who can train you, and Asil Karaulova and the others. All this work will get started now, but not to win, but actually to have an impact on the decision made in the country on the relevant topics which are important for society. And the victory will be with us. The best of luck, success at the end of our meeting. As this is only today's meeting, it will be a systematic meeting. Coffee break now. I apologize. I will leave at once because I have a corruption-related presentation tomorrow. Angel Dus, I am waiting from you the last version of the public control. I will be presenting public control document tomorrow in Almaty. Goodbye. You are the best, and see you soon.